So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day number 6 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. This is the 28th year we've been running here, and it feels like it has definitely been one of the best. Yesterday was such an incredible day of action. Joining me this morning, Dai Wako. Dai, you got to surf out there this morning.
Yeah, actually, I woke up at like 5. I was in the bed. I feel like didn't really want to go surf, but you know, as you just said it. Yesterday was firing, so I just had to, and I had a good surf actually. So I was glad that I did.
Give us a little rundown of what it's kind of like out there. Is it feeling a bit bigger today? A little bit more uneasy?
Probably stays a little bit same, the size-wise, but slightly we're getting this onshore wind, so it's kind of tricky today out there. Feels like it, but yeah, but I had a good surf. So, and they are all getting all the tubes again this morning, so it's gonna be fun to watch.
That's what we want to hear, Di. We are going to cross down to True Starling on the tower, who's going to give us the morning call.
Thank you, JJ. I'm here with Mike Clayton Brown. Mikey had a surf this morning. How was it out there?
Yeah, it's super fun. There's heaps of barrels out there. It's offshore and it's pumping, so can't ask for much more.
We're on. What is the run schedule looking like today?
So we're going to start off with the women's round of 16, and then the men's quarterfinals, and then the women's quarterfinals, and all 35-minute heats. It's pumping, so tune in to watch.
Awesome. Back to you guys. Thanks, Mikey.
Could call him more Ty Sarati. That was good. Mikey Clayton Brown, that was very swift, very good, very nice and easy for Mike Clayton Brown. He said it first, it's offshore. Everyone's getting barrels. It's pumping out there. So we are starting off the day with the women's round of 16. And the first heat actually is looking pretty stacked. So it's an all-Australian affair, that first heat. It's Holly Williams, Freya Prum, Amelie Burke and Oceania Rogers. So, Di, this is a pretty good-looking first heat of the morning.
Wow, it's a great matchup this morning, and 35 minutes, extra 5 minutes out there, but I think it's really great calls from WSL stuff.
Definitely. Ty, Jerry, Tatsuya probably out there on the tower, been watching it all morning, probably thinking to themselves, oh, we could call it off and get out there ourselves. But no, we've got to make the most of the best conditions that we're having here. And yeah, look at these ones coming through, Di.
Wow, still firing out there.
Well, you'd be stoked for a free surf. You'd be so stoked. So we are getting underway in a little under 1 minute until we'll kick off this first heat of the morning. 4 heats of the round of 16, and then we do have the men and women's quarterfinals. Believe they're on, but potentially still on standby. Just going to wait and see what this tide does. We'll probably have to go on hold at some point again today, but the waves are firing, so if they're cooking, may as well punch through. We still have 4 days left of the waiting period as well, which is
Wow.
absolutely insane. We've plowed through the Georgia.
Pretty much, we can finish whole heat in one day, like literally, but we still have 4 days.
Yeah, but we still have 4 days.
Wow, that's amazing.
Absolutely crazy how much time we have left, but we've just been plowing through the draws because it's just been so good out there. So that was the Hooter sounding the first heat of the morning. It's nice to see the ladies back out there. We saw them out there about 2 days ago having a dig, having some fun. We did lose half the draw, so this is the final 16 ladies who are looking the most comfortable. For you, Di, who out of the women was most impressive for you?
Well, all the ladies surfing great, but what I gotta say, Sierra Carr, she's having a great time in the area round this week. So, yeah.
Yeah, she got a 9 and 8 in her opening round. I mean,
And she did one of the biggest air in a heat. She didn't make it, but it was crazy air.
I cannot wait to watch on for that heat. So she'll be coming up in heat 3 of the morning. I am a big fan of Mila Brown as well. She's been super impressive out here. Definitely has a pretty solid dig when the waves do get a little bit overhead. And for Miller, they're definitely overhead out there this morning. So she's definitely one to watch. She's pretty impressive when it comes to bow riding. She has an air game on it herself. So yes, Sierra and Miller Brown, some of the two standouts, but the ladies in the water right now as well, absolutely incredible surfers. Holly Williams from the Sunshine Coast region. She is actually spent a year on the Challenger Series already. This lady up and riding, current number 4 on the rankings. That's Oceania Rogers, got second at a pretty similar wave at Nia. So it was a barreling right-hander. And you were there to commentate that, Di. She was super impressive there.
She was so impressive there. I really love how she approached the section. Really classic style on backhand. Really love how she surfs.
Yeah, she's got a really unique way that she reads the waves, and it was paying off for her in Nias because she just was looking so on point and looking really comfortable in the bigger swell as well. So from the south coast of New South Wales, Oceania, she is taking on Freya Prum, who is also from the south coast of New South Wales, originally from Merimbula, has, however, moved to the Chiba of Australia. She's moved to the Gold Coast. And she is actually a fully qualified pharmacist, so studied, and I believe she's done her master's in pharmacy as well. So I was sick in Indonesia one year, and I had no idea what I had, and I just couldn't get out of bed for 8 or 10 days. And she was checking on me every day, bringing me all different supplements. She was just my absolute hero, Freya. So she's extremely smart. She's been competing on the QS since 2015, so almost 10 years now. And this lady on your screen, Oceania, one big turn but goes down.
Well, that's, these days a lot of surfers going to getting a master's and going to universities. Saimaniwa, she's now Griffith University student and studying sports science.
Cool.
I think so. It's good to know that they have another career.
Yeah, I love the fact that there's so many surfers doing more than just surfing. They're kind of preparing for the future as well, because the reality is, unfortunately, we can't competitive surf forever. Not all of us are going to be Kelly Slater and can compete into our 50s, but these guys starting to prepare for the future where they do decide to take the Rashi off eventually. And actually, a lot of these surfers are at university. A couple of the Aussie girls, Charlie Hurst, Sage Goldsberry, come to mind. They're studying marketing, and some of them actually getting internships back home in Australia to do with marketing, which is really cool. Holly Williams is at uni as well. Emily, I'm going to have to check back at that as well. Even True, my sister, who's one of the co-commentators, she's studying psychology. Everyone's planning for the future. I love it.
I love how they can plan everything but still manage to focus on the competition surfing and training. So much work.
So much work, but they're doing it. I mean, even Soph McCulloch, Liam O'Brien, they were on tour studying, and They got it done. They were on the highest level of the sport that this has, and these guys were getting it done. So Sophie McCulloch studied biomed science and marketing and managed to juggle the CT. So it can be done.
Impressive.
It can be done, Di. So I feel like it's really smart to plan for your future, and a lot of these
Definitely.
competitors are. On your screen right now, though, Holly Williams, there's the first turn. That one really bowling out, though, Di.
It kind of looked really great wave at the first, but as the wave hit the reef, it kind of break a little bit weird, I would say.
Yeah, it had that like two different sections
Yeah,
on the wave. So
right.
maybe a little bit of morning sickness still
Mm.
this morning, but as Mikey said, it's pumping out there. A lot of people getting great waves. Emily Burke on your screen. Oof, goes to tuck in, but it goes over.
It was really unfortunate for her, but still the wave, didn't look so great. It was really fast wave, so probably good to just click in and out. But we still have 30 minutes in this heat.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Extra 5 minutes gives a lot of time, it feels like to me.
Yeah, I've never surfed a 35-minute heat.
Never. Me neither.
I've only ever surfed 25 or 30 minutes, so 35-minute heats here this morning in Cloud 9 in Siargao. So we're running early because that high tide, it was early this morning. We do try to get out as many heats as we can before we do have to go on hold during that low tide break, our lunchtime surf break, we like to call it. And we had a high tide at 5:22, so not too long ago. Low tides at 11. This right here, though, Freya Pram, there's the first turn. Almost gets bobbled. You can tell she's on a bigger board as well.
Right.
Gets a second turn in, so no barrels just yet. And she's looking to finish this one off all the way through to the inside. So a 4-turner there for Freya Pram.
Wow.
What are your thoughts there, Di?
That was a really smart surfing from Freya. Try not to go, deep. Try not to go into the barrel, but managed to put a couple good turns in. So it was a probably great way to start her campaign, because she still has, 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes in this heat. So let's have a look at it again. It was a nice looking wave. Took off. Nice off the bottom. Little bit stuck on the top, but still managed to come down to the bottom and put another one in. Really love the second turn. And try to connect into the inside section and gets the finish. I would say it's not gonna be huge score, but still great wave to just to get in the rhythm with the ocean. It comes in 4.17.
Yeah, so coming in, like you said, Di, 4.17. So the judges rewarding the turns. It was a bit of a bigger wave. I agree. She kind of got hung up for a split second there at the start of the wave. Maybe hit that boil. And looking like Holly Williams, though, having a paddle here. So the ladies sitting a little bit wider. There's that first snap in the pocket. She's going to have to pull through. But yeah, like I was saying, sitting a little bit wider today. They're not super deep on the peak like we saw yesterday afternoon, but potentially maybe a lot of those barrels could be crumbling a little bit with this new swell. It's coming in from the north, so it does hit the left side of the reef just that little bit more. But there's definitely still potential out there. If Mike Clayton Brown, if we can go off anything he would say, he said it's pumping, there's barrels, so there's still opportunity out there. Last wave of Holly puts her back into the lead. But look at these waves, Di. You can tell it's looking really fun out there.
Right. Before I said it was onshore this morning, but I think it turns into offshore now, like really. So it cleans up a little bit. Looks great out there.
There's Emily Burke, just a quick in and out. So Emily Burke, the Novocastrian, she is from Newcastle. She's actually probably, if not maybe the top 3 tallest women we have in the draw. She's very tall. She's very strong. She's traveling with a pretty cool group of people this year, and usually travels with her best friend Nixie Ryan, but Nixie couldn't be here this year for this event, so it was funny to see her without Nixie because they're always together. Those two were like, "Are you okay?" How are you going? And she's like, no, I'm great, actually. So, yeah, big hey to Nixie. If you're tuning in, I believe she had a wedding she had to go to. So,
Right.
weddings are pretty cool, pretty important. So, we'd love to see her back here next year, though, because Nixie made it to the Challenger Series, one of the best women we have in this draw, and she's definitely not scared of a barrel either. So, hopefully she makes her way back here next year. But Emily, just with two small scores this morning there, Di, just 0.9 and a 0.3. What do you think we're going to see for the rest of the day from the women? Do you reckon we're going to see a couple of them try and pull in, get pretty deep on the barrels?
Yeah, definitely we will see, ladies getting barrels, but I think it's good idea like Freya did, getting those turns done and getting those fours. Probably four's gonna be really good keep up, but here is wide up and right again, but fortunately got stuck. But the back, this is Freya again. Wow, that was a really hard section to do turns, but unfortunately got hung up a little bit.
Here we go. Oceania Rogers now looking to get her heat started. Couldn't find a turn section, so smart surfing. She's going to get out, try and regain priority here. But yeah, Oceania, she's not scared of a barrel. You don't get second at Nias if you don't try and get barreled. Holly Williams, she looked like she paddled up a little bit deeper, so we'll see if we can get another replay of that one, because maybe try to tuck in for a barrel. 23 minutes, though. There's plenty of time for these ladies to build up a little bit more confidence out here this morning. It is a bit bigger, and try and see them go a little bit deeper, pull in a little bit harder. Looking like this is a cool drone angle shot. Here's the replay of the last of Oceania, so not much on that one, Di.
Well, she might have been in a tube in the first section, or maybe little covered, but she did one cut back. But we are now approaching 3 minutes mark. This heat goes so quickly now. We had extra 5 minutes, so these heats are all 35 minutes. But here's a replay.
Oh, tried. Was just going a little bit fast. So I like the fact that she tried to tuck in straight away from the start. Was going a little bit fast, but I can really appreciate she's kind of gone, no, I'm going to go sit deep on the reef. I'm going to go try and get barreled. And that is what has been scoring. That's why we've been seeing so many excellent scores over the last few days. So Holly, I can really appreciate the fact that she's paddling herself deeper than anyone else, really having a dig to try and get a barrel. So was just going a little bit fast on that one, Di. But
now she's paddling back and trying to sit deeper, I guess. There's a little distance in between, green, blue, and red. Probably Holly Williams just sitting deeper, trying to get same wave as the last. Try and go deeper, but no takers.
That on your screen is Charlie Haitley. So she's been super impressive the last few days. From Burley Heads, you can see there's a bit of a Burley Head border out, a sticker on her board there. She has been looking really lethal. She's a really strong goofy footer, only 15 years old. Her and Sierra staying together. She's got Josh Kerr in her corner. And yeah, Holly's been super impressive. We commentated her first heat together. She's got a really lethal backhand. I'm excited to see her out there. But from what I've been told, that magic purple board may have just got a little bit of a crease in it, so she's nursing it. I was talking to her yesterday. She's like, I'm still going to try and ride it out there, but I'm definitely nursing it. I'm a little bit worried.
Right, so probably she's going to use the pink board that she was getting ready with.
Yeah, but that purple board looks so good. So I was a bit gutted when she told me that. She said, I'm still going to ride it in the heat, but I'm definitely going to have my backup board pretty close by. So Charlie Haitley will be coming up next. She'll be in Heat 2 of the round of 16, taking on Sarah Wakita, Gila Renston, and Kana Nakashio. So 2 Aussies taking on 2 Japanese surfers. So that's going to be a pretty exciting one.
It's going to be an exciting heat after this. So we are now just over 20 minutes remaining. 15 minutes passed. Not big score coming in this heat so far, but we still have 20 minutes.
Yeah. We basically still have a whole new heat.
Yeah, so plenty of times left. And, wow. It's inside ones,
Oh,
nosedived. It was a hard wave to go because it just hit the reef so hard. It sucked over so quickly. One of the hardest wave at Cloud 9.
you can tell just by watching that wave how hard you have to paddle in to get down the face with speed and to get into it at a really good pace. And Amelie was kicking so hard to get into that one and still couldn't quite get up with enough speed. So, yeah, Amelie, I love the fact she's going for it, but she has gone over the falls on most waves now. So I feel like Amelie, maybe a little bit of frustration might be starting to build. She's probably thinking, oh, come on, just let me in, give me a chance. So she's going to get back out there. She is a very competitive human being. She loves to fight to the very end. So I doubt that she'll give up in the next 18 minutes on the clock. But yeah, like you said, Di, pretty small scores still in this heat. Just that 4-1-7 of Freya Prum. You said it at the moment. It was really smart surfing for her to just lock in a score like that.
Yeah. It's been pretty much over 15 minutes. Well, I'll say 17 minutes just passed. It's 4-1-7. It's going to be, keeper to me. And they are all trying to get now, probably not looking for the excellent score. They got to, look for those 3s, 4s, and that'll get them into the second place. So, it's pretty much the time to change the plan, I guess.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's time. They've had, 17 minutes now to settle into this heat. So let's use this last 18 to really ramp it up. Go out there, have a dig, throw yourself over. I mean, Amelie's been definitely throwing herself over the falls. And yesterday we saw so many incredible waves coming through. So we know that they're out there. Mike Clayton Brown said that they're out there. So speaking of yesterday though, Di, what were some of your highlights? Because there was just so many yesterday.
Well, too many highlights yesterday because every hit we had, they got 8s and 9s and all the excellent score. And there's even you get 6 and 5s, you're getting knocked still. So it was, every heat was highlight for me actually.
Anyone in particular, any human in particular that you're like, wow, they're incredible?
I gotta say Reef. Because I'm goofy footer.
Yes.
I know how incredible his backhand techniques.
There we go. Oceania Rogers dodging around Freya there. Goes to get that second ledge of the barrel, but kind of just gets knocked back. And Freya, she did go over the falls on that one before. So the lady's starting to sit a little bit deeper now, starting to look for those barrels rather than going for those turns. That last one at Oceania is just a 1-2-7, so looking for a 2-9-7. This lady right now needs a 2-7-4 for first, gets a carve in here, so one of these good looking mid-size ones. That's a better looking second turn, and gets a really nice finish there, Di.
Really love the surfing, smart competitive surfing. Probably she just changed the plan, not trying to look for the tubes, just trying to get turns done, and that's exactly what she did. And I really loved the last turn.
I was thinking to myself when she was going up for that last turn, if she makes this is probably going to be the best score of the heat. And she just did. I thought for a second there, I was like, oh, what's that? But she actually made it. So I think these were 3 of the best turns of the heat.
Right. It was a kind of check turn, first turn, but really loved this last section. Just, hit the section hard, throw a lot of sprays. It's going to be, comes in 5.17. Just like you said, it's the best score in the sea so far. That was a great surfing and smart surfing from Holly Williams.
That lady on your screen is Kana Nakashiro, if I'm correct.
Right, Kana Nakashiro is from Chiba, Japanese Gold Coast. every surfer, pro surfer lives there now in Japan. She practices at one of the beaches that all the surfers come and practice. And Sarah Wakita is from, she was born and raised in Hawaii, I guess, but now she moved back to Chiba again. So probably Kana and Sarah, they surf in pretty much every day. Not together, but like they see each other.
Yeah, they're probably good friends.
Yeah.
This lady on your screen, she's trying to stay in the top 5 to make the Challenger Series. Goes for a big turn there, trying to hold on. Oh, and she does.
She right of it. It was hard section to turn because it was so Horo and Sakia, but she managed to pull that off. It was a great turn from Oceania Rogers.
Here is a bit of a wave coming through now, so let's see if Amelie can get into this one. She does. So Amelie's really strong goofy footer. There's the first carve. She's looking at this steeper section.
Wow.
Tags it in the pocket, so this wave is definitely going to put her right back in the heat. Oh, no.
But the back, Freya is up and riding. This is another good-looking wave. Just check turn for the first turn and come to the last section. Oh, she makes it nicely.
Yeah, she gets that trademark tail slide in there for Freya Prum. So she needs a 3-1-8 to go back into the lead. I feel like if Amelie had have made that last turn, that would have been a pretty nice score for Amelie as well. She's still going to get her best score of the heat so far. The second turn had a lot of power in it as well. So good score is going to come in for all 3 surfers, Freya, Oceania and Amelie. Now Holly out the back, looking to back up that 5-1-7, has 13 minutes to do so. Take me through these replays, Di.
She took off a little late, but trying to look for the section, and here is, well, it was a hard section to hit, but still she managed to pull that off. But here is on a bigger wave. It was a great check down right here, trying to, wait for the sections, gets a finish nicely. It's gonna be her definitely the backup score. She needed 3-1-8. Well, I would say it's gonna be close.
Yeah, I think it could go close as well. Amelie's looking in at a 3.17, so puts her right back in this heat.
Right.
At this point in time, she needs a 174. Looks like Charlie's going the purple board.
Wow.
I love it. I love the fact that she's still on that board. That is Billy Keane behind her. So Billy supporting her. He is traveling here with Josh and Sierra as well. Was super impressive in the heats he surfed. Hadn't put on a rashi in 15 years. Then decided to come to this event and just have a go, and actually won his first heat.
Right.
So he was super impressive. Decided to come here on a bit of a fun event, and now he's playing caddy for one of Australia's best junior surfers coming up, Charlie Haley. So I'm excited to see her come out in this next heat. 11 minutes 45 to go on this one. Last wave of Freya Prum is enough to put her up into the lead. So now Holly Williams, she is on the back foot chasing another score. So we'll see if these ladies can try and get a barrel in these next 11 and a half minutes. I would love to see it from these 4 women.
Yeah, me too. I love to see them, getting tubes. But probably at this time of the heat, they are thinking about, okay, maybe not too much about tubes, getting turns down first, and then trying to get tubes, because you really want to get through this heat.
Yeah, I mean, there's quarterfinals on the line, Di, so you're completely right. There's 11 minutes to go to see if you can make it to that quarterfinal mark. On your screen, there is Sarah Wakita. She is not scared of a barrel. Like you said, born and raised in Hawaii, and she's pretty talented at tube riding, actually.
Right, yeah, she has this cool drop knee style in the tube. So, yeah, she's got a really good techniques.
Her brother's a pretty good tube rider as well.
He is one of the best tube riders in Japan, definitely. And he recently dropped Future Films, and unfortunately I haven't had a chance to watch it, but it looks amazing. It's all probably pretty much about all the tubes, the pipeline, all the waves he, caught in the past couple of years.
So
He's
sick.
charger.
So sick. It's such a talented family, the Wakita
Right.
family. So
And their dad is a legendary surfer in Japan. There's a peak at a pipeline named after him.
Really?
After his name. That's called Wakita Peak.
no way. I didn't know this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because their dad, the Wakita-san, just sits in the same place every time he surfs, pretty much like every day for over, I would say 20 years.
Wow.
So he has a lot of respect from the locals. Yeah.
I had no idea. I've actually never been to Hawaii, so I have no idea. But that is so cool. Holly stalling there, but that one not really throwing. Good looking turn there.
Right.
Comes back around. Wow, this is a good wave right now for Holly. If she can get a finish, this is going to be a pretty healthy score. She's definitely going to go to the lead.
Wow, she's back in the game. I mean, she is now second place. But I gotta say, it was the best ride in this heat so far.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot more mongrel, a lot more grunt in that one than some of the waves we've seen prior. Oh, massive turn out the back there. But that bowley section, it definitely has been getting a lot of the women, kind of catching them off guard this morning. So feel like Holly's had a really nice read on that one. She tried to stall for the barrel at the start, realized it wasn't going to happen, changed her line, and wow, how's that set on this drone shot?
Wow.
What a beautiful photo that is. So, yeah, Holly, like I said, sorry, I got distracted by that wave, changed her line and then just finished off that wave beautifully, had a cool little release at the end, took me through it, Di.
She had a look at the tubes but decided not to go. But it was great first turn and straight into the second, even bigger, I would say. And did another snap right there, and she gets a finish. Really love the layback style finish. Well, it's gonna be a great score. Yes, probably around 6.50. The last of Holly Williams. Now she's in the lead. We have 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Freya now needs 7.5 to challenge first. But Amelie Burke needing a couple good scores.
There's a bit of just a late takeoff there for Freya Prum. So she now needs, like you said, a 7.5 to get to the lead. That is absolutely going to be a barrel. So I feel like to get those excellent scores today, we do need to see the ladies kind of pulling in. Here goes Freya tucking into this one. So first barrel of the heat. Gets a turn after it, so she's hungry for the lead. And then a floater. So I'm loving it. I love that she's having a dig. She's trying to get barreled. Freya Prum, she's been doing this for a long time. She has more heat experience than anyone else in this heat. Holly back out the back now. Not going to get the barrel, but might get a good inside section.
Stalled a little bit. Can she get a finish right here? Wow, that was a big solid turn from Holly Williams, but unfortunately nosedived and went down. But that was great surfing from Holly Williams.
Yeah, I loved it. Loved the blue ribbon. So when Holly was younger, she used to be known as Holly Pink Ribbon.
Oh.
And she decided, you know what, I'm going to start wearing ribbons in my hair during my heats again. Found a blue one before she left, and it just happened to work in well because she's got a blue railed board. She's been repping those blue bikinis, and now she has a blue ribbon in her hair. So the only thing that's lacking is she's in the red jersey. She needs the blue one. It will tie it all together. But I like those last two waves of both Holly and Freya. Holly going for it on that end turn. Freya trying to stall for a barrel there. So we'll see if we can check in, and here we can. Take me through it, Di. What are your thoughts?
Really love. She just went to the bottom to time it right, and she get covered, and she gets finished. So probably, it comes in 3.83. So now Emily Burke need 4.83. Oceania Rogers need 5.47.
Looks like Emily up and riding on your screen here, using up first priority. So comes around the corner, big swooping carve, there's a better looking section, but not sure there's going to be too much on offer on this inside. It's getting pretty small, pretty slow. She's having to hop through it. So she's going to get out of there. I feel like Hammerly as well, she is 24th on the ranking, so she kind of needs to make a couple more rounds to really jump up a few spots to try and be in contention for the Challenger Series. There's only 4 spots available and 1 wild card, so yeah,
Wow.
I just
4 spots.
yeah, it's not a lot, Di. So these ladies need to be at the very, very top end, and this is a really crucial heat. There's big point difference between round of 16 and the quarterfinals. So, and also everyone's goal is quarterfinals. Everyone's goal is to win, but I feel like if you can get into those final rounds, you're like, yes, all right, here we
Right.
go. We're into some good points now. So these ladies know what is on the line. There's a Challenger Series spot on the line. I feel like Holly, you can tell she's trying to surf for one right now. She's going for it. And Oceania Rogers, like I said, she's currently 4th. So really needs to make this heat to kind of ensure that she's got one of those top 4 spots.
Right. But she's holding on to the first priority. We still have 4 minutes remaining. And well, she's, capable of getting 547, that's for sure. She's a talented surfer. So with the 4 minutes remaining, I think there's going to be another couple, opportunities for all the surfers. So we'll see. Here, Holly Williams up and riding, tacking the barrel, comes out. So what she's going to do in the... Wow, that was a big turn. Really love the combination from Holly Williams. She's now in the rhythm with the ocean, getting those good waves.
Yeah, definitely. I love the fact that she's really going for it now. Oceania Rogers out the back. Big drop into this one. It's a foamy looking wall die, but she's trying to make it work here.
I would say it was a little mistakes from Oceania Rogers. It wasn't, as great as the Holly Williams waves. So she needs to go back out and trying to wait for the cleaner wave, I reckon.
Yeah, I totally agree, Di. I feel like that was a really big drop, so she was going for it. We know she's not scared because she was charging at Nias earlier in the year. But yeah, 547, they're not going to give out that score easy. Let's take another look at this replay. So Holly drops in, gets a bit of cover time there. So it wasn't a long barrel, but she definitely got some cover time. Love that snap. Just like you said, Di, she's definitely in rhythm now. She's finding her confidence. And yeah, I agree. I feel like this one was just a bit of a mistake here for Oceania. There was never going to be a lot of opportunity on that one. So much foam on the face. No barrel. So 547. She could get it easily with one really nice tube. It could easily become the best wave of the heat. But right now she's got 2 minutes to try and find that with third priority. So we'll see who no takers on this smaller inside one. Emily Burke chasing a 4.83. Not a lot of time left on the clock. 1 minute 30. So these are 35-minute heats. There's been plenty of time, plenty of opportunities. Right now it is Holly Williams who's made the most of it in this last almost 35 minutes. 6.5, that 517 has her out to a pretty solid lead. Freya Prum with priority, trying to get it back, needs a 7.5. Here we go, the Novocastrian, Amelie Burke up and riding. Di is holding on for the goofy footers, but it's not going to be the score.
Well, she needs 4.83. That means pretty much need 2 big turns, I would say. But here is Oceania Rogers up and riding again. That is a nice looking snap straight into the second. Is there going to be an end section? Unfortunately, she didn't get a finish, but I really loved 2 turns though.
Yeah, you can tell how cool her style is as well, just by those 2 turns. Feel like she really wasn't able to open up like we know she can. Oceania, she's got such a awesome technique. She's got really cool approach to the wave, but unfortunately, she just couldn't really get it started in this heat. So that last wave was a 3.33. She needs a 4.67, but with 20 seconds on the clock, I don't see many waves coming on through. So I have a feeling it's probably just going to be Holly Williams and Freya Prum.
Well, for 35 minutes coming to the end, well, it was a great heat to watch.
Yeah, Oceania holding on to the very end, but it is going to be Holly Williams and Freya Prum taking out this first heat. We will say goodbye to Emily Burke and Oceania Rogers. We'll be back with more of the ladies' action right after this short break.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
Welcome back, everyone. Heat number 2, the women's round of 16. We've got 2 Australian surfers taking on 2 Japanese surfers. So, Dai, pleasure to have you in here when we've got Japanese ladies in the water. This should be an exciting matchup.
We have Sarah Wakita in blue, Kana Nakashio in green, and Charlie Haley in red, Gia Loreston in white. Well, this is great matchup. Round of 16, heat number 2. So this is 35 minutes heat. Extra 5 minutes added into this heat. The 35 minutes heat is really long, you know.
It is. I think the officials have made the call. Conditions are a little bit sort of chunky, a little bit of morning sickness maybe, but I think the ladies will appreciate the extra 5 minutes.
Definitely. I had a surf this morning and it's kind of tricky out there. There's so much current and so much bumps on the wave, so probably extra 5 minutes will help so much. But this is 中潮かな選手、1本目のライディングにテイクオフしていました。大きなカービングから少し引っかかりながらも、ここサードターンしっかりと入れていきます。そしてフィニッシュも入ってくる。その後ろでは Here is surfing white.
Yeah, this is Gia.
This is Gia from Australia. In the first heat number 1, they all trying to go into the barrel for the first 10 minutes, but kind of tricky. They kind of sitting a little bit wider, so they didn't really get it deep tubes, but now in the middle of the heat, they changed the plan to do turns and getting those great scores. So probably these ladies in this heat watched the first heat. That's why, kind of Nakashio just trying to get away with that where she can do turns.
Yeah, really nice opening wave here for green, a 3.83. And although it's not barreling, certainly offering plenty of opportunity to take to the rail. And Gia, she is a strong and powerful surfer. One nice big carve and pulls through the back of that one. So a couple of scores in early, a 3.83 to green, a 2.17 to white. Leaves Charlie Haitley out the back with priority, and she's going to swing and go here. She's from Burleigh Heads, but actually missed that wave, so she'll go to the back of the priority queue. A little bit of a mistake there, but plenty of time still on the clock. And Charlie's actually just come off a win in Western Australia. She won her first ever QS event in Yellingup, the Cape Naturalist Pro. And I think it's really stirred her on to, go, hey, I can do this. She's only 15 years of age.
Right.
And she's already locked in her first ever QS win. So here at a QS 5000, the stakes are higher. But we're going to throw over to Jessie, who's with Holly Williams, the winner of the first heat.
Yes, Holly making the quarterfinals here, keeping those Challenger Series dreams alive. You got to be kind of building momentum each heat right now.
Definitely after the first two heats, I was not disappointed, but I knew I had more in the tank. So to go out there this morning, first up, and just drop some big scores, it feels good. I'm ready. I'm here to show up this time.
It felt like there was a couple positions, like a lot of the competitors were sitting at different points in the lineup. Were you at all confused at some point out there? Because it kind of felt like at the start, maybe all of you congregating together and then you just darted it kind of pretty deep on the reef.
Yeah, I felt like we were really wide at the start, and even after my first one, it was kind of just tape and I didn't really get an opportunity, and then paddling back out, I was like, we're not sitting deep enough. So I knew the criteria was to get barrel, and I was like, if I can do that, then I can get a score. So I just was like, I'll take one for the team and take it in.
Take one for the team, everyone. Holly, after you paddled deep, it just looked like you really found your feet, found your momentum. Watching you surf in a heat where you are building rhythm, it's really fun to watch as a competitor and as a friend, because I feel like we all know your talent, we all know your ability. What is left in the tank for you? What are you going to bring in these deeper rounds?
There's more to come in the tank. I'm only just getting started now.
Oh, you heard it here first, everyone. Holly Williams, we may see you compete again today, so we'll keep it short. We'll let you rest and recover. Anything you want to say? Maybe a quick little hi to mum, dad, or dog back home.
Big hi to mum and dad and my brothers at home and my friends that are watching. I love you guys and I miss you.
Awesome. Thank you, Holly. Congratulations. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Jessie. And Holly Williams, she's got a bit of bravado about her. You could sort of hear in her voice she was quite stoked with that performance. A 6.5 and a 5.17, the top scores of the morning. And she'll move through to the lady-on-lady quarterfinals, which could potentially run later on this afternoon.
Yeah. Getting those scores and going to quarterfinals, probably she gets more confidence in surfing, probably in this kind of conditions. So, yeah, great surfing from Holly.
Holly will match up against the second place getter of this heat.
Right.
We won't know who that will be for another 26 and a half minutes. And here goes current heat leader.
中条かな選手、2本目のライディングになります。これはいいコンビネーションになってきた。さあ、3ターン、クイックですが、しっかりとタイトなセクションに入れてきました。本日は35分ヒートで行われています。
Gia Lorentzen now. Beautiful open face carve. Just got to that section a little bit late, so was probably in two minds whether she could hit that end section, but decided to pull through instead. 26 minutes on the clock, and Nakashio will take an early stranglehold on this, the second heat of the morning. She'll back up her 3.83 and extend on first place. Right now, just a 0.93 in there for Sarah Wakita, and Charlie Haitley, the champion of the Cape Naturalist Pro, up and riding. She has got a lethal backhand. Spots the section, but doesn't like what she sees. So
Right, just real quick in and out. But that's a really smart move from Charlie Haitley, because now she probably gets a higher priority than Gia. So she's still 15 years of age and doing smart competitive surfing right there.
yeah, hailing from the Gold Coast of Australia, really powerful backhand approach. And this is the replay of the last of greens.
Really like the second carve and straight into the last section. That's a great 3 combo from Kana Nakashio.
You could see Gia there maybe just thinking about a little tube. The wave didn't quite offer it. So far her first 2 waves have only offered 1 scoring section. But it looks like right now, still waiting on the score for green, but Gia has moved into the lead early.
So Sarah Waketa's being very selective in this heat, because 10 minutes has gone so far. She has looking at the waves, but just trying to be very, very selective. But you don't really want to wait for the wave too long in this condition.
No. So here goes Charlie, 3rd attempt. This wave's got a bit of slope on the face, waiting for the inside section to offer a steeper opportunity, and connecting well there through the inside. So this was the strength of her surfing that saw her take out her first QS win in Yelling Up. We surfed a really sort of popular wave. I won't name names, but Charlie, she was just on point. Her backhand surfing so good.
脇田沙羅選手、さあ大きな一発目を披露しています。大きなスプレーとともにボトムに戻り、さあここでラストターンもしっかりレイバックターンを入れてきます。さあこのヒートには2名の日本人選手がクレジットされています。中潮香奈選手グリーン、脇田沙羅選手ブルー。本日はウィメンズラウンドオブ16の後、メンズまたはウィメンズのクォーターファイナルを行っていきます。
Well, here we go, the replay of Charlie. Really good poise and patience on the backhand. Wow. And that turn was great.
Right.
So the judges will assess that. Blew the fins out on the back. She had to sort of pump to get back in front of the white water. But Sarah Waketa, a very experienced campaigner, spends a lot of time in Hawaii, so she'd be quite familiar with the push and the power of the waves here at Cloud 9. And nice little jam to finish that one off.
Well, those 2 waves kind of like different approach, I guess. Sarah Waketa had a great first section. On the other hand, Charlie didn't really hit her at the first section, but still Charlie got a really great third turn and last turn. So I'm curious what judges are going to think about those, waves.
Yeah, it's early stages of the second heat of the day. Right now, Nakashio with 2 threes, a 3.83 and a 3.17 for a 2-wave total of 7. She is leading. Last score for Sarah Waketa, a 5.0. So that is the best number of the heat so far. Charlie Haitley opened with a 4.07. And Gia has got a couple of 2s. So right now, everyone's just sort of feeling out the conditions, having a little look at which waves they want. The 5.0, the exclamation point so far in this heat. But the requirements are super, super low for everyone. So 21 minutes on the clock. I'm sure we're going to see this leaderboard change up a few times before the siren sounds out on the tower. Di, how exciting was yesterday? It was probably the most unbelievable afternoon of surfing I've ever experienced. And there was just a couple of hours where it was just non-stop barrels, and probably some of the best QS surfing that I've ever seen, conditions-wise and performance-wise as well.
Definitely. Like, I have no idea how all those competitors can control their feelings because it was that great. Because I was out of control. Like, I was like speechless. I didn't know how to control myself. But that was that amazing heat. Like, every heat, excellent scores. Yeah. But they managed so well in the heat. Don't get too excited. Just focusing on, the competition surfing. But that was really fun to watch. Definitely.
Yeah, well, the ladies have got the early morning conditions on day number 6 here at the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup. The winds are light and variable. You can see not exactly offshore, just light. There's a little bit of sort of texture on the surface of the waves. And with 20 minutes less than remaining in this one, Sarah Wakita is looking to back up her 5.0, currently holding on to a 0.93. She needs a 2-point ride to move into first place. Something over a 2 will give her the lead. Gia Loretson, a 3.17 or better, and Charlie needs a 1.87. We were chatting, through some of the most amazing surfing ever here at Cloud9. I've been here 3 or 4 times, and that was by far the best Cloud9 I've seen over those years. Yep.
So there's one event as good as this one in 2019? Yeah, probably, but you reckon
I reckon yesterday was better for sure.
Wow.
So,
probably I'm so lucky. This is my first trip to Siargao, Cloud9.
Yeah, you've walked into an absolute treat. Conditions have aligned for the first ever QS 5000, the biggest event to be held here in the Philippines. And I was lucky enough to, he's a man of his word, Marimar. Got my morning coffee for me this morning, and I said, how was conditions? And he said, it's a little bit junky. It's sort of hard to get the good ones. He said the medium-sized ones are the best.
Right.
And probably today, the first day, we haven't had those true offshore conditions. But he is an absolute master out there and still managed to find a couple of good ones.
Definitely.
But yeah, big shout out to Shaka Cafe. About 100 metres away from where we're sitting, they whip up the best coffees on this Cloud9 stretch. Here we see the Queenslander. She's got a really strong rail game, but maybe her wave selection has just only really allowed her to execute one manoeuvre.
Here is Charlie Haitley up and riding deep off the bottom. That was a great turn. Gets hung up a little bit, but still managed to put the last turn in. But unfortunately, she couldn't ride out of it. It was a great attempt from Charlie Haitley. She needed a small score to go into the second, I guess. So,
yeah, it's a really difficult position where she was to, ride out, because you've got so much whitewater converging together at one point. You've got, the power of the wave behind you in this oncoming section, and she's got a strong core but unable to ride free of the whitewater. This is the replay of Gia's last wave.
I really like the carve right there, but like you said, probably wave selection is not on point. But here is Charlie Haitley. Really loved the first turn, hung up a little bit, but still managed to put last turn in. But unfortunately, those big white waters just merging together, becoming a big white water. It was hard section to come out of it.
Yeah, well, she managed a 2.9, so enough to move her into second place. Bumped Sarah Wakita down to third, and right now Gia Lorentzen in fourth position. Her requirement now a 4.20. Still a lot of time remaining. 16 minutes on the clock. This is day number 6 at the absolute wave machine that is Cloud9. It has been 6 days of pretty much non-stop waves. We started in slightly smaller conditions. We had some pretty gusty offshore winds for a moment there, but everything's chilled out. The swell has filled in from a little typhoon that is swirling very close to Taiwan, north of us here on Siargao Island, and that's just pushing swell down from the northerly direction. Not the sort of preferred swell direction, but still, yesterday afternoon, just pumping. So I don't think it minds the north swell too much.
No, not at all. Even first day and second day were the smallest day so far. I thought that was pumping and firing. It was so much fun to surf, but by seeing yesterday's condition, yeah, the first day and second day was the smallest. Yesterday was that great.
Gia now, late drop, hard off the bottom, cuts back to the power source, and this wave offering her multiple sections. So she's found a better wave here. Got a really strong rail game. Probably needs to go vertical on the inside section. Connects with the lip.
Wow, she gets finish.
And rides out of that one. So Gia will paddle back out with a little bit more confidence. That wave really ran down the reef nicely. And our surfer in white banking her best wave so far. It's like a big set approaching.
さあ中潮かな選手、大きな波に攻めていきますが、ここはレールを入れるタイミングが遅れてしまったか、ノーズダイブをしてしまいました。さあ残り時間14分。
Beautiful drone angle here of Gia's last wave. Bit of a slopier wave, so she had to stick to cutbacks to wait for the wave to stand up through the inside, but she read it really well. Tricky little part there where the wave can sort of split, but able to ride through her manoeuvres cleanly. She'll kick out with under 14 minutes on the clock, looking to improve on a 2.17. Her best score so far, a 2.77. So right now, it's pretty tight. There isn't too much.
Right, yeah. Not much difference in between all four surfers. You know, Sarah need only 1.97, Gia needing 4.20, but it's not a big score in this condition. If you get put, you know, two big turns, then you'll get 4.20. And we still have 30 minutes remaining on screen. That's a Shino, Matsuda. So Yuji Mori, he was competing in this competition earlier. He is the caddy for Shino Matsuda, but she's just on her way to the lineup.
Yeah, pretty sure that Shino is a former Olympian. She competed in the Olympics, right?
It was a great, you know, she charges. She spent a lot of times in Tahiti this year, mainly focusing on Olympics. But she charges in Tahiti, and now on screen that's Nanaho Tsuzuki getting ready. Heat number 3, we have 3 Japanese and 1 Australian, Sierra Car. That's a Monojo Yahagi. He was competing in this competition earlier too.
I actually met him many years ago. He came down to Western Australia and competed in Taj's small fries.
Oh, right.
Yep, he got a second place in the under 14 boys, and he's grown up a lot now competing in these regional qualifying series events. But he's a good surfer. He's got some sick airs. I follow him on Instagram, and there is a lot to like about his surfing. All right, a 2.73 has locked in for Gia. So unable to break in the threes, and it's not the 4.20 she requires, but it has improved her situation slightly.
So that's Ano Matsuoka. She's in the next seat as well. She has won one of the QS 3000 in September in Japan. So probably she's in a good, good ranking at the moment.
And she is the defending champion here. So she won this event last year, defeated Sky Brown. So Anon, a real rising star. She competed in the Challenger Series this year. And on screen there, the standout performer on the women's side of the draw so far, Sierra Kerr. She was absolutely blowing up in her round of 32 heat. She got absolutely tubed. She did some big rail turns. If she'd ridden out of the air that she threw, it probably would have been the biggest air of the event so far. So she was just perfectly in sync with the ocean and was able to put down a 9 and a high 8. So she'll be a lady to keep a close eye on when heat number 3 gets underway after this one. Right now it is green leading. With priority is Sarah Wakita. Looks like she's spotted something. She is moving.
脇田沙羅選手、こちらの波に乗っていきます。これはいい波になってきそうです。ストールをしながらボトムに行き、ここはターンを入れてきます。しっかりカービングをした後、ここはすぐプルアウト。So she was looking for a tube, probably trying to stall, but didn't find the tube, so get turns down and quickly kicked out. Probably it wasn't the wave that she was looking for, but still comes in 2.0, enough to put her into the lead now.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tricky wave. You could see a really steep takeoff. She thought it was going to barrel, but it had a few ribs and lumps and bumps on it. So unable to really capitalise on that set wave. But she's done enough to move into the lead. You can see there that Wakita and Nakashio are tied on 7 points. But Wakita gets the lead because it is your best one wave that splits a tiebreaker like that. So her 5 is better than the 3.83. So that's why she's actually in first place.
Yeah, that wave kind of had a tube moment at the beginning, but probably she wasn't deep enough. If she would have paddle into it and backdoor it, she could have made the tube, but she was kind of a little bit wider section. It was
a couple of fish just flying through the lineup. This is such a beautiful natural aquarium. It's a coral reef, and around this beautiful Siargao Island there's so many things to do, whether it's snorkeling, fishing. There's so many surf breaks that are around the island that you can catch a boat to, ride your bike north or south and find some really quality waves. But this wave is the jewel in the crown. Here goes Gia, late takeoff, tries to knife under it. She did get a tube in her round of 32 heat, so she's obviously hunting that. Maybe a strength of her performance, but here's the drone angle. Was bottom turning, but just couldn't quite tuck up and under that one.
Well, that's close though. There's a big tube. Unfortunately, she went down, but we have 7 minutes 30 seconds remaining still. There's a lot of time still.
Yeah, plenty of time. 35-minute heat, so the ladies have the luxury of really being able to, be selective with their waves. The extra 5 minutes might not seem like a lot if you're watching, but 5 minutes, we saw yesterday afternoon, 5 minutes, just like that, a whole heat can change,
Right.
One set rolls through, had maybe 4 waves in it, so each surfer had an opportunity, and there was heats just flipping with only minutes to go. So with 7 minutes on the clock, Gia is still well and truly in the race. She just needs to find herself a good wave that will either tube on the takeoff or run down the reef at the right angle to allow her to execute her strong, powerful rail turns. I think there was a lot of people tuning in. I've seen some posts on Instagram saying that, these Asian QSs are almost the dream tour. You've been up to a lot of them. Obviously, Cruy, Pumps, Nias was unbelievable. This event has, certainly not disappointed. And, yeah, I think this whole Asian region is really coming on so strong. There is so much, potential, not only in the surfers, but the locations that we go to.
Definitely having one of the greatest years so far in this Asian region. We had a Cruy, pumping Nias, and now here is Cloud9, pumping Cloud9 again. And then we're gonna go into Taiwan which is literally the skate park for surfers. Here's Charlie Haley up and riding. Nice off the top. She gets finished right there. It was a really great combination from Charlie Haley and 中潮かな選手。さあこれは大事な波になってきます。3.18 で逆転。さあ大きなカービングを2つ入れてきて、ここはキックアウト。
Yeah, nice exchange there. Charlie Haley got the first wave of the exchange. Nakashio on the second. And here's the replay. So Charlie really used to surfing on her backhand coming from Burley Heads. Slices on that first section. Gets right in the pocket there. And finishes with a nice slice as well. So 3 manoeuvres for Charlie. Bit of a bigger wave for Nakashio. She has to stick to the rail. Just 2 opportunities there. Looking to improve on a 3.17. Charlie looking to improve on a 2.90. We're under 5 minutes now, so the yellow flag will be flying out on the tower to let the ladies know there is less than 5 minutes remaining.
Wow. I would say that last of Charlie will change the situation. Probably she's going to go into the lead because she only need 3.0 to go into the lead, actually. So, yeah, that was a great combination from Charlie Haley.
We can see how close it is right now. The 2 Japanese surfers sitting on 7 points. Charlie 6.97. So, you know, between 3 surfers there is 0.03 separating them.
Right.
And I think Charlie has, you know, been able to probably extract just enough to move into the lead. Under 4 minutes. I'm sure her mum and dad are tuning in. They were travelling with her throughout Western Australia, and I'm sure they've just created a lot of memories from that trip. Charlie competed in the Pro Junior in Mandurah, had a quarterfinal finish, and then she extracted a little bit of revenge over Willow Hardy in the QS final. So Willow knocked her out in the Pro Junior in a really good matchup, and Charlie got the better of Willow in the end. So a QS victory already under the belt. It'll give her a lot of confidence coming into these all-important round of 16 heats. She'd be hoping to make it through to the quarters as Sarah Wakita
pulls into the barrel, traveling quite a long time, but she did backdoor it, so that was a good sign. It was a great attempt from Sarah Wakita.
Yeah, a 3.47 is now in the red column, so Charlie moves into first. She is sitting in first. She's in third priority, so Sarah Wakita, a good attempt to get tubed there, but the requirements, a 3.18, so just fractionally more than what Nakashio has already got on the scoreline. And here's the attempt. So on the left side of the peak, she was better positioned, and it's really cool to see the ladies trying to get tubed out here because their talent level is through the roof. I heard a few of the ladies were a bit disappointed they didn't get an opportunity to get out there yesterday afternoon.
Must be, yeah. Well, it's just over 2 minutes remaining, so now probably battling for the second place in between Sarah and Kana. Gia needing 4.24. It's not a big score. You can do 2 turns and get those scores, so it's just everyone's game still.
Well, here goes Gia, currently in 4th place. Nice big set wave. Pushes hard through the first section. Oh, maybe just pushed a little bit too hard on the second attempt. Swinging behind is your heat leader, Charlie. Nice slash to open and gets a second turn.
That was a great surfing from Charlie Haley. I gotta feel that it's gonna be a best score in the sea so far.
Yeah, it was a bigger set wave, and although it's not tubing this morning, I think the judges are really still taking into account the size of the waves when when awarding their numbers. So Charlie on a good set wave there. Gia will rue her opportunities on that one. Unfortunately, unable to lock in the 4.24 she needs. So we're under 1 minute. And here's the replay. That one just spitting behind her.
Wow, that was a great first section, great finish right there from Charlie Haitley. It was great surfing.
Yeah, just had nice flow, nice rhythm, you know, no downtime. A 6.67 is locked in to extend on first place. This lady looking to improve on a 2.0, Sarah Wakita. Nice finishing move.
Oh, she gets the finish too. So, 脇田沙羅選手、綺麗に2ターンを決めてきました。さあ、この波が 2.0 以上を出すとその差を広げます。中条香奈選手、3.18 が必要な状況。ここで 3.98 に変わります。So the last wave comes in 2.8 for Sarah Wakita.
And that is going to be the result. So Charlie Haitley, the Queenslander, moves through to the quarterfinals along with Sarah Wakita. We'll wish goodbye to Kana Nakashio and Gia Lorenzen. We're going to take a short commercial break and we'll be right back here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
Welcome back to day 6 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We have a great heat in the water. Sierra Kerr takes on Anon Matsuoka, Nanaho Suzuki, Yoshino Matsuda, and True Starling, and I'm in the booth with Justin Majex. Justin, good morning.
Hey True, how are you?
I'm really good. It's an exciting day of surfing, and seems like we've had a good morning so far.
We certainly have. It's clean. You can see the waves still spitting. Maybe the swell size has dropped down just a touch, but really good conditions still on offer out in front. Day number 6. We're going to see our replay from Sierra Kerr. This happened during the ad break, so great control on the lip. Went for the snap and sort of turned it into a bit of a rock and roll floater as we see Matsuda here.
Oh, Shino looking to get the completion. She fights hard for it. That first wave of Sierra is locked in at a 6 just for one turn. So the judges really rewarding that commitment. And we saw Sierra get a 9 and an 8 in one of her earlier heats, which was so great to see. So right now she's just picking up where she left off, really, Justin.
Yeah, obviously the internet was quite excited about her performance. I was lucky enough to be calling her heat, and yeah, you just never know what Sierra's going to do. Obviously, she's got a great ability in the tube. She's got an air game. Her turns can match anyone, even on the championship tour level. So for me, it's just don't leave your screen because you never know what Sierra's going to do. Matsuda has opened with a 5.10, and we've got the defending event champion out there in Anon Matsuoka. She is back here. I'm pretty sure she's got Filmar Alapeo in her corner. Just giving her tips. He'll be out there in the lineup. Just got her backup board. But, yeah, she seemed to really click with Filmar last year and obviously has reached out to him for his local knowledge and support through this event.
Yeah, Anon was saying, obviously Filmar and her worked well together last year getting the win. We'll come back to that though. Shino, live action, nice first turn. The Olympian for the 2024 Paris Olympics, looking solid on her backhand right now. Shino's not scared, and she gets another connection through there and goes up for a finish, which she gets.
Great surfing.
Yeah, Shino, she's so smooth and seamless on her backhand. Out behind Nanaho Suzuki. Huge first turn for Nanaho. She was on the Challenger Series this year. She's looking to get another spot. I actually saw Nanaho as Jessie and I were having dinner last night. And I was like, oh, how are you feeling for tomorrow? And she's like, big barrels and big turns. I'm excited. And I was like, bring it on, Nanaho. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, this is Shino. Beautiful first turn. Got a little bit stuck in the lip. But great wave selection. Bit of a smaller wave, but allowed her to really tick the boxes through the inside part of the Cloud9 lineup, and a strong finishing turn there for her. So she opened with a 5.17. This is our surfer in blue, Suzuki, also getting just a little bit hung up. And as True mentioned, a Challenger Series surfer in 2024 will be looking to make her way back onto that second tier. There is no easy heats on the Challenger Series, no easy heats in QS 5000s either. So really the standard has been so impressive throughout this event. I asked Di before. I'll come back to that question as we see Sierra. Live action. A little bit of a check turn, setting this one up. The wave steepens. Ooh. And I don't think she loved the start of that. So probably mistimed that second section, so pulled through the back. We'll look to get out the back and improve her score. She opened with a 6, that one a 1.47. I was asking Di yesterday, was there any moments that really stood out for you on day number 5? Obviously the best day of competition we've seen probably, I'm not going to say ever here at Cloud9, but certainly in recent years. Was there one wave or one moment? The whole day was a highlight for me, but was there one moment that really stood out for you, True?
Yesterday, so much happened yesterday. I feel like everything was amazing, but it also feels like kind of a blur because it was such a big day. But I actually was really excited to see Zave in his round of 32 heat. There was one specific wave, I think it was his 923, and he got barreled, came out and did an air. And it was the moment after the air where he landed it and you could see his smile. That was a moment for me. I was like, wow, it's pumping out there. Not often do you see people having huge, genuine smiles after getting waves in heats. More like they're just always super focused, but you could just see how stoked he was to be out there, and it was pumping yesterday afternoon. So I think that moment really stood out for me the most, just to see that genuine authenticity. It was cool.
We are going to throw out to Di Wacko, who is on the tower with the winner of the last heat.
Quarterfinals, you probably surfing this afternoon, but how was the condition out there? It's kind of, a little bit slow, or like it's hard to catch?
Yeah, it was tricky to figure out because some of them are super bowly, but they're hard to get into as well, so yeah.
What was your original plan before you going to this heat? getting barrels or turns?
Definitely just turns. Like there was barrels, but it looked a bit tricky. So I was like hoping I could just do some good turns, but kind of made a few mistakes at the start. So I don't know. I just had to go with the flow.
Did you like the fact that we are now, all the heats are 35 minutes, so we have extra 5 minutes compared to the yesterday. Did you like that 35 minutes heat?
Yeah, I definitely needed the extra 5 minutes to get that last score. So yeah, I was happy to have that extra time.
You did really great surfing on the last wave. What was going through your mind?
Well, I just knew that I had a few that I kind of had hit a bit soft, and I was like, this one I just need to get a better wave and just hit it like I kind of know I could. So yeah.
All right, so probably you're going to be surfing again, but you want to quickly shout out to your family, friends, supporters back home?
Yeah, all my family and friends at home, grateful. Thanks for watching me. Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much, and good luck next heat, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Di, and congratulations to Charlie. A quarterfinal finish in a QS for a 15-year-old is a really, really solid result. She'll be looking to continue that backhand attack. Talk us through this.
Yeah, Sierra, you can see she just pulls into this one, gets a bit of a cover up, maybe not as deep as what she was hoping. She was trying to drag that arm in the wall to just slow herself down. But you can see that's what she's hunting for. Shino out behind, quick in and out for the current heat leader, Shino Matsuda. Charlie, I love Charlie. She actually is so funny, and I feel like she has so much more to give. So it's exciting to see her. Let's have a look at this replay, though. This is Anon Matsuoka's first wave. Gets that first turn in, eyes off a second one, loads up for it, gets a finish. So Anon opens up her account. This is that wave of Nanaho Suzuki out behind. Nice first turn. Gets a big wall ahead of her, floats it to finish.
She liked it.
Yeah, she did. She really liked that. And Sierra Kerr out behind, looking in the tube. Does get the cover up, but maybe not as long as she was hoping for. So we'll see where the judges go with that one. She doesn't need much to go to first, so it could potentially put her up there. But we do have those waves. 377 for first of Anon. That was a nice first wave, and Nanaho's is locked in as well. It's just, it's still fun out there. There's definitely still so many opportunities. Yesterday we saw some people surf 3 heats, but you asked me what my highlight was, and I answered. What was your highlight, Justin? Tell me. Fill me in.
My West Australian bias shows through, but yeah, to see Macklin Flynn just, make his first ever quarterfinal appearance, that heat was just so seesawing, and he caught a couple of absolute bombs, but, that's my personal favourite. But overall, I really just loved that people were surfing. They were getting absolute stand-tall barrels, and everyone was just smiling. It was like, does it get any better than this? There were so many people, win, lose or draw, they were just coming in going, well, hey, I just got shacked for 30 minutes, and I did it with some of my best mates in the water. So I really just liked the fact that everyone seemed to be relaxed and loose and, just getting some amazing waves. So I liked just the vibe of the competitors. These are high-stakes events, as we see Sierra late drop on this one. Nice, powerful carve in the pocket. Repeats it for a second time. And blows the tail free. Slides the tail, so a great repertoire. Sierra is so impressive.
Yeah, she really is. She is just seamless once again. I mean, Sierra she's not scared. She's definitely going for it. You can see that was a big section. Drives hard through that first turn, gets a second one in. She just is looking so in tune out there, lets the fins go on that one for a bit of variety and just showing us, I guess, a glimpse of her full repertoire almost. We know that she's pretty good in the air. So Sierra is just setting a foundation in this heat. That's definitely going to back up the 6 nicely. I always get excited to watch everyone surf, but I get excited to watch Sierra because you just never know what's going to happen. She's still so young, but she has such a big future ahead of her if she wants it, and it looks like she does.
Most definitely the reigning world junior champion, as we just soak up the beautiful surrounds of our event location. Palm trees, white sand, crystal blue little lagoons. And you can see all the waves and little islands out the back that people can jump on a boat and get to. This is Jacking Horse, I'm pretty sure. The wave running down the reef there. Bit of a favourite for the longboarders. They like to get out there and get amongst it. A little bit of a point break sort of set up. You can see the white water out the back and it just runs all the way along that reef.
Yeah, it's so great that there's so many options. You know, I feel like here in Siargao in the Philippines, you know, there's waves where it calls for advanced surfing, it calls for, you know, big barrels, and then there's also waves where, you know, longboarders can go in and enjoy it and really show us what they're made of. And then there's waves where, you know, you can learn to surf on it. So it really...
Well, speaking of learn to surf, oh my goodness, there must be 30 odd people out there maybe experiencing the thrill of riding their first wave. And one thing that the Filipinos do is, you know, really embrace the fact that tourists come here. And how good is it, you know, to learn to surf or be coached by absolute rippers, and to do it in board shorts or bikinis in crystal clear water must be so fun. So that's like little Kitty's Corner on the end of Jacking Horse, a really perfect little spot to, you know, get the stoke.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a great place to just hang out. I mean, yeah, to be able to learn to surf in clean, warm water is just the best ever. So I feel like, yeah, it's such a good zone to come to, learn to surf, get fried, have fun, like, you know, enjoy the sun and just hopefully not get too sunburned because it is actually quite hot. But, yeah, it's definitely just the best place in the world. I mean, I love coming here. And I was so excited to come back here for the second year. And I'm already like, okay, so when's a break next year for me to be able to come back on a holiday and surf and, you know, be able to actually surf Cloud 9 without all the QS competitors out there. But yeah, it's such a great place. I get so excited to come here. This is, how many years have you been coming here, Justin?
I think this is my 4th year, to be honest. First came back in 2018. Obviously COVID and the typhoon and everything meant I didn't come back for a couple of years, but 2 years in a row, and yeah, I just feel so stoked. Yep. Big shout out to my team at Surfing WA, holding down the fort for me. We don't have any events going on at home at the moment, so I strategically place my events to be able to have opportunities like this to get away and come over here. Sierra Kerr, a 7.17, the best wave of the heat, has locked in on her last attempt, pushes her up into double digits, so a 7.17 and a 6.0. She is in a commanding first position. Currently in second is Shino Matsuda. She's got a 5.1 and a 3.53. Nanaho Suzuki has a 4.17 and a 2.70. So right now the defending event champion Anon Matsuoka needing to get a second score on the board to really, you know, make her presence felt in this heat. There's still a bunch of time on the clock. And Anon is in third priority. Our surfer in red.
Yeah.
Here goes Shino. Nice sized wave. But unfortunately, just the one scoring opportunity, so she'll kick out of that. But yeah, back to what we were saying about this area. It is a surfer's paradise. It is a, you know, there is so many things popping up. Since last year, there must be 20 new restaurants that I've seen. There must be, you know, there's new gyms. There's pickleball courts. There's so much that wasn't here last year when we were here that has just popped up. So I think there are so many expats who probably came here years ago and were like, oh my gosh, how good is this place? Have set up businesses and looking to set up the tube. Is Sierra unable to bust through that section?
She kind of has a freedom to do that now too, especially with the 717 and the 6. She's able to just lock in. and get some tubes and better the 6 or just kind of increase her scoreline. So I like that she was going for it, how she just set that foundation nice and early, and now it's freed herself up for the rest of the heat. And it's, definitely applied pressure onto second place. So I feel like right now it's a battle for second, but literally one wave can just change everything. Nanaho, she's great in the barrel. She charges. She's not scared. Anon, she's an event winner here, so she's pretty aware of what it takes to win. And Shino, she's got so much experience and such a solid backhand. I just feel like no matter what, if you're first, second, third, or fourth, there's nothing really set in stone until the end, really.
And I think these 3 Japanese surfers would know themselves so well. They would have competed many, many times together, so they probably know, hey, I've surfed against this lady that many times, and I know that even though I've got a 5 or a 4, that anything can happen because they're all such talented surfers. And back to your point about Sierra, surfing freely, we saw that in her round of 32 heat. She got that amazing tube, which was a 8.83 from memory. You then saw her take to turns, lock in a 9. After that, she attempted probably one of the biggest airs of the event. So I think she's pretty smart. It's like bank some scores and then just have a free surf.
Yeah, here we go. Shino, nice attack on her backside. Gets a second turn in there, but not the completion. But yeah, I agree, surfing freely. Sierra's looking great right now. That was a nice wave for Shino. Looking to better a 3.57. I don't know if she'll do that on that last wave, but yeah, she's definitely looking good. I mean, yesterday, talking with Di a lot, he was saying, you have to take a different approach on your backside out here. And he picked the brains of Reef Hazelwood, who did it so well in the afternoon yesterday, and I feel like the women, especially the goofy-footed women, will be keeping an eye on that too, because it will start to barrel a little bit later. There's definitely moments out here now, but then as it starts to just get more and more of a tube, they'll have to really lean into that for sure.
Yeah, I think that's one of the strengths of Sierra Kerr. Obviously under the tutelage of her dad, former championship tour surfer Josh Kerr. I feel like they really go to locations and compete in events that will showcase her abilities, and she's got a lot of them, but she seems to be able to do it all. And coming to this place, this is Josh's first time here. He did compete in the event as well, but he's here to support his daughter on her push to become a full-time competitor on the championship tour. Obviously, she must take inspiration from her friends like Erin Brooks and, Bella Kenworthy, all these young females who are just making their presence felt on, the international stage. And I don't think it's going to be too long until we see Sierra Kerr competing full-time on the championship tour. She's still pretty young and still learning her craft, but she's almost a master at it already.
Oh, for sure. I mean, she got a 9th at the Corona Fiji Pro this year, so she's no stranger to surfing against the best in the world and taking it to them as well. And I think right now she's just on the stepping stones to get there, really. This QS 5000, it's the highest QS event that we have, and it leads you into Challenger Series qualification. And if she can get there, then I think, she'll really make some damage on the Challenger Series and then further on the CT. But, it's so much easier said than done. So many great surfers on the Challenger Series don't qualify just because they might have an unlucky year. You look at Morgan Siblick. He got top 5 in the world not too long ago and fell off tour the next year, and now, he's just had a few unlucky years on the Challengers. So anything can really happen, but I feel like talent will always shine at some point.
Very true. Under 12 minutes. Right now, Sierra Kerr in a strong position in the lead, a 7.17. It was a wave that she did turns on. She has been hunting the barrel. You can see Blue there just asking our beach announcer for the situation. She probably needs to know the time and what her requirement is. She needs a 4.51 to go up into second place. She's got a 4.17, so needs to go just marginally better than her best score already. Anon Matsuoka, Nervous moments for the defending champion. She's got a 3.77, so just one wave ridden. Requirement of 4.91 to go up into second. 11 minutes. True, did you pack a Halloween costume?
Oh, it's Halloween today.
It is.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
No, I didn't. But I do have my fair share of black clothes, so I'll just...
Ooh.
Ooh, scary. No, maybe I'll have to source something out if we have a break today. I'm not too sure, but did you? Please tell me you came prepared.
I'm always wearing my Halloween outfit. No, I didn't bring anything. Halloween's a bit of a new sort of tradition in Australia. It's not probably celebrated quite to the extent that it is here in the Philippines, but there was some free face painting going on at a little shindig that I checked out last night, so maybe someone can make me look more ghoulish than I already am. But yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of spots just popping off later with, Halloween parties, best dressed awards. I actually went to a little thing, like I was saying, and there was some pretty cool outfits.
Really?
I'll show you.
Yes. I get so excited. Not that I really lean into the dress-ups, but oh my goodness. Some really good dress-ups from last night. Are you serious?
Yeah.
That is amazing. I feel like there's a big Halloween party here tonight, and I'm going to be very underdressed and definitely not look scary at all. I don't think my height gives me that advantage anyway, but it's I can't believe how celebrated it is here. It's not as celebrated in Australia, but it's exciting to lean into it.
Yeah. Tomorrow is All Saints Day, which means we cannot actually run competition tomorrow. So I think there might be a couple of officials who'll be letting their hair down and enjoying the fact that tomorrow is a lay day. We'll be enjoying so much of the beauty of Siargao Island, Babes, one of the event organisers, he's got some boat trips organised. We're going to have lunch out on an island. I think it's just a really good day for, officials and competitors alike to reset, because finals day not too far away.
Yeah, it's really close. After today, we'll have 6 heats left of the whole event. But this is live action in and out for Siargao. Because we'll run all the quarterfinals today, if everything goes to plan, which I'm sure it will. And then there's 6 heats left.
Crazy.
That's insane. I can't believe it.
Yeah, day 6, and we are definitely ploughing through. We had some massive days. I feel like yesterday felt like the biggest day because we obviously ran a bunch of heats. We had a 2-hour stop in the middle of the day, so started at 6 and we pretty much finished at dark. So for everyone out there,
delusional by the end of the day.
You were. I feel like the surfing was that good. Like, we were putting so much energy into, what was going on. By the end of the day, I was exhausted as well. Had an early dinner and I actually fell asleep with the light on last night. That's how tired I was. Yep.
Wow. Yeah, I went and got a massage, and Jessie had a facial last night, and then we had kind of a late dinner, but I reckon we ate it in about 10 minutes, and we were in bed before 8 o'clock. I was asleep by 8. It was great. I was like, this is awesome. But it's just the beauty. All the food is quick here. It's delicious as well, so you can really enjoy it, but we weren't mindfully eating last night at all.
Yeah, big shout out to James O'Donnell. He runs Kudu Surf Shop here in Siargao, and he is just like the local tour guide. He, provides so much opportunity to do fun stuff. He knows all the best restaurants. As we see Suzuki here, nice first carve, races through to the inside. Unfortunately for her, the wave just didn't really offer any vertical sections for her to hit, so her requirement, a 4.51, I just don't see that coming on that wave.
No, me either. I think, like you said, a vertical section will definitely help. either Nanaho or Anon really challenge for that score. Yeah, I don't think that she'll get it. We can have a look at this replay. She drives hard off the bottom. I mean, she is such a great surfer, and she gets this second one in, but those turns just weren't quite giving as much of aggression as what we're used to seeing. And then Anon also finishing one off as well behind her. So we'll see what Anon's, she needs a 4.91. Nanaho's last wave was a 2.83. So yeah, it was not enough. Needs to pretty much double that to get the score that she's looking for with 5.5 minutes to go. We'll wait and see what that last wave of Anon locks in.
Wow, big wave.
Yeah, it's definitely a good-looking section. Oh,
Oh.
huge turn there for Anon. Or gets a second one. That was nice. I can see a 4.91 on that.
I agree. It was a big set wave. She found a couple of nice pockets on it. So she's at least got 2 scores on the board. It'll be an interesting number once it drops in.
Yeah, we'll see what locks in. Oh, my goodness. Wow. There's some good waves coming through right now with under 5 minutes to go. Sierra's gone a little bit quiet, looking to get first priority, I'm sure. Shino had a little paddle, 4.91 for Anon. I think there it is, 6.03. Situation change. Shino down to third, needs a 4.71. And Nanaho in fourth, looking for a 5.64. I mean, it's been a quiet kind of back end of the heat, but we've seen some really good surfing throughout the whole heat.
Well, the defending champion has only caught 2 waves, but the 6.03 really important in the context because she was sitting in fourth for a very long time with just 1 wave, and you can see on screen there Shino Matsuda with first priority in the green. She needs a 4.71, so 4 minutes on the clock. And it just takes that one opportunity, like we saw from Matsuoka, to flip the situation. She went from fourth to second in, 2 backhand turns, but it was a big wave.
Yeah, it was a big wave. The turns were pretty critical as well in some pretty scary sections. And Anon is not scared. She's still on the juniors, I believe. And let's take a look. A 6.03. She fades at takeoff, gets this better looking section, throws heaps of spray, and I love how she just goes up there as well. She's super fast, and that speed really worked to her advantage to kind of come out in front of the whitewash and get the completion.
Yeah, so 3 minutes, 10 seconds, day 6, heat 3 of the women's round of 16 here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. One of Asia's longest running and most prestigious events. And I really love that history piece that we saw at the opening ceremony, about, the fact there was no road here, there was this amazing wave, and, they built, a bit of a bamboo sort of walkway out to the reef. And just the development of the area, of the event, of the performances has just been something that obviously, the Philippines has relished, and here we see Matsuoka in fourth priority, looking to improve on that 3.77. She's unable to do so. Yeah, I just love the black and white footage. It was almost like handy-cam stuff. This is an important wave.
Oh, there we go. Shino has to pull through the back of that one, unfortunately. But she gave it a red-hot crack, so Shino, she was looking for a score. It won't be that with 2 minutes to go. We'll see if Nanaho gets an opportunity. She has second priority. But right now, it's Sierra Kerr that's really driving the bus in this heat. A 7.17 and a 6. There's some really nice waves coming through right now, Justin. I'm definitely mind surfing.
Yeah. This place pumps. Small, big. Doesn't really matter. The contours of the reef still provide this perfect little A-frame. Maybe some more sort of solid lumps approaching the ladies here. Sierra Kerr has first priority. She's in first place. Doesn't even really need to look at any waves because she's in a really good position. Matsuda did use her priority on that last exchange. Unfortunately, it was a nothing wave for her. Needs a 4.71. She was in a really strong position for much of the heat, but you just cannot write off the performance of our defending champion here. Sierra pulls in. I said she didn't need a wave, but she wants them. You don't come all the way to Cloud 9 to sit around in the water. You want to get tubed, and she's done just that. So a nice little victory lap for Sierra Kerr. She's looking really confident in her approach. And this lady has a very bright future in the sport of surfing.
Yeah, she definitely does, and you can see just why. Tucks under the tube for this one. Doesn't get too deep, but I mean, she still gets there. Gets that nice carve afterwards and hits it to finish. You can just see Sierra right now. That was a bit of a victory lap to finish off this heat. And with 10 seconds to go, Shino still needs a 4.71. Nanaho looking for a 5.64. I don't know if there'll be opportunity, but this lady on screen here just really dominating that whole heat.
Yeah, this might have been caught before the siren.
Oh.
It's not going to help the situation for Suzuki. So, looks like official results will see Sierra Kerr and the defending champion Anon Matsuoka move through to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back right after this.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Jovo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance.
Welcome back. We just saw Sierra Kerr take out Heat 3 for the women's round of 16. Anon Matsuoka also progressing on through. We will say goodbye to Shino Matsuna and Nanaho Suzuki. But out there, Heat 4, Miller Brown is representing Australia in the red. Sai Manua from Japan in the blue. Coco Cans in the white for Australia, and Sumomo Sato in the green for Japan. This is going to be a really exciting heat, and alongside me to call the action for this one is Jessie Starling. Jessie, welcome back to the mic for the second time this morning.
Thank you. I'm actually really excited to come back to this heat. I feel like this is a really solid one. Miller Brown, Coco Cans actually traveling together here, so
awkward.
Another case of the roomies pulling each other pretty early on. Yesterday we saw Dom Thomas and Eden Hassan have a heat together. I'm pretty sure in the exact same round as well. And then Sai Maniwa, she's travelling with Ellie Lampkin, Freya Prum, Ollie Reisenbeek. So a lot of the Aussies. She does live over there on the Gold Coast. And then Sumomo, love her to pieces. Wow, pulls in under the hood there.
She just got smoked.
That was Sumomo Sato. So Sumomo lives very close to that wave pool over there in Japan where we saw Stab High. Right now tucking in, that looked like it was Coco Cans, but just couldn't find the exit. So loving that the girls are trying to get pitted in this one. The first heat this morning, I feel like wasn't really doing it. A lot of the girls sitting a bit wider. Right now, Sai Maniwa pulling in as well, but going down. So 3 incompletes, but love that they're going for it.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely looking like it's starting to open up a little bit more this morning for the women, which is exciting. We saw Sierra Kerr get one alright one in that last heat as well. So, yeah, it's exciting. I mean, this is going to be a really good heat. The 2 Australian surfers, as you mentioned, Jessie, travelling together, but they also just bring a pretty different approach to surfing. And Sumomo and Sai, they're consistent Japanese surfers. They're always so focused and dedicated, but they're ready to go up and attack the lip whenever they want.
Yeah, and Miller releasing an edit not too long ago called Odyssey. It's out on Stab now, so Stab and Roxy were a big part of it, and it's basically 5 minutes of Miller getting so shacked in the Mentawais. So she definitely knows how to ride a barrel. There's a pretty insane clip of her going around. It looked like solid, I think it was HTs, and she just got so barreled, came out, kind of had her head in her hands, not sure what just happened. So hoping that Miller brings that same energy into this heat, that same kind of mongrel. She definitely is still young. She's 17, but she has this really cool, sassy approach to her competitive surfing. I feel like she's really kind of don't mess with me type of competitor, and she's the same in free surf. So I'd love to see her bring that energy in this heat and yeah, hopefully see one of the best barrels for the women of the event so far. And then Coco, if we're talking about edits, she released an edit earlier in the year as well alongside Roxy. So that was a collaboration piece called Sunshine to Gold, and just highlights how incredibly talented Coco is in the fact that she can pick up any type, any style of surfboard, whether it be longboard, twin fin, single fin, thruster, shortboard. And she can surf it really beautifully. She's got a really unique style. So both of these ladies doing a little bit more outside the Rashi than in the Rashi as well.
Yeah, it's great to see that and to have, I guess, different approaches and different kind of styles out there. But someone who had a pretty great approach in that last heat, taking the win, was Sierra Kerr. She's down there with Justin.
Yeah, thanks, True. Here with Sierra Kerr through to the quarterfinals. How you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. I came out this morning and it wasn't really what I was hoping for, like the waves, but then cleaned up for my heat just then, so it should be pretty fun for the quarters.
You would have seen the waves yesterday afternoon. Were you hoping to wake up and have a little bit of that? It was pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, for sure. I was watching yesterday Arvo and I was like, oh, that just like so fun. And then I woke up this morning, it was like big, but just like onshore, and I was like, oh, that's just a stitch up. But it got cleaner just then, so hopefully it keeps getting cleaner and end up being fun for man-on-man heat.
It looked pretty challenging. Maybe some extra water moving around, a few sort of extra ribs and texture on the face. You still managed to find a tube and do some really nice turns. What equipment are you riding, and how do you feel about your performance so far?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more water moving. Like this morning I got stuck to the other side of the tower trying to come in. I'm like, geez. But yeah, there's still some opportunity, and I'm riding a 5'6.5" monster from JS, and it's feeling really good, holding real well, and yeah, hopefully I get some better wins in the quarters and have a good heat.
You've got your dad here, obviously a wealth of experience and knowledge. You know, how confident do you feel just knowing he's in there in the channel, just watching your performance and able to give you a little bit of feedback after every wave?
Yeah, it's pretty good. He always just ends up doing like a little clap and stuff, so it's pretty funny. He's just like a little cheerleader on the side, so it's always nice having that. It's fun as.
A quarterfinal finish here at a QS 5000, a big result. Are you hoping to go all the way?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's the goal. Hopefully we make it happen.
Anyone you got to do a shout out to or say good day to back at home?
Yeah, Mom's back at home and my brother, they're probably watching, so hi guys, hope you enjoyed.
Well, she did a great job. She's through to the quarterfinals. Sierra Kerr, we'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Justin, and thank you, Sierra. Sierra is just always so full of energy and just excited to be out there. So it was exciting to see her in that last heat. And into the quarterfinals for the women, which will be later on today. We are expecting to go and hold over the low tide, but we're not too sure when, and even if we will. Sometimes it does like pulse over the low tide, but we saw yesterday there was still some good ones. It just gets really slow and a little bit wobbly.
Yeah, it does, and the wave changes so much across all the different tides. We definitely saw yesterday afternoon that mid to higher tide with the afternoon no winds. It was just absolutely perfect. All of the boys, well, the men, I should say, scoring yesterday. It was one of the best days of competition I've ever witnessed. And the ladies out there today, we're looking like it's going to be another good day of competition. There's a bit of a clean-up set rolling through, so no takers with that one. Just a couple of small scores locked in right now, though. So Coco with a 1.67, Samomo with a 1, Sai with that 0.87. Sai having a paddle, decides not to go on that one. Looked like there was a lot of foam on the face anyways. Yeah, you can see from that front on, so pretty smart call from Sai there not to go. She does have 4th priority, so she's just hunting around, but these ladies, they want to get to that man-on-man heats. This is the last 4-man heat we're going to have today and for the rest of the event. And then next heat coming up, we will go into the men's quarterfinals, which is very exciting. Then we're going to finish out the day with the women's quarterfinals. So we're 2-man from here on out, True.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, after today, I was just saying to Justin, we'll have 6 heats left.
Yeah.
So it's pretty crazy. But let's just have a look at the men's quarterfinal matchups that we have coming up. Kyan Falvey takes on Tenchi Iwami for the first one.
Great heat.
Oscar Berry and Macklin Flynn.
Great heat.
Heat 3, Reef Hazelwood, Xavier Hux.
Oh, wow.
Let's come back to heat 4, though. This is live action. Miller Brown, Coco Cairns in and out. So Reef and Zave in heat 3. Heat 4, Eden Hassan and Marimar.
They are insane heats. Miller Brown ripping through a really strong opening carve. Gets a bit of a second slash in. She's going just to these inside carves here to try and bank a few more points, but all of that score is going to come off that first turn. I love the way she held her line all the way through. And I feel like this is something she's really been working on in the last 6 months or so. I feel like she's really started working on holding her line for the entirety of that car. Sometimes maybe the last year, 6 months to a year, she'd cut it a little bit short, but you can tell this year she's working on strength, she's working on power, pushing all the way through her calves, and it's paying off because that first turn was really beautiful to watch.
Yeah, Miller's definitely one of those surfers who's just always eager to get better and better at what she does. So it's exciting to see her put that into action. 3.83 for first of Miller Brown. So she gets her campaign underway in this heat. We've seen about 12 minutes go by already. We've got another 23 minutes left in this heat, so plenty of time to go. And Miller, 3.83, that's the best wave of the heat so far. Hopefully we'll be able to see some sets roll through with some nice barrels.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Obviously, I missed that last heat with Sierra in it, but from what I heard, there was a couple. Miller tucking in there, so gets a little bit of shade. She's stalling again for this second section, moves on through. So Miller Brown, you ask, she answers, True. That was a pretty nice, one of those inside waves, but got a bit of shade time there.
Yeah, she did, and she's just backing up that 3.83 very nicely and very quickly. So we'll see how she goes. Tucks in for that first bit, doesn't get a very long cover up, but then gets his second one as well, disappears for a little bit more, and she kicks out. So Miller getting her second wave, backing up the 3.83, ever so slightly extending her lead, and you can see she's got a bit of energy getting back out the back. It's fun out there, it's very warm, and it's a great kind of wave to be competing in.
Yeah, I feel like Miller's probably just got the bug. She's probably got a little bit of cover-up time there, and now she's probably thinking to herself, all right, let's do it again, but let's do it on one of those bigger ones. So Miller, like we said, extremely talented in the barrel. She did get a score. Our screen is just updating, but looking like might have come in around that 5-point range. Wow, huge first turn from Coco. There's a bit of a check turn on that second section. She's going to have to pull through, but love that first turn there from Coco. Miller's last wave locking in at a 5-point ride, so the judges liking it.
Yeah, they did. They rewarded. But this wave, I love this first turn from Coco. Oh, huge first turn. Gets a second one in there, maybe a little bit more down the line. I think she was hoping for a barrel, but that wave just didn't offer too much more. This is the 5 from Miller Brown. It was really clean. It was really nice. Gets a bonus section through there. Comes out with a nice exit. So, yeah, I think Miller locks in the 5 and a 3.83. I agree, Jessie. I think she has the bug now. She's eager to get some bigger and better barrels. But a 2.6 for that last wave of Coco.
Yeah, just a small score, so all pretty much off that first turn. I really liked it, though. I mean, that's just a small glimpse of what kind of caliber, what she brings to her surfing. Coco, like I said earlier, has a really unique style. I was chatting to one of the local boys. Samomo goes down, so didn't probably paddle in hard enough to that one. Buried her nose and went over, so you can tell she's been dragged a fair way in on that inside section there. I hope her board's all good. I hope she's all good. Couple of sets out the back right now. But like I was saying, I was talking to one of the local boys about Coco, and they were referring to her like she surfs like Stephanie Gilmore, and I couldn't agree more. She's got a really unique style. Miller trying to stall. Oh, wow, that was a pretty chunky section to fall on too.
Yeah, that was gnarly. Miller just got so smoked. But she's no stranger to it. She puts herself in those positions because she wants to get deeper. She wants to be on the bigger waves. She wants to try and attack those bigger sections. You could see she was probably just checking to make sure that she's all good. I think she might have got a little bit scratched up there, but I'm sure she's fine. Making her way back out with just under 20 minutes to go. And, Miller, you can see she's now just free and she's ready to look for those bigger barrels, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what she brings in the next 19 and a half minutes because she's looking pretty revved up, pretty fired up. Miller is part of 3 sisters, so she's actually a twin. And then they've got their older sister, Lucy, all 3 of them. Very, very talented surfers from that Northern Beaches region. Pretty sure she surfs for Bungan board riders who I know get behind her and support her so much. And then Sai, actually from Shona originally in Japan, which is where our co-commentator Dai is from. Moved to the Gold Coast though when she was about 14 years old. Still lives there. We surf with Sai a fair bit. And she's studying sports science, I believe, at Griffith University. So Sai Maniwa, she's a lady of many talents, that's for sure. She hasn't really got too much under her belt in this heat so far, but yeah, she's one very smart, very talented lady. And Di and I were talking about it earlier. Love seeing so many of the competitors really starting to think about their future, think about what life beyond the rushy looks like, and making sure that there is a plan, because reality is we can't do this forever. As much as we would love to be, well, I mean, you could.
We can surf forever.
You can surf forever, but competitive surf, I feel like it's really important that all these competitors, no matter who you are around the world, starts thinking about the future. And these guys, a lot of them are already doing that, and it's really cool to see.
Yeah, I agree. They're taking up university. They're finding some, jobs that they want to get into. Coco had a little look, doesn't take that one. But right now, they're focused on competing. They're focused on making the Challenger Series. That's why they're here. And the round of 16 is definitely a step to getting there. The quarterfinals and the semi-finals is definitely keeper results. That's for sure. And it's top 4 for the women for both Asia and Australia, I believe, to qualify for the Challenger Series. And, it's super exciting to see that. And I feel like, once we finish this round of the women's finish this heat of the women's round of 16, we'll go into the men's quarterfinals, which is just going to be exciting in itself. And then we'll have the women back out there this afternoon, which I'm looking forward to as well. We saw yesterday afternoon absolutely pump. So I feel like it'll get better and better throughout the day. And I think everyone is really looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's forecasted to look pretty similar this afternoon to as it did yesterday. We do have no competition running tomorrow. It is a religious holiday here in the Philippines, November 1st. So we are having no event run, and we'll be back on November 2nd, potentially to run out all the heats. Not sure how it's going to look. Who knows? We still have till November 4th to run. If we wanted to, we could run 1 or 2 heats a day. Could really pick the eyes out of the forecast, but I know that Tai, Jerry, Tatsuya, they are pretty focused on when they want to run, how they want to run it, and it's been paying off so beautifully these last few days. Some of the best competition I've watched. 16 and a half on the clock, looking like the boys starting to get ready. There's Tenchi Iwami, caddy and coach Filma Alapayo. Couldn't ask for a better coach when coming here to this wave. One of the best surfers here. Unfortunately, not many waves in his heat, so got knocked out in the round of 32, but if you come here on any given day where it's pumping cloud 9, Filmar's definitely one of the guys to watch, and now he's acting as coach, which is really exciting and smart on Tenchi's behalf too.
Yeah, for sure. I know Filma is coach for quite a few surfers, and on Matsuoka, who just made her last heat as well. She's event defending champion. So Filma's support and expertise definitely helps and definitely works, that's for sure. As long as the surfers are putting it into practice. No takers on this wave with 15 and a half minutes to go. Jesse, we'll come back to that. Sumomo, nice opening carve for Sumomo Sato. Gets a second one in there, and she kicks out, doesn't do much more, doesn't really need to. She's got 2 strong calves, looking for a 3.27. What do you think, JJ?
Yeah, I liked it. 2 really strong calves. Sumomo's looking stronger than she was this time last year, which I think is pretty great. Unfortunately, that has been kind of a repetitive case for a lot of the women out there today, not paddling into their waves hard enough and burying their nose. Sumomo, though, I really like these 2 turns. Strong looking calves. Like I just mentioned, she's looking stronger than she was this time last year. She's definitely improved. She's looking more confident in herself as well. Needs a small score. Could potentially get it just for those 2 turns. Considering Coco got a 2.8 for one of those turns. So definitely could go there. Coco's wave was a little bit bigger though. But yeah, I liked it. I liked it from Sumomo. Bring it on.
I did as well. I thought she was looking really strong and driving through the calves really well. So we'll see. 3.27 is the requirement for Sumomo. Miller Brown, she's going to use her priority on this one. Air drops down, snaps into it, doesn't get as much of a cover up as what she was looking for. Gets 2-turn combination. Will she get a third? No, she's just going to kick out. And that last wave of Sumomo does go into the top 2 and is a requirement. It's a 3.4, so Sumomo goes into second place. Talk me through this one, Jessie.
I like it. She airdrops down. She does try to stall for it. Potentially could have swung into it straight away and just started putting her arms in the walls and stalling, something I noticed a lot of the locals were doing yesterday on waves that had similar shape to that. But Miller, she's the type of person who learns from every mistake. She takes it in her stride. She applies it to the next one. 3.83, I believe, that last one. So extending her lead now. Second place chasing a 5.43, which is Sumomo Sato. But yeah, Miller is, I actually just been told that last one was a 3.17, so not improving her situation. But Miller, yeah, like I said, she's one of those athletes, one of those competitors who, if she makes a mistake, she learns from it pretty straight away. She doesn't usually make mistakes more than once, I'd say. And that's, I feel like, how she's gotten so far, so well developed in her career, so young on. She's just turned 17. So, yeah, we'll see how she can take the lessons learned from that last wave and apply them to the next one. Coco Cairns out the back priority, doesn't like this one. Sai doesn't either, so no takers here. 12 minutes 45 left on the clock. I'm hoping to see a little bit more action for the next 12 minutes.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, with the small scores that are required for Coco and Sai. Anything can happen. A 1.81 for Coco. Sai needs a 3.53. Sai hasn't really had the best heat so far, but, you know, she can just regroup and regather. There's been plenty of waves that have come through, so even if she gets one of those smaller inside ones, gets a 2, then she needs another 2, to be honest, to get up into second place, you know. So just slowly chipping away at the requirements, especially considering she's in third priority right now. But with 12 minutes to go, it's really Miller Brown who is holding the lead. That 5 is looking pretty in her scoreline. She's just checking her arms again. Looks like she got kind of smoked on the reef.
Yeah, I feel like just on that one wipeout where she had to pull a little bit square and went over, probably took a little bit of bark off the arms. But Coco's not to be kind of rode out of this heat yet. She's really good in the barrel. She always sits pretty deep behind the rocket snapper there. Obviously a different type of barrel, but Coco, there's other waves she surfs. She goes to Stratty a lot. She's a bit of a barrel pig. I always see so many clips of her just tucking in, pulling in wherever she can. I remember surfing with her at D-Bar one day and it was small and she's like, I just want to go surf a wave where I can just pull in and challenge myself and had a bit of fun. So Coco loves it. She's definitely not afraid to throw herself over the ledge. And she's got 11 minutes to try and find one where she can do that. She's having a good paddle at this one. Takes off here, airdrops, has to go down straight. It's not going to throw. Big first turn, so pushes really hard off that back foot, looking for more on the inside, but that wave hit the reef a little bit weird. So I feel like it's probably going to be the 181 she needs, but she needs to readjust and relook at maybe potentially a couple of those deeper ones that are hitting the left side of the reef a bit more so that she can tuck in and travel through a couple.
Yeah, but there we go. It's a 2.13, so it is the score that she was looking for. Samomo out behind, looking for a 1.33. Yeah, I feel like that turn, you know, Coco, she did get the score, so it was a good decision, but maybe just stomping a little bit too hard on her back foot. You could actually see her board just stop, and she had to really fight to kind of get down from being hung up. But there's still 10 minutes to go, so there is opportunity for Coco to get another wave, also for Samomo to get that 1.33. I'm wondering what she did out the back, if it was anything. But Sai, she's been really quiet, has only had 2 waves, but she holds first priority now, needs a 3.86. She can do it in one wave if she really wants.
And one thing we know about Sai as well, I'll get back to this in a second. So here's the replay of that last of Coco. Rips through, like you said, True, that board almost stops. It felt like that wave kind of didn't match the energy. Samomo, big takeoff here, but not much behind it. So potentially not the score that she needs. Like I was saying though, Sai, we know she's not scared. She absolutely throws herself over the ledge of a couple pretty solid ones. So this has been a bit of an uncharacteristic heat for Sai because she, even in the free surfs out here, she'll paddle deep, she'll have a dig. So yeah, a little bit strange to see that for 20 minutes now she hasn't got over a 1-point ride. 25 minutes actually. Forgot that they're 35-minute heats. Yeah, so that is maybe starting to play into her head a little bit, but considering she only needs a 3.86, she's definitely not out of it. Coco, though, having a paddle, can't get into that one, so maybe we'll lose third priority, and she does, so goes down to 4th. You can tell she's just trying to hunt around and sniff out a good wave. Oh, that's a mistake from Sai.
Is that a loss of priority?
You would think so, but maybe
I don't know.
the judge is saying
is
not
it
hard
3
enough?
committed paddles? We're just too harsh. Here we go. Sai, okay, that's definitely a loss of priority now. Priority goes to Miller Brown. Second priority to Samomo. Third priority goes to Coco. And Sai, unfortunately, dropping down to 4th priority. Wow, she really just needed to commit. Here she is. Oh.
Yeah, Sai. This is a really strange heat for her. She's usually a lot more on point than what is happening right now. Miller out the back. Big drop here. Looking for the tube. Isn't going to happen, so carves back down. Almost gets bounced off that section. She might get more to work with through this inside section here. So Miller going to her rail game, trying to drop that 3.83. Bigger looking wave. Didn't throw like she was hoping for though, True.
Yeah, you could tell that she was hunting the tube, but unfortunately that wave didn't really do it for her. She drops straight down, goes up and into that carve under the lip, does well to handle the backwash or the bump on that wave. And this small one, she's just able to get a couple more turns for the Bungan surfer, Miller Brown, and she kicks out. So she needs to better a 3.83. We'll see if she does that on that last wave. But right now, you'd think that she'd be in a good position in first. Coco in second, needs a 6.23 to go to first. Sumomo Sato holds first priority, needs a 1.33 to go to second. This is going to be nervous times for both Sumomo and Coco right now.
Yeah, and also if you were Sai,
yes,
what would you be doing at this point? Because clearly something's not working for her right now.
I think right now she needs to just kind of catch a couple of waves. She has 6 minutes, so that she does have an opportunity to get 2 waves under priority, and lock into the sixes or get something more. I feel like maybe Sai should have had this conversation with herself a little bit earlier in the heat. I think with 6 minutes to go, it's a little bit late. But you know, anything can happen. 6 minutes is actually still a fair bit of time. There's still opportunity for waves to come through. That last wave of Miller Brown, a 3.87. So just marginally increasing her lead. Coco still holds second place. Sumomo with priority needs a 1.33. She's having a look at this inside one. She's up and into it. Gets that first turn. Combination for Sumomo. And you can see she's lining up this second one.
Ooh.
Tags it. 1.33. Coco on the answer back. Outside. She kicks out of that one. Doesn't like the look of the rest of that wave. So she'll get back out the back and get priority over Sumomo. Sai's gone a little bit missing. I hope that she's okay. She did get pretty pumped on that last wave. But you can see Kyan Falvey on screen there making his way out. He'll be taking on Tenshi Iwami in the first quarterfinal for the men's. There's Sai. She's making her way back out the back with just over 5 minutes to go. Waiting for this score for Sumomo. I feel like it will change the situation. Coco, she's going to have a look on this inside one. Doesn't take it with 5 minutes to go. Let's have a look at this replay of Sumomo, Jessie.
Yeah, let's look at it front to on because I really like the second turn on this one. So gets a bit of a slash in the pocket there. Almost got it tucked in for a bit of a barrel and then came to this end side section and then jammed it for a turn. So didn't need much. Like you said, True, probably going to get the score for that one. She only needed a 1.33. I really loved that second turn. So Sumomo, I feel like she's looking more and more comfortable the more she surfs this heat. Right now for me, though, Miller is definitely looking the most comfortable out there. She's looking like she's pretty ready to throw herself over the ledge of any set that comes her way.
Mm-hmm.
Coco is definitely looking comfortable as well, but I feel like she's really picking the eyes out of which one she wants exactly. She's looking for a certain type of wave, probably ones that she's been surfing in the free surf. So we will see how she goes in that next 4 minutes. I do think she's going to be chasing a score. Sai Manua out in front of her with second priority, needs a 5.33. There it is. Last wave for Sumomo, a 2.8. So now Sumomo moves to second, has one hand on those quarterfinals. Coco looking for a 3.6. So she needs to do a point more than what she did on her 2.6. It'll be a best wave of the heat so far for Coco. More than capable. More than capable. I have all hope and belief that she can do it. It's just whether or not she can kind of utilize third priority in 3 minutes to go, because the women have definitely been a little bit more on the picky side, I'd say, other than Miller in this heat. As Sai, feel like she'd be kicking herself right now because she's gone over 30 minutes now without scoring over a 1. And you and I both know, and a lot of the viewers will know, she is so much better than what the scores are showing on the board. So hopefully she can get a bit of confidence and potentially find a 5.33 with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, I feel like she will get the opportunity. She sits with second priority. It's just a question of whether she wants to do it in 1 or in 2 waves. So we'll see. And that one just going unridden, no takers. But Sumomo should be happy right now with that 2.8, taking her into second. We are coming down to 2.5 minutes to go, so I think, Coco needs a 3.6. She's going to... Ooh, she had a paddle, doesn't scratch onto that one. It was a whitewashy wave. I don't think it would have offered her the scoring opportunity anyway. But it's really just been Miller's heat. This heat, she's got the 5. She's had the 3.87. She's just been looking really strong.
Yeah, definitely. You can tell she spent a lot of time in waves like this, in waves that have a little bit more consequence to other places where people may have competed in the past. It is a really shallow reef. It is a slab, but really it's super hard to take off. You can see so many of the women today have gone over the falls where they probably have thought they've going to made it, and then last minute it does suck up a lot more than what you would think. So yeah, I feel like everyone getting to know the wave more and more during these heats, but 35 minutes is more than enough time to use the first 10 minutes to figure out, then use the last 25 minutes to just rip in and go. So 1 minute 30 on the clock right now for these ladies. We need to see if Coco can find herself a 3.6. Sai having a look at this one now. Needs a 5.33. That's not going to do it. So
she's just been out of rhythm, unfortunately, in this heat. Just really out of rhythm. It looks like Coco is going to have a look at this one. Using second priority. She needs a 3.6. She has to kick out. That wave doesn't offer anything more. You can see Sumomo. She's feeling nerves right now. She's looking in, saying, do I go and sit on Coco? Yes, I think you should go and sit on Coco. If I was Sumomo, which I'm not, but with 1 minute to go, will there be an opportunity? Sumomo holds second priority and second place. Coco looks for a 3.6. Sai still chasing a 5.33. But Miller Brown just dictating this heat, that 5, the best wave of the heat. We saw her get covered up a little bit earlier.
Yeah, as well, it's the last 30 seconds of 4-man heats for the event. So this is the last time we're going to see those green and white jerseys in the water for this event this year, for the 28th annual event for the Siargao International Surfing Cup. 20 seconds on the clock till we decide who our last 2 quarterfinalists are. Coco having a look, decides not to go. Maybe a mistake. That one could have had a little wall off the end there. 10 seconds on the clock. I feel like Sumomo might play block right here. So 5 seconds on the clock. Sumomo doesn't go. Coco doesn't go. So it is going to be Miller Brown and Sumomo Sato moving on through. That's a wrap of the women's round of 16. We'll be back with heat number 1 of the men's quarterfinal right after this short break.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Quarterfinals here at the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup. Heat number 1, Kyan Falvey taking on Tenshi Awami. So a pretty solid way to start off the men's quarterfinals. here to take me through my dear friend, my fave goofy footer, Dai Weko. How you going, Dai?
Good. What a heat number 1. I am Falvey and Tenshi Iwami. It's gonna be a great matchup. Kyan has been on point in every heat he has in this event so far, and Tenshi as well.
Yeah, both of these competitors have been really lively, really dominant. I don't think Kyan's lost a heat yet. I don't think Tenshi's lost a heat yet either, actually. I feel like Tenshi's been really impressive. Kyan, late into this one, that one had a lot of bounce in it, so probably just eating him alive just then. So 35-minute heats again for the men's quarterfinals here. Like you said, Dai, these two guys have been really impressive. Probably around the same age. Kyan, 20, 21. I think Tenshi's around 18, 19.
19 years old.
Yeah, 19. So close in age, these two. Tenshi, as we've been saying the whole time, has a beautiful relationship, not just with this wave, but with the people in the place, leaving 25 surfboards here last year.
25 to 30 surfboards here. Just because he really loves this place, and all the people, all the local community just, take good care of him, and he wanted to give it back to the community. So he just decided to gather up all the surfboards he had in Japan and just send them over here and just give all the surfboards to the local community, local surf kids. That means a lot to, people living in Siargao, probably, because they said that it's really hard to get a new board here. So it must be a great opportunity for a lot of surfers here.
Yeah, a really selfless and kind act of Tenshi as well. Something he didn't have to do at all, but he just decided to give people an opportunity that he's probably been able to have for a long time, and kind of be like, okay, well, here you go. This is what it feels like to be on great equipment, to have boards sent over. So, yeah, Tenshi, absolutely incredible stuff. I know there's been a lot of surfers, even in the draw this year round, who have been leaving surfboards, bringing over old surfboards so that the juniors here can get a fair opportunity. But here he is up and riding, Dai.
岩見天使選手、クォーターファイナル1本目のライディング、これは深くいきましたが前に出てこれず、クォーターファイナル第1ヒートにクレジットされています。岩見天使選手、このヒート35分ヒートで行っています。Well, both of them going so deep. They know that, they want to get really deep in the tube, because that gives them the great score, excellent scores for the last couple of days. So there's going to be another huge scores coming in, I think. I got to feel that those, both of them going to go crazy.
I think so too. They, like you said, Dai, they're both sitting pretty deep on the reef. They know what it takes to get excellent scores here. The heat that Kyan had yesterday afternoon was maybe one of the best heats I've ever watched, hands down, ever. Definitely the best heat I've ever commentated. It was more like they were filming a edit piece. It felt like they were on a boat trip and they were just trying to get clips. Everyone in that heat was going absolutely crazy. Oscar Berry came in second. Bronson Mady had an incredible heat, but he didn't get through. But even I saw him on the tower, he just still didn't even look too bummed. He was like, that was just such a cool heat to be a part of. And I feel like yesterday afternoon felt like the whole world was watching. And
yeah, right.
Fair enough. Well deserved, because the wave was absolutely insane. So, yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be another good day. We've got really similar forecast today from yesterday. And bring it on. I say bring it on. These guys, they've been surfing this event for 6 days now. So we're in day 6 of competition. And they're just making it look more and more fun every single day. So, yeah, hopefully looking like we've got a paddle here from Kyan Dai.
Well, pull into the barrel, but not as deep as he, was expecting. But managed. Wow, he stalled and covered again. Well, couldn't find exit though. But it was a great turn from Kyan Felvey. But this is his second attempt. But still, we have 28 minutes remaining in this heat.
Sounds like we are going across down to the tower with True and Miller.
Thank you, JJ. Miller, you're into the quarterfinals. Huge result.
Yeah, it's definitely my best result yet in a QE, especially a 5,000 because I got a round one in crew, which is a bit of a letdown. But yeah, stoked to make a couple heats.
That was a really great heat. You had the 5 and a 3.87. It seemed like a little bit grindy. How did you maintain composure throughout the rest of it?
Yeah, it was pretty grindy, but it was just a bit of a shame that we weren't on yesterday. But it's all good. Still got a couple, and yeah, be back on later today.
Yeah, this afternoon should be really fun. It's definitely getting better throughout the day. So how are you going to prepare for your quarterfinal heat this afternoon?
Might just go get an acai bowl from Shaka, the best acai bowls, and then yeah, just cruise in the aircon till my heat.
You actually got a pretty sick barrel after the heat as well. How stoked would you have been to have that one inside the hooter?
Oh, I would have been pretty stoked, but I didn't quite make it like doggy dawed and got lip to the head, which is pretty heavy, but yeah, bit of travel time.
Is there anyone you'd like to say hi to back at home?
Yeah, my dad and my 2 sisters at home and my caddy, Macklin. Thanks for caddying.
Thanks, Miller. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, True. Thank you, Miller. So, yeah, like I mentioned in that last heat for anyone tuning in, Miller is an absolute charger. She was probably watching on yesterday afternoon thinking, would love to be out there, but we did have another round of the men's that we had to get through, and it was such an awesome afternoon of competitive surfing for them. It's going to be pretty good this afternoon when they put the women back on. Kyan now up and riding.
Traveling in the tube quite a long time. It comes out really clean. It was a smaller wave, but he was able to find a clean exit on that wave. That was great surfing from Kyan Felby.
I feel like I rode him off maybe 2 or 3 times on that wave. Oh, he probably won't make it. Oh, then I just get glimpses of the red Rashi bear. Oh, he won't make that section. Oh, he won't make that section. And then he just popped out so nice and calm, just absolutely loving this wave. I was talking to him yesterday. He's just been in awe of this place and the heats he's been having. He says, I just don't really believe it.
And this is probably his best result so far in the QS 5000, making into the quarterfinals. So that's such a great result. Getting quarterfinals, getting 5th, equal 5th, and you get decent points for that too.
Yeah, definitely. This is his best result in a QS ever. And the fact that he's got it in the quarterfinals is absolutely incredible. So we are waiting for a score to lock in for that last wave of Kyan. 25 minutes on the clock, so 10 minutes down. But let's take a look at this replay, Di.
Yeah, he backdoored it. It traveled quite a long time. Like you said, he pumped through 1, 2, and 3 sections and gets a, bonus section as well. That's great surfing from Kyan Felb.
Yeah, I loved it. I feel like that was a really well-read wave. Definitely not the biggest one we've seen, but it was definitely a start. Got the exit, comes in at a 4.33, so Kyan out to an early lead. He's got a 4.33 and a 2.5. I know our co-commentator Justin, he's a big fan of Kyan surfing. He's been really pleasantly surprised by him, seeing how he's had a really cool connection with this wave. So hopefully that connection can roll on through this round. Tenshi out the back.
岩見天選手2本目のライディングになります。少し浅かったが、ただサイズのある波にテイクオフ、チューブに入ってきます。Well, that was one of the bigger ones out there, but he couldn't quite disappear in the tube. So probably he needed to go deeper.
Yeah, didn't get too covered up on that one, Di. Love the fact that he's going for it though. So they're sitting super deep like we said, but taking off with so much speed because that part of the wave is so bowly. It actually is quite hard to wipe off speed there. I really like Kyan's approach to this wave. He always takes off left to go right. So he fades a little bit and it seems to be working for him. I'm sure if you haven't yet, go and watch all the highlights on WSL-QS Instagram yesterday. It was absurd. The amount of excellent scores, the amount of incredible waves that were coming through. These two guys were a massive part of it. Tenshi got a 9 yesterday. Did I see that?
Yes, Tenshi got a 9.23 or 9.3. It was one of on the bigger set. He backdoored it. He paddled into it so hard, backdoored it, travel in the tube long time, comes out so clean. So he is capable of getting those high nines, high eights, and we have still like 23 minutes remaining in this heat, and waves are non-stop.
So exciting.
Rolling into the lineup.
Yeah, Tenchi actually got a 9th here in the Philippines at one of the events earlier this year. It was over there in La Union. So he's already got a result here in the Philippines, but has a bit of work to do. So he's currently 10th on the rankings. They take top 8 for the men, I believe, in Japan. In Asia, I should say.
Right, I'm not definite. Well, here is Tenshi Iwami Tenshi 選手3本目のライディング、これはしっかりと中部に入っていきたい。メイクしました。そしてここでリップを入れてきますが、前に出てこれず、しかしいいチューブライディングを披露しています。At the back, I am Falvey in the big tube. Unfortunately, it went down. So it was a really great exchange from Tenshi Iwami.
Yeah, Tenchi getting a really nice one. Here's the replay. So gets a good amount of cover time here, Dai. That's a pretty solid wave as well. Very shallow. You can see it almost looks like he's surfing below sea level there. So Tenchi getting probably the best wave of the heat so far. Kyan's last wave isn't going to go into the top 2. It's going to lock in probably under that 2-point range. And then, yeah, Tenchi's, that was probably the best wave we've seen all morning.
Definitely.
Best surf wave we've seen all morning too. And early indications are saying it's going to be the best wave of the heat by far.
Comes in 617 for Tenshi's last wave. 岩見天使選手の3本目のライディング 6.17 をスコアして現在第1位のポジションです。Well, so judges is, rewarding those. It was, on a bigger size and deep in the tube. It traveled quite long time than probably Kyan Felvy's last wave. So comes in 617 now. He's in the lead. Kyan is 408. That's not a big score. And he's very capable of getting high 8s and high 9s. So we'll see what he's going to do in this 20 minutes heat.
Yeah, Kyan has been more than impressive in this round, in this entire event. Actually, he's definitely been looking the most confident in himself I've ever seen in competition. And just having a look at his heats, he's had 3 excellent scores already in this event. So he's had a 9.5, an 8, and an 8.67 in that previous one, throwing away a bunch of 6.5s there as well. So many excellent scores locking in for Kyan. He is sitting down in the 40th kind of ranks. I believe he's 42nd on the rankings for Australia. So this is going to really nudge him up towards the top end. So Australia, they take top 7 plus a wild card for the men. And in Asia, it's actually top 5 plus a wild card. So Tenchi, he's sitting 10th. These are going to be good points for him to take towards to try and qualify for the Challenger Series. And Kyan, you'd think he's going to jump up a bunch of spots with this result.
Definitely. Making quarterfinal is really decent point. So both Tenshi and Kyan will be jumping up so much in the ranking. And Tenshi's best result in QS 5000 is making quarterfinals. So if he gets through, it's going to be his best result in his surfing career.
I actually can counteract that. So I think his best result here has been a quarterfinals. He got quarterfinal here last year. He did win the QS in India last year.
QS 3000.
Oh, it was a 3000. I thought it was a 5000 for some reason.
So it's a massive result for Tenshi again. Probably he's going to jump up, huge jump up in the Asian region ranking as well. Probably he's going to hit above 5th place.
Yeah, Tenshi's win in India last year, extremely clutch. Right now, Kyan deep on this one. He's just kind of got eaten by the foam ball right at the start there. So, unfortunately, couldn't keep ploughing on through for that wave. But Kyan, we know he's good at this wave. Tenshi out the back.
岩見天選手、さあこの波もしっかりとチューブに入っていき、そして深いところから出ていきます。チューブを出た後はすぐさまプルアウト、これによりファーストプライオリティになると思います。Well, that was a well surfed and smart competitive surfing from Tenshi Iwami. It was a great wave. Backdoor it again,
Wow.
cover up, and kicked out so that he gained the first priority over Kyan.
Very, very smart competitive surfing there. Could have got a couple more turns on the
Right.
inside section, but said, no, I'm getting back out. I'm getting first priority. He's going to drop that 2-3-3 on 100%. So, yeah, Tenshi's going to back up that 617 nicely. I do think this is probably going to be a little bit of a reset button right now for Kyan. Far from out of it, though, because Kyan has been one of the most standout competitors all event right now, and he's just got to find those ways where he can do his thing like he's been doing since the round of 128. So he's been surfing in this event pretty much every day. He surfed a heat. Not many people have surfed since the round of 128 and are still going.
And making through to the quarterfinals, that's an amazing result, But you wouldn't complain about surfing every day in this condition.
Definitely not.
Even though day 1 and day 2 are the smallest day, I thought it was perfect. It was so much fun to watch. I mean, so much fun to surf. But making through to this far is such a great, experience as well.
Oh, it absolutely I feel like, and in comparison to the waves we had last year, this is incredible. So a lot of the people who came here last year, potentially the experience not paying off as much as it would this year because it's a completely different lineup. It's a completely different break. We've got completely different swell directions. That last wave for Tenshi locking in at a 6.23.
Wow, now he's hitting a double digit in a total score, 12.40. That is a good sign. Those sixes are going to be a keeper, that's definitely sure. But these guys can get those excellent scores. They're still wide open for Kai and Falvey as well because we have 60 minutes to go in this heat. So much time, plenty of times left.
Yeah, I feel like Kyan's chasing an 807. For anyone else, you'd probably think, oh, that's a big score. You'd break that down in 2. But Kyan has just been so good out here that I really feel like it's not story over. He could definitely still do this in one wave. He does have second priority, so next best wave that's going to come through. If Tenshi wants it, he does get to go. But something I mentioned about Kyan yesterday, he, for me, is the epitome of hard work paying off.
Right.
He put in such a big block of training with his coach back at home, Jared, and it's paying off. There's such a story behind every competitor that all of us don't know how much they put into it, what it takes to get here, what the training looks like to get here. But I train with Kyan, so I saw how hard he was working to get ready for these events. He was surfing 3 times a day, training 3 times a week, showing up every single week, pushing harder and harder. And it's paying off because now he's in a quarterfinal of a QS 5000 and career best result for Kyan, and I hope it only just snowballs for him, especially heading over to Taiwan next week. But I don't know Tenshi's training regime, but all I can say is Kyan put in the work, and you can tell it's paying off. Oh no.
That was a little bit of a mistake from Tenshi Wami. He just lost his first priority. Wow, that was really unfortunate for Tenshi. But yeah, Tenshi's been training a lot. I've seen his Instagram stories and posts. He's been training a lot. He's been over in Australia before this event, I think, with Raiha, and having this probably coaching session over there. Yeah, and I think he had a little shocker in the Japanese event, QS 3000, back-to-back events in Japan. He didn't get the result that he was looking for, so he was very focused to come here to get scores so that he could go on the CS Tour next year. And he is now in the quarterfinals. And this time he's traveling with his family. Dad and mom are here watching him. So probably that helped him a lot to calm him down or, get relaxed time with family.
It makes such a difference traveling with your family. I'm really fortunate that I get to have a sister who loves exactly what I love. So I get to travel with True all around the world. And even when we were competing, we still traveled together and we traveled with our girlfriends. But I feel like
yeah, having mum and dad by your side or having brother or sister by your side, it makes such a difference. I know Kyan is traveling with Maddie Job, so another really great surfer from Burleigh Heads. And yeah, I just think it makes such a difference having such a good support network around you.
Right.
Like, who did you travel with when you were on the QS?
Oh, one of my professional friends back in Japan, but he's not on tour already. He just retired from competing.
Free surfer.
Yeah, free surfer. But it's always good to hang around with friends, traveling together.
Yeah, it makes such a difference.
Yeah.
Just feeling that support, feeling like you've just got someone to rely on when things go wrong, or someone to rely on when things go right. And I know that Maddie Job introduced Kyan to Wim Hof breathing techniques before his heat, and that's what he's been doing before his heats.
Nice.
So definitely paying off for Kyan right now. Tenshi, he usually, when he's not traveling with mum and dad, travels with Raiha and Sarah Wakita.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, we all have a travel buddy that we travel together to everywhere. But it's good to have people like people around you and get to support each other.
Tenshi looking like he's having a paddle for this one now.
岩見天選手、この波にもテイクオフしていきます。さあ、これは深くなったが、前には出てこれませんでした。現在第1位のポジションですが、先ほどパドルをしたためにファーストプライオリティを失ってしまいました。残り時間11分30秒。Well, 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Now it's wide open for Kyan Felvey. He's holding on to the first priority, needing 807. That is a big score, but I'm sure he can score that requirement.
Absolutely. He's got so much talent. He comes from Cabarita, which is the far north coast of New South Wales, and pretty sure a lot of people would know by now he's my neighbour. He just lives not too far up the road from me, so I spend a lot of time in the gym with Kyan at home. I see him in surf all the time, and I'm sure his mum and dad are probably watching on, nervously awaiting to see if he can get this 807 in the next 10 minutes 40 seconds. Coming up in quarterfinal heat number 2, Oscar Berry and Macklin Flynn. So that's a stacked heat coming up next.
That is another good matchup. Well, pretty much every 4 heats are great matchup.
As well, Tenshi is the last Japanese competitor going.
Yes.
So he's trying to represent his region, represent his country as well, going deep in the draw. Dai is sitting next to me going, come on, Tenshi, let's go. Yep. So Tenshi, he's usually one of the furthest in the draw actually for the Japanese competitors. He's super consistent.
Definitely, he's very consistent in the result. Always, he's such a strong competitor. Actually, he's been in this industry since he was like 8-7.
Wow.
I think so. Yeah, he was been competing a quite long time. So yeah, he's a very strong surfer to beat.
Yeah, he definitely is. And I kind of only got to know Tenshi at the halfway point of last year. I feel like was when I first started to chat to him, see him around the comps a lot more. India is where I really got to know him, in the QS over there. And I was just so impressed by how smart he was as a competitor. He looks like he may be paddling to the channel.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bit of a board swap.
So wonder what happened to him. He might have creased, or he just wanted to change, but he's smiling by looking at the screen.
You can tell he's stuck in that sweep as well. It gets pretty strong in there when the swell picks up a little bit.
ここで岩見天選手、板を交換するためにキャディの方へパドルしています。板に何かが起きたのか、それともコンディションの変化によってこう板を変えていくシチュエーションになったのか分かりませんが、現在岩見選手、板を変えていますね。
You can see his caddy in this heat, Filma Alapayo. Very, very important person to have in your corner here in the Philippines.
Probably he gives some advice to Tenshi. Yeah, they are having a chat. Probably few tips that maybe he can adjust. Well, that is strong advice, I would say.
I would say maybe the strongest to
Right.
come from Filmer. He is so good at this wave. On your screen right now, that's Oscar Berry getting ready for his matchup next, coming up against Macklin Flynn. So Macklin, still a junior coming out of Australia. Oscar, he will turn 22 while we're in Taiwan. And I believe his dad's Tony's birthday is exactly a week before or after his. I remember last year they both had their birthdays in Taiwan. That's Dakota Walters as his caddy heading out there as well. So, yeah, Oscar Berry coming off a full year on the Challenger Series. Didn't get too far into any Challenger Series events, but looked like he learnt a lot, watched some of his best mates qualify.
Right.
And, yeah, it just looked like a really fun year on the Challenger Series as well. Right now, though, we are at the QS, so this is the 5,000, the highest stage of the QS that there could be. And we're at the very fitting place of Cloud9 to have a QS 5000. Kyan looking for an 807, so hasn't had a wave for quite some time. He's patiently waiting. We saw this happen yesterday morning as well. Some of these heats kind of hit this point where it was like really a lot of action at the start of the heat. Then we might have 10, 15 minutes of not a lot, and then a bit of flurry at the end. So I bet you Kyan is just hoping that another great wave comes through.
Well, definitely there's going to be another great wave coming through, but he's just... Ooh, now he's up and riding, looking for 807 into the barrel. Probably it wasn't the wave that he was looking for. It was a little bit, there's no big exit in the end.
Yeah, I agree. You can tell he's come up right in that impact zone too, so he's got to really kind of kick hard to get back out. Looks like he might have got under that one just then, so hopefully he can get back out pretty quickly. But this is where Tenshi's power kind of kicks in. He plays defense really well, especially in the back end of the heats. I bet you these guys will be hand in hand, probably sitting next to each other for a while, because Tenshi, I will be very surprised if he lets Kyan out of his sights for the next 5 minutes, 50 seconds, just because I know how much winning means to Tenshi. I know how much these points mean to him, and very rarely do you see Tenshi let the end of a heat slip through his fingers.
Yeah, we just approaching 5 minutes mark. Definitely he's gonna play some defense game right here, but still he will be looking for a way that allow him to get a high score higher than 6-2-3. Well, on screen this is Macklin Flynn for next seat.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 2, Macklin Flynn, West Aussie. I know Justin Majex is going to be in here. Very proud flying the Western Australia flag. He's got a bit of traffic on the stairs right now that he's going to try and navigate. This is also a career best result for Macklin. So he got a 3rd place in the QS 1000 over in WA last week. But as far as QS points go, yeah, this is huge for Macklin Flynn. Kind of came out of nowhere as well. He hasn't really been dabbling too much in the QSs. Then comes over here, and not many people can say their first real international QS they can get a quarterfinal finish. So Macklin actually surprising a lot of people, I would say, getting so deep in the draw.
Well, big step up for him, probably. But now we are down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Tenshi Iwami is sitting close to Kyan. Try to get a better wave. But here is Kyan having a look, but decided not to go for 4 more minutes. Are we gonna have another set? Like a good set?
I hope so. I really hope so. I would love to see these guys kind of go back to back.
Right.
And I think no matter what, either one of these competitors can walk away and think what a great event they've had. Both of them have been so impressive. Obviously, everyone wants to make the final. Everyone wants to win. These guys have their eyes on the semi-final right now, trying to make that next round. But they have just been so in form, so impressive, not scared at all. They've just been absolutely going for it. And they've kind of been the epitome of what surfing should be to me, this event. They just look like they're having the most fun.
Yeah,
Not
it's-
taking it too seriously, just trying to enjoy the place and how incredible this wave is. So, yeah, Tenchi and Kyan, two major standouts for me, and I'm sure a lot of people watching on too.
Definitely. It's just, yeah, you gotta be serious about the points in the competition. But sometimes surfing is all about who is having fun most. So that's exactly what they're doing. They're just having great time together in the heat. But they are really serious about the points too. So
Yeah, I feel like there probably has been a little bit of an energy shift since yesterday afternoon to this morning. Maybe a little bit more seriousness coming in. Everyone wants to skyrocket up those rankings and get into those Challenger Series events. But this is both a great finish for both Kyan and Tenchi, no matter who makes this heat in the next 2.5 minutes. And a good confidence builder as well going into Taiwan, because we got back-to-back US 5,000.
that's a huge deal. Back to back, and it's not a QS 1000, QS 3000. It's back to back QS 5000 means a lot to all the surfers. So getting into the quarterfinals or semifinals gives you a lot of confidence going to the Taiwan event. That is for sure.
Yeah, and Taiwan obviously being a completely different wave to this one.
Right.
There is a bit of a typhoon there right now, so it should settle down by the time we get. But I don't know if you've taken a look at Surfline recently. Jinzan Harbour, where we hold the event, it's saying like 20 foot at the moment. Saying it's huge.
Yeah, I think the typhoon just hitting the Taiwan right now, like 31st of October. So yeah, it's gonna be another exciting event, right?
Yeah, it should be gone by the time we get there. And we should be in for some pretty good post-typhoon waves. 1 minute 20 on the clock, though. 8:07 is the requirement for Kyan.
Well, doesn't look like there's any waves coming in. But we're really hoping to see one more set, 2 wave of the set coming through for them, for all the surfers. Well, they are on the move.
Yeah, they're definitely looking like they've seen something. So important decision making right now for Tenchi. Is he going to go or is he going to let Kyan go? Kyan's going. And he tucks in here, so gets a barrel, gets spat out, carves this one all the way back around. I don't know if it's going to be the 8:07, but what an incredible event for this man on your screen, Kyan Falvey. Just looking like he's having fun right now. Yeah, huge congratulations. That is...
Well, yeah, still smiles on his face. It was really unfortunate for him, but here is Tenshi Iwami Tenshi 選手、こちらはターンに切り替えてのアクション、しっかりといいターンを立て続けに入れていきます。さあ、ヒートが終わる前にレッドの選手がビーチに戻ったので、ここは岩見天使選手セミファイナルで進出という形になりました。
Yeah, so it is going to be Tenchi Iwami moving on through. Incredible event just now for Kyan Falvey though. So first semi-finalist is decided. It is our Japanese surfer Tenchi Iwami. Stay tuned, back for quarterfinal heat number 2 right after this.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
Welcome back, everyone. You can see the surfers on screen in quarterfinal number 2. Oscar Berry taking on Macklin Flynn. So big shout out to the southwest of WA. I'm sure a lot of people are tuning in. Macklin had an absolutely ripping afternoon yesterday here at Cloud 9. I'm joined by Ty Sarati, the WSL APAC Tour Manager. Ty, 35-minute heats today. There's still some swell out there, but we're starting to approach that draining tide, aren't we?
Yeah, it's starting to get on the edge of being a little bit too low. So this heat or the next heat's probably going to be the last heat before we go on break and come back for the afternoon session.
Still some really good waves on offer. We saw the ladies round of 16 really relish their opportunity of getting out there. You've been to this place a bunch of times, but was yesterday afternoon's little session, super session, as good as you can remember?
Yeah, that was definitely one of the more memorable afternoons of surfing I've witnessed. It was just incredible to watch. There was so many amazing performances, so many incredible waves, and just seeing all the surfers walking around the tower, you couldn't wipe their smiles off their face. I don't think I've ever seen so many happy losers.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There was just a really good vibe and great energy amongst all the competitors. And this is live action. Macklin a little bit too deep on that one. So the barrels, we don't have those clean offshore conditions like we have the last few days. You can see just a little bit of sort of texture on the face, but Macklin from WA.
Has to ditch the board on that one.
WA stands for windy always, so we wouldn't mind a little bit of this lump and bump on the face. Ty, we've got you in here because not only are we running this QS 5000, the biggest event in the Philippines so far, you've got also some really exciting news to share with our audience about another event that's going to happen soon.
Yeah, as we see Oscar take off deep behind it, but he also comes unstuck. Yeah, we've got some pretty exciting news that we just announced today, that the WSL World Junior Championships will be here in the Philippines.
Wow.
Yeah, super exciting. It won't be here at Cloud 9. It'll be at another location in San Juan, La Union, which is north of Manila. But we've run QS events there before, and it's a super fun, rippable wave. Yeah. I think it just highlights how much surf and potential there is here in the Philippines.
Incredible announcement. Such a cool, announcement. Obviously, the World Juniors, a pathway to the Challenger Series. The Philippines are very invested in surfing, and this announcement further commits them to, backing surfing in the World Surf League events here in this region.
Yeah, the Department of Tourism and the Tourism Promotions Board of the Philippines are huge supporters of surfing, and we couldn't have done either of these events without them. So yeah, big thanks to those guys, and special thanks to the presidential son, Vinny Marcos, who's a huge supporter of surfing and really helps our cause here in the Philippines. He's a passionate surfer himself. Loves it. Hopefully he can make it down here for the end of this event. But yeah, super stoked to have the World Juniors in the Philippines.
When's it going to happen? And you said La Union, so an event that's held QS events in the past. What are the dates and what can we expect at that time of year?
The dates are January 13 to 19, 2025. That's probably the best season. You get these north sort of typhoon wind swells that come between, they sort of start in Korea and then come down past Taiwan and head on the west coast of the Philippines and bring in pretty consistent swells at that time of year.
I've seen some photos. I sort of know the location. I've never been there, but it looks like a bit of a right-hand point break. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's not as heavy and hollow as Cloud 9, but it's a super rippable right-hand point break. I guess it's kind of similar to like the right-hand point breaks in El Salvador, where we've had a few events before. Yeah, it's super rippable, and the juniors are just going to tear it to pieces, I'd imagine.
And tell us, who can we expect? Obviously, each region's got a process of qualification. Yeah, how many surfers can we expect? Where do they come from? Obviously, a bit of a look at the future talent that will be challenging for World Championship Tour spots in the future.
Yeah, there's 24 men and 24 women. 2 qualify from each region, and then there's 10 wildcard positions. Plus, also there's wildcard positions for some local Filipino surfers. So
Excellent.
surfers like Noah Arkfield will get to test his skills against the best juniors in the world at his home break or at his home country.
That is so cool. Yeah, I don't think that the Asian region's really held the World Juniors. Maybe the last time it was held in Bali, maybe. But yeah, for the Philippines surfing community, obviously Siargao is the beating heart of this vibrant surfing nation. But, you know, I guess it's sort of what we'd call mainland Philippines. How do competitors get there? Is it far from the capital?
Yeah, it's you can fly to Manila, and then it's a little bit of a drive up north, but not too bad. Yeah, it's pretty central Asia to most regions, so it's kind of handy. We see Macklin tucking in.
Wow, nice. Clean tube ride. This guy has made me so proud. His poise, his composure. He's made it through multiple rounds here, and this is his best ever result, a quarterfinal. Hoping that he can make it a semi-final. If he can find a few more waves like that, I'm sure he's going to be on his way.
Yeah, that was definitely the best wave of this heat, and I didn't get to catch that last men's heat, but I'm sure the score will be decent enough, and it'll be nice to lock that in early and get a bit of a head start on Oscar.
Well, here's the replay. Sets it up, disappears, multiple sections. The wave spits behind him, and this is what I've really liked. Macklin's composure after the tube and just extracting some extra points there. So back to the announcement of the World Junior Championships coming here to the Philippines. I have never experienced competition waves as good as we've seen over the last few days. La Union, it's on the west coast. Here's a replay, of Oscar Berry. So the boys are getting slotted.
Wow.
That
Nice
was
and deep on that one.
That was a big, thick section. Goes for the turn. We're going to throw out to the tower, and we might learn a little bit more about the conditions from Daiwako and the winner of the first quarterfinal.
クォーターファイナルと勝利し、セミファイナルに進出しました。これがベストリザルトということですが、今の気持ちどうですか？
すごくとにかく嬉しいです。はい。
コンディションの方はどうですか？なんかスクリーンで見ていると結構こうどこから乗ったらいいかとか、昨日ほどチューブが開いてないっていうようなイメージなんですが、コンディションは難しかったですか？
コンディションはかなり難しくて、でちょっとサイドオンショアが吹いてるので、こうチューブの中でもこう水がこう上から押ってきて、で中のフェイスがこうガタガタ結構してて、で朝の練習で僕一本もチューブ決められなくて、で結構やべえなと思ってたんですけど、試合中こうもうとにかく中のフォームボールにやられないように姿勢低くしてなんとか出てこようとずっと頑張ってました。
So the condition out there now is a little bit tricky because we get this cross-shore wind coming into the lineup, and it's not as big as the exit we had yesterday. So it was like really hard to get in the tube, and he had a free surf this morning. He didn't catch any of the big tubes, so he was really worried about it, but he just went for it. He got waves. He's very happy now. で今回は、ご両親と一緒に来てると思うんですが、やはり家族と一緒にいるというのはこの大会に向けてのメンタル含めてやっぱ違いはあるんですか？
そうですね、まあ多分あんま変わんないかもしれないんですけど、まあお母さんお父さんすごい、全力でサポートしてくれててすごい力になってますし、フィリピンのパパのような存在の、フィルマーが中でキャディーをしてくれてるのですごい、いい状態で試合に臨めてます。
It's really it was really good to have parents traveling together, but as well as a big local filmer is in the water to be his caddy. He's super happy, stoked with him as well. では最後にたくさんの方が多分このヒート見てくれていたと思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
なんとかセミファイナルにつなぐことができました。明日しっかり休んで、セミファイナルに向けて頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
セミファイナルも頑張ってください。岩見天使選手でした。Thanks guys, back to you in the booth.
Thanks, Dai. Congratulations to Tenchi, our first semi-finalist. One of these guys is going to join him. We had a couple of scores lock in during that interview. A 7.0 for Oscar Berry and Macklin. He opened with a 5.33. This is his second wave. That thing was, that had just chandeliering sections just coming from everywhere.
He did very well to make it through that, and I'm sure that's going to be his best wave. But it looked like Oscar locked in a 7-point ride for his first wave.
Yeah, this is it.
I think this might be his third one.
No, you're right.
Yep. Stylish and looked cool under the lip, but wasn't that deep, so he only scored a 2.83 on that last one. And he's sitting in second position, chasing a 4.1, but has the highest individual wave score of the heat.
Yeah, Macklin locked in a 5.77 and a 5.33, so two mid-range scores. Takes an early lead, 35 minutes on the clock, and we are going to go on hold at the end of this heat. So this will be the last heat. The tide is starting to become a little bit of an issue. These guys are managing it really well. There's still tubes on offer, but we're going to come back at 12:30 for a possible 1 p.m. recommencement with quarterfinal number 3. And we really see these afternoon conditions turn on like we did yesterday. So fingers are crossed, and I'm sure right now the whole of the southwest of WA tuning in to watch Mac Daddy, our surfer in blue. Hopefully in 21 minutes he will be joining Tenchi Iwami as a semi-finalist. If not, it'll be Oscar Berry, who was a challenger surfer in 2024. But back to this big announcement about the World Juniors, Ty. Super stoked. Can you let us in on some of the surfers that could be featured from across the world?
Yeah, we've got a few regions that have qualified their surfers already, and we've given a few wild cards officially already. So Jarvis Earl, who's a reigning world junior champion, is getting a wild card, as is Sierra Kerr, who's also a world junior champion. Sophia Medina and Ali Harrison are also confirmed wild cards. But we have Luke Thompson and Daniel Emsley from Africa, as well as Lily Henry and Anastasia Venter from Africa. The Asia region has one more Pro Junior to go, so we haven't decided that yet, but Bronson Mady looks pretty untouchable, so he looks pretty much certain to qualify. He surfed the wave before at the QS, and his surfing style matches that wave very nicely. But in saying that, there's probably not many waves that don't match his surfing style very nicely. From Oz, we have Winter Vinson and Huey Vaughan.
Nice.
Winter had an outstanding first year on the Challenger Series this year, finishing in the top 20. And he also just came back and won the Lake Mac Pro Junior event.
Well, this is live action. Oscar Berry taking to turns here and free falling out of the lip. There is not much water on the reef right now, so maybe a wise decision as Macklin tucks in, has to pull through the doggy door, setting up an inside section.
Yeah, you can just really see that end section getting low and sketchy and a bit scary, so I think even though there's been some sick rides this heat, it's probably a good idea to go on low tide and then come back in the afternoon and see how it looks with a little bit more water on it. Hopefully the wind can swing around a little bit and be in for another amazing afternoon.
Well, this is the last exchange. Oscar Berry, beautiful first turn, free falls out of the lip, tries to repeat it, but there is just no soft landing when the tide is this low. Macklin does well to get behind the lip on that. Finds another little cover up and pulls through, so he will likely regain priority. He'll make it back out the back before Oscar Berry does. So a really, really big announcement. The World Juniors coming here to the Philippines. Ty, how much work goes into, preparing, and obviously negotiations must be pretty long, but the Philippines, they have grabbed surfing with two hands and really embracing the sport.
Yeah, the level of support that we've received from both the Tourism Promotions Board and the Department of Tourism in the Philippines has been so amazing. Like, getting support from every level of government makes these events a lot easier to run. A lot of work goes into making these events happen, and I'd like to thank Maria Negrales, the COO of the Tourism Promotions Board Philippines, as well as Secretary Christina Frasco, who's the Secretary for the Department of Tourism, and obviously again to Vinny Marcos, who kind of stitched this all together and made it a possibility.
Yeah, so good. Obviously, the promotion of, not only surfing, but different regions of the Philippines, super important. We'll come back to that in a minute as we see Macklin, big wave. I love these drone angles. What can he set up through the inside? Another tube. And
just gets clipped coming out.
Can't quite find the exit, so those inside sections really clamping closed quite quickly, given the tide is draining out. But this is the front-on view, really deep there. And you can see Macklin in two minds. He's going, there's a little section, and he got so close to coming out of that.
So close. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this score lands. It was quite deep, and he was flying through that tube and came out with lots of speed. So it'd be interesting to see where it compares to Oscar's 7 and Macklin's 5.77. I was well and truly wrong.
Yeah, the judges are going to go under his top two at the moment. Indications look like it won't go into his top two. I think the completion is so important here. If you can get a tube and then stomp the finish, it really gives the judges something to think about. Comes in as a 4.57. Currently chasing a 5.91 to go into the lead. But this guy on screen, he's a big burly guy, muscled his way through some absolutely amazing tubes yesterday. Competed on the Challenger Series and is eyeing off a spot into the semi-finals if he can make it past Macklin Flynn. Ty, tell us, the World Juniors, it's a pathway to bigger and better events. What's on offer for the winners of that event?
The winner obviously gets the title of being the World Junior Champion, which in itself is amazing. But they also get a position on the Challenger Series for 2025. So big stakes, and I'm sure all the grommets will be frothing to take the win.
And for those people unaware, what is the age requirement of a World Junior competitor?
20 years and under.
Okay.
Yep.
So pretty much the new generation of surfers. I'm super excited by the names of some of those wild cards. Obviously competitors who are on the Challenger Series already. Ellie Harrison out of Australia, Jarvis Earl out of Australia, Sierra and Sophia. There is some pretty amazing talent in the field already.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Katie Simmers could still surf in it.
Wow, didn't know that.
Yeah, I probably doubt she'll take that position, but the amount of talent coming through at a young age is just insane. The kids that are like 15 and getting stand-up barrels and doing the biggest airs you've ever seen. It's pretty good place at where the sport's at, and yeah, it's an exciting future, and kind of can't wait to see what the future brings.
Well, the Philippines is right behind the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup. I'm here with Ty Sarati, who has just made a super exciting announcement that the World Junior Championships will be coming to this beautiful country. It'll be on sort of the mainland at La Union on the west coast of, I guess we can call it the mainland of the Philippines. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
The big island?
I think it's the biggest island and home of the capital, Manila. Yeah, it should be super exciting.
It is a huge announcement. Some of the names already in the field are amazing. Right now we're approaching 12 and a half minutes. Oscar Berry leads with a 7 and a 4.67. Macklin Flynn a 5.77 and a 5.33. Chasing a 5.91 to go up into first place. We will be going on hold after this heat. We'll be taking a little bit of time for the tide to drain out and then start flowing back over the reef here at Cloud 9. Ty, you've no doubt been to La Union. What can competitors expect from the wave, from the location? I've never been there, but I've seen plenty of photos and some video footage from the QSs in the past.
Yeah, it's a cool little surf town. The weekends are just jam-packed with people coming up from Manila. Some cool restaurants. The wave's super fun, super warm water. Yeah, it's a sick place, and I can't wait to go back.
Now tell us, here we have palm trees and white sand beaches. What do the beaches look like over there?
As we see Macklin take off here and pull off, it's a bit more cobblestoney and reefy. Not as much. There is some beach. It's not quite as like white sand and picturesque as here, but it's super nice in its own right, and the wave is super rippable and super fun. I took the 20 there last time and yeah, had a ball. So the grommets will just be ripping it to shreds, and there's good air sections. There's good turn sections. You can get super long waves. So, yeah.
Well, a really exciting announcement. The World Junior Championships will be hosted here in January 2025. Not here at Cloud 9 on Siargao, but at La Union, which is on the west coast of the big island, the biggest island, close to the capital. Ty, the APAC region is becoming its own little dream tour. The waves that we saw yesterday, some of the Indonesian events, obviously you're exploring new and different locations, but this is another sort of feather in the cap for the region to be able to host such a prestigious event next year.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the Asia region is growing, quicker than any other region. We're getting more and more events here, and the events are all in world-class waves. So, yeah, lucky to be a part of it, and super stoked to be bringing these new events and allowing the surfers to get to travel to these new and exciting places.
Here goes Macklin driving through a couple of chandeliering sections, so it's not clean offshore. It is a bit more challenging, and so is this inside section. Oh, really wanted him to stick that little inside floater. He looked like he was deep, but the drone angle can sometimes be deceiving. So 9.5 minutes. The guy on screen is from Quarramup in Western Australia. Here is the front on angle. Backdoors it perfectly. Does get some good tube time. Love that little carve down right in the pocket. And there is so much water that swirls and converges on that inside section, especially when the reef is sort of as low as it is right now. He did pretty well, though.
Yeah, the amount of water moving on that end section looks very difficult to manage. I tried to come in at low tide yesterday for about 5 minutes, and it's just so difficult because all the water's draining off the reef, and then there's still like 3 foot of white water pushing you into ankle deep water. So it makes it pretty difficult. But it's it's not the sharpest reef in the world. It's quite flat, so even though it is still hard and you can still hurt yourself, it is slightly forgiving. Although I did cut my feet up yesterday coming in.
A 4.23, not enough for Macklin Flynn. He needs to maybe just wait for a bigger set wave. If he can complete a finishing manoeuvre, he'll be in a really strong position. We're talking about this Asian region. Obviously, this is a co-sanctioned event. How exciting must it be for all these qualifying surfers from across the world to be, looking ahead to surfing in board shorts and coming to a place as beautiful as the Philippines?
Yeah, I think there's a few other regions out there that are slightly jealous of us here in Asia and Australia. The events here in Asia especially are just insane. Like, you'd be coming here for like surf trips, and to be able to surf these places with one or two or three other people in the lineup, it's like a money can't buy experience.
So true. Yesterday afternoon, there was that much stoke and froth. I'm sure the viewership online was through the roof because the waves were just dead set pumping.
The amount of people that messaged me yesterday, had friends, Carl, Sam, and Charlie all messaged me saying, I am coming to the Philippines. Tell me what do I have to do to get there. It's and I guess that's why these events are so good, and why it works so well with the tourism partners is there's thousands of eyeballs on it. They see how good the waves are. They hear from the surfers how stoked they are to be here. It's the perfect combination of stoke from the surfers and hard work from all the staff, and the event comes together, and they're pretty dreamy to be a part of.
We're currently just eyeballing a pretty big typhoon that is north of us. That's what's been providing the swell over the last few days. The next event after this, you're heading to Taiwan. It looks like the eye of the storm has maybe just passed over the west coast of Taiwan. So we're sending all our thoughts and best wishes to everyone that's there. Gosh, that's a scary prospect. I'm sure you're probably happy that we're here right now and not in Taiwan.
Yeah, absolutely. The Kongray, I think they named the typhoon, it's looking like it's hitting landfall as we speak. Seen a few clips of the wind and the rain as we see Oscar take off. Wow. Just comes unstuck there. The typhoon looked like it was reaching up to 200 kilometre winds in parts, and 40 to 50 feet of swell. So definitely thoughts and prayers to the people in Taiwan. And although it does look like it dissipates quite quick, I'm sure they're in the thick of it right now, and we're thinking of them and hoping that when we come there next week that the town's all still intact and everyone's safe and sound.
100%, couldn't agree more. 5 minutes on the clock. Both of the boys just getting pasted on that last exchange. The requirement remains a 5.91 for Macklin Flynn. Oscar Berry looking to upgrade a 4.67. As we said earlier, this will be the last heat of the morning. We're going to go on hold after this. Next call will be at 12:30 p.m. With the opportunity for a 1 p.m. start. Ty, no doubt you're going to use that time to field questions and, just respond to the fact that, the World Juniors will be coming here to the Philippines. Really big announcement, and I'm sure that all of the regions who do have qualifying surfers will be excited about heading to somewhere new because, it's an opportunity to, travel the world as a junior and to be a World Junior champion. The likes of, Joel Parkinson, I know, Jarvis, Sierra Kerr, but there's probably some pretty impressive former World Junior winners that we could rattle off right now.
Yeah, I think Andy Irons was a World Junior champion, Gabrielle Medina, Sally Fitzgibbons, Parko, as you mentioned. It's a pretty good indication of where your careers heading, winning a World Junior Champion.
Yeah, and then the opportunity to be included in the Challenger events, just massive. Obviously, if you do well in the Challenger, you're on the CT. So do you see some surfers just focusing on the Pro Junior events, getting into the Worlds, then sort of bypassing the qualifying series? Or a lot of the competitors are sort of competing across both tours?
Yeah, it's a tricky one to do both the Pro Junior and the QS tours. It's a lot of events to squeeze into a year. So you see surfers take different paths and different options. Some surfers maybe just pick a year to focus on the Pro Juniors, maybe getting to the sort of top age and deciding that, you know, this will be the year that I just focus on the Pro Juniors and making the World Juniors. But a lot of surfers just do both, and they just froth too hard and surf every contest they can.
Yeah, a massive opportunity for this emerging surfing nation, the Philippines, to not only be hosting this massive event, but the World Juniors in 2025 will be coming to this beautiful part of the world. Not here specifically, but La Union will be the location. Ty, with 2 minutes on the clock, what are you going to do in the break? Are you going to obviously respond to this announcement? I'm sure you got some meetings with, you know, the Department of Tourism and, you know, other Filipino officials who are probably here.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so much work going into this in the last 3 months that a lot of the hard work's been done, per se. We've announced it today, obviously, and we've sent the athletes an athlete guide of what to expect and what to prepare for. But yeah, probably have some chats with the Department of Tourism, people that are in town for the closing ceremony, and just get aligned. And yeah, because there's 90 seconds to go with Oscar in priority, and I'm sure his last couple of years on the Challenger Series, he'll be pretty confident of his position right now.
Yeah, you learn so much at those high-stakes events. Macklin, this is his best result ever in a WSL event, so although he still has a minute to go, the result reaching the quarterfinals is massive. He is also heading to Taiwan after this, which will you know, certainly put him in good standings. So I guess this is the first announcement. You're probably working on a bunch of other events for next year. When can the schedules be expected for like the Challenger and all the other regional events?
Yeah, the schedule usually comes out in mid-November. So that's the plan again for this year. 30 seconds to go. Doesn't look like there's much coming through, and Oscar's sitting nice and close to Macklin, making sure that he's not going to sneak in another wave.
Well, Macklin's got a really big air game, so if a wave pops up, he might have to send it. A bit of a Hail Mary potentially. You can see Oscar's moving in. I don't think this one's going to break for Macklin, but there we go. Oscar Berry, congratulations. He's a semi-finalist. Macklin Flynn, I tip my hat to you. An amazing effort. He surfed through multiple rounds here, and to finish with a 5th place should be something he is super stoked with. We are going to go on hold. Check back in at 12:30 for the continuation of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. Cheers, Ty.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks for having me on, and yeah, go the Philippines.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste. Connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
With GOMO, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GOMO any way I want. We don't stop. We GOMO. When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with GOMO. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with GOMO. She don't stop with. She don't stop with GOMO.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. GOMO any way I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We GOMO.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Banker's Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Boy Abunda po, para sa Manila Banker's Life, the best way to show your love.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
With GOMO, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GOMO any way I want. We don't stop. We GOMO. When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with GOMO. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with GOMO. She don't stop with. She don't stop with GOMO.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. GOMO any way I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We GOMO.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Banker's Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Buhay abunda po para sa Manila Banker's Life, the best way to show your love.
So many voices, What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
With GOMO, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GOMO any way I want. We don't stop. We GOMO. When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with GOMO. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with GOMO. She don't stop. She don't stop with GOMO.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. GOMO any way I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We GOMO.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Banker's Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Boy Abunda po, para sa Manila Banker's Life, the best way to show your love.
many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
With GOMO, I use data.
Welcome back, everyone. Josh Kerr just getting the last wave of the free surf session. We are back, quarterfinal number 3. The tide has turned the corner. It's starting to fill in on the reef here, and this is going to be an exciting All-Australian matchup featuring Reef Hazelwood and Xavier Huxtable. True Starling is joining me here.
Yes.
We get the honours of calling it back on. And yes, the call for the rest of the day. We're going to finish the men's quarters and we're going to push into the ladies' quarterfinals, which I'm personally pretty stoked about because the ladies haven't had much of an opportunity to surf the high tide afternoon conditions.
Yeah, I know there was a few that was super keen to surf a heat out there yesterday, but it looks really fun out there right now. It's cleaned up a little bit since this morning. And both Reef and Zave have had such great heats yesterday, so I'm excited to see them in this one. But yeah, the conditions are so pristine out there.
They do. The wind has sort of turned around a little bit. It's coming from the south or the right-hand side of your screen. It's super light. The waves are still barreling, but it is a little bit different to what we saw this time yesterday afternoon. But these two competitors are certainly going to make the most of their 35 minutes in the water. Yeah, backing anyone in this one?
That's a really hard question. I feel like, Zave.
Okay, there we go. Yep.
But I really like Reef too. So I'm finding it really hard because Reef was ripping yesterday, but I think Zave just was, I don't know. Yesterday, Zave just looked on point.
All right, well, a Queenslander and a Victorian. As we've said, the ability to adapt here at Cloud9, crucial. Yesterday's conditions were all-time 20 out of 10 conditions. But first wave of this quarterfinal is going to go to Reef. He is doing a good job to muscle his way through that chandeliering lip. And right behind him, talk us through this one, True.
Yeah, Zave gets under the lip, but unfortunately, just goes over, so can't find an exit for Zave Hux. But Reef got a good first wave, for sure. Reef was looking really on fire yesterday. Daiwako had an interview with him and was just picking his brains about backside tube riding out here at Cloud9. I think the interview was more for Dai than it was for Reef, which is funny. But yeah, backside tube riding out there, Reef has some good tips.
Well, we had a very enjoyable couple of hours off. We were able to go out on our mate James O'Donnell's boat.
Thank you, James.
Yes, big shout out to James, the team at Kudu Surf here in Siargao. But his boat captain, Oyung, took us on a little adventure. As we see, Reef did really well to get through that. And wraps a nice little carving cut back. So the judges will probably reset the scale based on this afternoon's conditions. It is 1:20 local time. We're going to run till dark again. 35 minutes have been called for the rest of the day. We've got 6 heats to get through. Quarters 3 and 4 of the men, and then 4 quarterfinals of the women. We would have whittled down close to 200 competitors to our semi-finalists by the end of the day.
Yeah, which is really exciting. Here we go, live action. Zave in the tube, comes out, gets a nice hard carve for Xavier Huxtable, finds another inside double up as well. So Zave just, strong surfing. And
wow.
Yeah, he's looking glued to his board right now.
That was a good way to kick off your quarterfinal. He'll be paddling back out, pretty G'd up with that, but this is a bigger wave for Reef. Just so glued to his board as well. A really intense takeoff, and was able to get behind the curtain there. So a good couple of waves for the judges to assess and analyse. We'll see where the scores lock in. These 35-minute heats, they're almost a marathon for the surfers, and they're certainly a marathon for us commentators as well. I don't think I've ever commentated a 35-minute heat before.
Yeah, they're definitely long, but it's good fun. It makes for some good surfing, for sure. And, I think the extra 5 minutes just allows for a few more opportunities for the surfers out there. But that first wave for Reef is 617. So Reef locks in a good score. I feel like this last wave of Zave is going to be a pretty good one.
Yeah, here it is. So on the other side of the peak, backdoors the section and does really well. And he's just got a great read. Nice open face carve and spots what this wave's going to do through the inside. Doesn't completely disappear, but just goes to town through the inside, chucks the fins out and stands tall. This was Reef's second wave. Quick in and out there for him, but he'll be our first surfer with 2 solid numbers on the board. Xavier's first, a 117. Probably not going to be a significant score come the end of this one. Just ticked past 30 minutes, so 5 minutes gone. And we've seen 3 waves ridden, so I'm sure our scoreboard in front of us is going to light up with some really good numbers in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely getting better with the tide getting a bit higher. So we did have a 12:30 call for a potential 1 start, and then we pushed it to 1 with a 1:20 start. And I think that extra half an hour, 50 minutes has definitely been a positive push for the conditions. Looks like Zave is having a good paddle at this one. He's up and straight into it, backdoors a section, gets a cover and pulls in again for a little bit more time in the tube, but doesn't find a clean exit. So Zave will get back out there, but he does have a couple of scores to lock in as well for that second wave that he had, which I really liked his approach on that one.
Yep. We will see the numbers lock in very shortly. So a 6 versus a 617 Reef with the slight advantage at this stage. 0.17 better than Huxtable's. Waiting on a score for Reef and the last wave of Zave as well. So here it is, the front on angle. Really well read. And unfortunately, just not quite enough water on the Reef. Just gets a little bit clamped there. Reef's backup score is a 3.17. So right now he is in the lead. Zave's back up a 2.67. So just marginal differences between the two surfers right now. The requirement for Xavier, a 3.35 to go into first. Both of these guys scored excellent scores yesterday. I think Zave had a 9.43, was it? Maybe?
Yeah, 9.43 and an 8 or something like that. He was just absolutely ripping yesterday. You asked me earlier what my favourite part of yesterday was, and it was actually just the moment of him coming off that 9.43 with the biggest smile on his face. That to me just was like, yeah, that's why we do this. That's why we surf and why we compete, to have those like real genuine smiles. It was so great. But Reef was also ripping as well. So this is actually a really tough quarterfinal. It honestly could be a final as well. Both of these surfers have been surfing so good, but I feel like we'll say that about every quarterfinal and every semi-final that we see, because there's just so much talent in the draw. I mean, look at this next one. Eden Hassan takes on John Mark Tukong or Marama. And that is going to be, I feel like, a really great heat within itself.
Yeah, if you missed the results from quarterfinal number 1, Tenchi Iwami defeated Kyan Falvey, and Oscar Berry got the job done ahead of Macklin Flynn. So semi-final number 1, we'll see a Japanese surfer and an Australian. Semi 2 will feature at least one Australian, as we see X-Man scratching hard. Beautiful positioning on the takeoff, dragging, stalling behind the liquid curtain. Goes to turns and stomps a big landing. So I think we are definitely going to see a change on the leaderboard. 26 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I agree, Justin. I think that will definitely be the 3.35 Zave is looking for. He's just looking so strong out there and so capable. I get super excited when I watch both of these surfers. I mean, Reef has had CT experience, Zave has had a few CT experiences as well. So they both know what it takes to get there, being on the Challenger Series. But let's take a look at this last one for Zave. Completely disappears. You can see him pop out here, and then he gets his turn, a pretty solid section, and gets the fins out to complete. So really stomps that landing. That was great from Zave. I think that's going to be a really nice score. Definitely the 3.35 that he's looking for.
We'll wait and see. The best number so far, an 8.0. So Zave almost goes over the falls there. Goodness. A big shout out to the team down at Surfing Victoria, headed up by Adam Robbo. I'm sure Cahill, Liam, Geordie, the whole team's probably tuning in right now. So g'day, boys. I can tell you it's a little bit warmer here than it probably is in Vico right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And a shout out as well to the team at Surfing Queensland. I know that they're feverishly getting ready for their big sort of gala golf day tomorrow. That's one thing they do, is a bit of a golf day. So they'll be out on the greens, not by the beach. Right now, an 8 and a 6, 2 scores that you'd be pretty happy with in the first 10 minutes of a quarterfinal.
Oh, absolutely. They're two really nice scores, and he's just applying pressure onto Reef Hazelwood. Reef needs I was going to say he needs a 28.4, but he needs a 7.84.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, a 7.84. And, Reef has just been competing so well this whole week that we've seen him. I mean, yesterday that was his first appearance in the event. We had the remaining 4 heats of the round of 64, and Reef ended up surfing 3 heats yesterday.
Wow.
And he was just kind of going with the momentum. I think Zave may have also surfed 3 heats as well. So these two surfers would have slept well last night and woken up this morning just rejuvenated. But yeah, I feel like this afternoon we'll see some good waves and some great surfing, and a 7.84 is definitely well within the reach of Reef Hazelwood. Looks like he's spotted something, but he doesn't like the look of this, so Zave is going to take it under priority and gets under the curtain but doesn't find an exit, unfortunately, for Zave Hucks. But I feel like that 8, he definitely got that under priority, and maybe even the 6 as well. So right now, Zave is surfing himself to the lead under the priority of Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, I think Reef likes to control the start of heats. He caught the first wave. He had the inside position, opened with a 6.17. But this is just a whole new sort of scenario, because every heat to this point, these guys have had 3 other surfers out in the water with them. Right now, they only have to worry about 1 other surfer. So, you know, you can be so much more selective. You can really bide your time, wait for those bigger set waves. Yesterday was just an absolute barrel fest. But today, I think you have to be a little bit more selective. Probably wait for those sets. And, you know, the caliber of the competitors we've got left in the draw, you really have to be doing your best work on the best waves.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Let's take another look at this last one from Zave. Airdrops down it. He finds some cover, but unfortunately goes down. You could just see where everything went wrong for Zave, but looks like he may have also got another wave as well then. But Zave is, yeah, he's looking really solid right now. He's just kind of moving through heaps of waves and just getting a little bit of momentum, which I feel like that's when we see him do his best. And Reef is one of those drop and wait kind of surfers. He's quite happy to do that. He doesn't like the look of this one, which is fair enough. So hopefully we'll see Reef on the next best set, because he does have that first priority. And 2-person heats feels weird. Feels weird calling or just talking about 2 people, but that doesn't mean that the surfing's any less good.
No, true. This is, you know, a really big result for the boys, but if you can just keep pushing further, you're a semi-finalist. Go one better, you're a finalist. And tomorrow will be a non-competition day due to the fact it is All Saints Day here in the Philippines. It is a day to recognise loved ones who have passed. It's quite a big tradition. It's a religious holiday, so we can't actually compete tomorrow. And here we see Xavier under priority, looking to better a 6.0. And he's not going to make it out of that one.
Yeah, I like how Zave's just staying busy and just trying to better that 6. I feel like he's just giving himself heaps of opportunities to do that. It looks like he's getting pretty pumped in the process, but that's okay. It's what it's all about here at Cloud9. Sometimes you just got to put yourself in the danger zone to really allow yourself to get some good scores. You know, sometimes more risk, more reward.
Oh, he's a hardy Victorian.
Oh,
they breed him tough down there in Torquay. Used to cold, shivery winters and, you know, probably 50 knot onshores, horizontal rain. I don't think a little bit of coral reef's going to deter him too much, but he has kept busy. That is wave number 6 he's ridden, so he knows that he doesn't have to surf again today. So you've got to leave it all on the line, and he has found his scores underneath priority. So right now I wouldn't be changing the formula too much. If you can improve on the 6 and apply a little bit of scoreboard pressure to Reef Hazelwood, it'd be a pretty cool thing. Funny fact about both these guys, I've seen them both win Australian titles in the past when they were juniors. So we were talking in the surf that you're going to be part of Team New South Wales this year.
Yeah.
Talk us through that.
Yeah, I was asked to kind of be a support mentor coach kind of person for Team New South Wales down at Aussies this year, which is really exciting. So we did a New South Wales camp where I looked after the 16 girls and also the 14 girls. Cool. We had heaps of fun. We learned a lot together and kind of just identified their goals for the event, which was really fun. We had I think it was about 3 or 4 days. We had a really great time, and it was cool. We kind of all just pushed each other, and yeah, it was good fun. I'm excited for it, but Zave, locked in and gets out of that one. I don't know if it'll better the 6, but bit of fun right now.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you want to just get tubed? Someone's got a little bit of pepper on the lunch plate by the sounds of it.
Wow. So 18 minutes to go. Let's have a look at this replay for Zave. Look at that wave. I mean, it's just so clean and so beautiful. Comes out, kicks out of that one. I don't know if it'll go into the top 2. I think it was potentially a 2.67. There might be another score to lock in. But he's just having fun out there, gaining momentum, and we're halfway down this heat. He has an 8 and a 6 in his scoreline. Reef needs a 7.84, and he's just being patient right now. Reef was actually a part of Team Queensland coaching team last year, coaching a lot of the junior competitors, which is super cool, and I know that he gave some really great advice. And Team Queensland ended up winning. Is that right, overall?
They did. Just pipped WA.
Oh, well.
But getting...
not holding a grudge?
Not at all, because our friend Terry McKenna actually announced that WA won at the Prezos, and we all erupted. And then there was a moment of slight confusion. The results were re-announced, but yeah, we're happy with the silver. Anytime WA defeats either New South Wales or Queensland, we treat that like a gold medal. But yeah, we had a really good team vibe going on down in Phillip Island last year. Walked away with 2 individual Australian title winners in Willow Hardy and Maverick Wilson. So yeah, it was a really cool thing. We rented out a big sort of piece of accommodation. Everyone stayed together. We had a caterer, a chef come in and cook all our meals. So
whoa.
We weren't sort of dragging the kids around after a big day at the beach to go find meals and that. We were all together eating like one big happy family, and I think that really, sort of translated to some good results. So a big shout out to Matt Wilson, our sports development manager, Mike Stomper McAuliffe, Mia McCarthy, Pascal Hutchinson. Who else was with us? Nick Muntz was our official. So if these guys are tuning in, big ups to them. And yeah, in the not too distant future, we will be heading to Wollongong, which is a place, believe it or not, in all of my surfing time, I've never been to an Aussie Titles at Wollongong. So excited to go to a new spot.
Yeah, it's good fun. There's so many waves down there. I'm excited. I loved going down to Wollongong for any junior events that I had down there back when I was still a junior, and it was just, there was always good waves. It was just really raw, had some really raw power, so it was good. I'm excited to go. But 15 minutes to go in this heat. It's been a little bit quiet right now.
Yeah, I think the ocean's just taking a breath. High tide on my watch is saying around about 6:03 p.m. I figured that the settings on this are about half an hour off the accurate thing, so probably high tide around about 5:30, and I feel like we're going to be running to around about 5 o'clock this afternoon based on the amount of heats we've got. 35-minute heats for the rest of the day, and I just love this drone angle from Ryan. Ryan Williams has been capturing everything. Here goes Reef. Wow, a little bit of a mistake there for Reef. Had to pull the pin and almost bombied his way from the top diving board down. So he sat there for a long time, and he's just given Zave Huxtable priority. And right now, Zave really doesn't have to do much. He can just sit there.
Yeah, pretty much. Zave can just sit and control the lineup. And if he sees anything that he thinks is a 7.84, he can really go. And I feel like Zave has been in tune with the waves out there for this heat, in the sense of being able to find the best ones. So it looks like Reef, he's going to try and sell Zave onto something at some point, or maybe they're just having a chat. Who really knows? Looks like they're having a chat out there.
Yeah.
Are you a chat in the heat kind of person, or a solely focused?
Oh my gosh, it's been decades since I would have surfed a heat. No, I'm allergic to the lycra, so the rash vest doesn't really go on me. I'm too busy handing them out and organising everything else that goes around events. But I love having a chat in the surf. I think that's that one place where, you know, you can just relax and share your thoughts with a mate or someone new you might meet in the surf. So I do appreciate a chat.
All right, here we go. Game face is on for both Reef and Zave, and Zave is going to use his priority. He needs to make sure it's better than his 6. Disappears. Oh, he's in there for a while, and he comes out.
You can see the smile on his face already, so great tactics there, utilising his priority. And you can just see him pumping himself up. Reef was travelling through that.
Wow, Reef just got exploded on that one, but Zave, he was looking.
Oh, he's not happy with himself. He's just slapped the water. And I reckon he's just realising that, you know, he's just given priority up and Zave's just got a really good one.
I have never seen Reef do that before.
I totally agree. I feel like he's such a nice guy and generally not one to beat himself up. But this is going to be the best wave of quarterfinal number 3. So I think he's just upset with himself that he gave priority up and Zave had the opportunity to stroke into the best wave. This was his answer back. He was travelling and getting so far in that.
He really almost made that. Like, that was so close for Reef. But I agree. I think going that last wave was a mistake, and you could just see the emotion. I actually like seeing the emotion from Reef. You know, we're used to seeing him be pretty keep in control. So it's, you know, I like seeing that, to see him kind of be like, yeah, I'm frustrated right now. I'm bummed that I kind of gave up priority on a wave that didn't do anything and it amounted to a 0.2. And he's pretty much just gifted that wave to Zave Hucks. But there's still 11 minutes to go. There's time. But I feel like this last one for Zave is going to come in as an excellent score.
Yeah, he's definitely going to improve on the 6.0. So for me, I just feel like Reef's upset, but Zave will be absolutely stoked. Comes through on that one, and beautiful wraparound cut back. Bonus little inside section, and he is happy about it. So there it is, an 8.17. So right now, Reef needs a perfect 10.0.
Wow.
To go up into first. He's actually going to need more than that, because he won't. If he gets a perfect 10, he will have the perfect number. But we haven't seen a perfect 10 so far. And the boys are still chatting. That's what we like to see. You know, a couple of laughs. And
Zave is probably saying, thanks for letting me go that one.
Yeah. Well, big heat coming up for this guy. He is a multiple winner here at his home break, and Marimar is the people's champion. So many people just get around the beach when this guy paddles out. I'm sure the whole of Shaka is going to be overflowing, because you get a little view there from the morning coffee spot.
We get all of the officials and everyone that's kind of walking by where we are come and watch the telly for the whole of Marimar's heat. Wow, Zave. Oh, almost did it again. That was almost identical to the 9 that he had yesterday. Reef in this one. Can he come out? Oh my God, he does. And he kicks out the back. So Reef locks into a good one as well. There we go. That's a bit more excited from Reef Hazelwood.
Yeah, he was frustrated with his loss of priority. I think he'll be happy that he was patient enough to wait for that one. So I think these next 2 scores, I don't know. Zave's got 2.8, so he's going to have to do something extraordinary. But this is the replay of Reef. On the backhand, he's been so poised. So he drives through that second section, stands tall on the exit, kicks out. But this was Xavier's 9th wave. He's really deep there. And I think if he'd stomped this air, he would have been looking at another excellent score. So right now, holding 2 8-point rides. He must feel pretty confident, but he knows Reef's a really good surfer. He's been on the Challenger Series. He's back here at the qualifying series. He's been dropping big numbers, and not too long we're going to see Reef Hazelwood upgrade a 3.17. There is just on 8 minutes remaining. Quarterfinal number 3. The 28th edition of the Siargao International Cup. And a man that has been so pivotal to every one of them sitting over there. I think he wants to call Marimar's Heat the next one. He does. He looks pretty excited.
Head nods.
So Jerry Deegan, if you don't know him, you should look him up. He's pretty famous around these parts.
A little bit ancient, but it's all good.
Ancient? Don't you
No.
dare say that.
I called him ancient yesterday. He got cranky with me.
It's all right for you and your sister. What, 1 year out of the junior events, and you're sitting
1 year?
Yeah, I'm joking.
No, we have a laugh. I did 3 weeks with Jerry in La Union in Bel Air at the start of the year.
Okay.
And Jerry feels like an uncle. You feel like an Uncle Jerry.
Uncle Jerry.
Uncle Jezza.
I've got an Uncle Jerry at home too. He's a little bit different to the Jerry sitting along at the end of the veranda from us, but if Jerry Peru is tuning in, como estás, amigo? I miss ya. I'll see you in the not too distant future. But Jerry's our Peruvian beach marshal back at home, so I'm not sure if he'll be listening or not. If he is,
Hola, Jerry.
Hola, senor. Speaking of La Union,
Okay.
did you hear the announcement?
I did hear the announcement. Tell me about it, though.
The World Junior Championships is going to that location that you were at earlier this year. The best 20 and under surfers from across the globe are going to battle it out for the WSL World Junior title, which I was lucky enough to announce the news with Ty this morning. You know, Joel Parko's won one, Sally's won one, Gabrielle Medina, Andy Irons, Sierra Kerr and Jarvis Earl are the reigning champions. They've been given wild cards into the event. So, yeah, that just goes to show how invested the Philippines is in surfing and, you know, creating the next generation of champions, just like John Mark Takong.
Oh, absolutely. And La Union is a super fun wave as well. I feel like they'll get really good waves. It's like a right point, pretty much. And yeah, it's so fun. There's so many opportunities there. There's a little beachy a little bit down the road, which is super cool as well. So yeah, La Union is going to be great, and I'm excited to watch it. It'll be good fun. I think Jessie might be going over there to commentate.
Cool.
So I'm already like linking her up with people, making sure they like get her good food and make sure that she's looked after over there. But yeah, I love it there. It's beautiful.
5 minutes on the clock. A 6.67 has locked in for Reef Hazelwood, his best number. And here goes Xavier. He is just a wave catching machine. I think this is wave number 10 for Xav. And he is getting so tubed. I think he's maybe using this as an opportunity to say, hey, you know, I could be surfing these conditions again in the future. Maybe I need to just practice. And there's nothing wrong with catching a lot of waves. There's an unlimited wave count in these events. So you can catch as many waves as you want, as you possibly can in 35 minutes.
Yep.
I don't think you could really catch more than 15 waves.
Surely. Do you think he's just free surfing out there now, just trying to have some fun?
Well, he's up to 10 waves.
Wow.
Yep. So let's see. He'd need to be pretty busy to catch 5 more in 4 minutes, but I think he's just enjoying the opportunity to have a free surf out at a beautiful wave with one other guy, probably a close friend, someone that right now needs a 9.50. So if this was a State of Origin match, it would be the Victorian with probably a 6-goal advantage coming into the final quarter. But what's your code? What do you support apart from surfing? I'm an AFL guy.
I love basketball.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like the Lakers.
Okay, me too.
Oh, I do watch a little bit of footy when I'm home as well.
Okay.
I go for the Bulldogs.
Different type
Bit of a rogue one.
Different type of footy than I'm used to.
Oh,
but
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
league, isn't it?
NRL, yeah,
Oh,
league.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Bit foreign to us West Aussies.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I keep forgetting. But you guys going to have the West Australian Bears?
I don't know if that's going ahead. There was talk of it, but
Oh, really? I
yeah,
thought it was.
I'm so out of tune with
Fair.
all
No,
that,
that's
all
fair.
that backward passing.
That's really all I know.
Yeah, heavy tackling.
I'm
So.
yeah. I mean, you look at my dog, he's a bulldog, so
Ah,
have to go for the
gotcha.
Bulldogs
Okay,
by
I s-
default.
I see the connection. Well, back to basketball. The
Okay.
Lakers have started pretty well.
Yeah,
I'm-
they've done good.
I'm into
so
the
far.
start of the season. The Lakers, I'm a big LeBron fan.
Yeah.
He is just a legend, and every team pretty much has a superstar. So there isn't one NBA game that I wouldn't watch because I feel like the talent pool is so spread out across the NBA. Every team's got a superstar or two, but
Yeah.
I was a bit of a Magic Johnson fan growing up, and I feel like that Lakers squad is just so amazing.
Yeah.
Here goes Xavier again, pulling in. This guy has had more tubes in 33 minutes than most people have had probably in a year of surfing. So to those tuning in, even when the conditions are a little bit sort of cross-shore, it's still tube. So
Yep.
it sort of slabs that hard, it throws that hard, that really regardless of what the wind's doing, it's the deep water to the shallow water effect as we see
Ooh.
reef going to turns.
Oh, no.
Can't stomp that. So,
This
yeah, I
has
think
been a great heat. Sorry to interrupt you, but even though Reef has only had a pair of sixes, he's been back-to-back with Zave. Let's have a look at the replay. Completely disappears, comes out, and gets a huge turn there. Just unfortunately comes unstuck for Reef, but this has been such a great battle the last couple of minutes between the two of them, and it's nice to see them having a chat out there too. And Zave finding another barrel. He is just looking so seamless and really in tune out there. And with a minute to go, I feel like Zave is just kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out, booked himself a spot in the semi-finals.
well,
Anything can happen.
yeah, love this view. This is the drone shot, thanks to Ryan. This is pretty much directly in front of the break. To the left, there's a cool little sort of market store. They've got a big screen. There was so many people here over the last few days. A little bit quieter and sleepier, but this white sand beach, this is like almost the best spot. You're right in front of the wave. You're just chilling, staying cool. You can see these little sort of lagoon rock pools that we've got, just full of tourists and people enjoying themselves. Probably a few locals in there as well. And with 10 seconds on the clock, we are going to see our third semi-finalist confirmed. His name is Xavier Huxtable, and that was a really, really good heat. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. I thought that especially the back half of that heat, both Zave and Reef just were looking really comfortable out there, and it was great to see them going for it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the last quarterfinal. Eden Hassan is going to take on the local legend, Marama or John Mark Takong. We'll be right back after this quick break.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
Welcome back to quarterfinal number 4 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We have Eden Hassan taking on John Mark Tokong on Marama. It's going to be an exciting quarterfinal, 35 minutes, and I have in the booth once again with me event director and just the biggest legend all round, Jerry Deegan.
An ancient man.
An ancient man.
Yeah, look, I've been looking forward to this the whole time. Look, Marama's already cracked a 5 there before we even got online. Been looking forward to calling Marama's heat. I've known him since he was a kid. I know I say that each time because I try to do his heat each time.
Yes.
This is a replay, so he's taken off. I liked where he took off. He was really deep behind the peak there, really clean, and finishes okay. Well, so he probably lost a point or two there with his turn on the end. But see where he's sort of heading left almost before he goes right. The guy knows what to do here. He knows how deep you got to be. If you're not deep here, you just don't get barreled, and you end up with a 2-pointer, even though you kind of thought you got barreled.
Yeah, he gets a fade takeoff, which is super cool.
And he's quick. For the
Super
sets, he's just on his feet so quickly, and that's something you lose as you get older. And he's 28. That's not that that's older, but he seems quicker than he was when he was 18. He's amazingly quick.
Yeah.
Oh, his sister's taking selfies of herself over there. Yeah. So there's our winner from the last heat.
Yeah, that's a very happy Xavier Huxtable. He's moving into the semi-finals, and he had a great heat in that last one, getting an 8 and an 8.17. Xav looking solid, and it was a really great heat to watch.
He was really relaxed.
Super.
He was out there, and they were calling his name time and time again. He's just kind of staring into the ocean, and I went over to say, they call. He goes, okay, no worries. But he just was so relaxed when we called the heat off before the break. He was super chilled about it, and then he just moseyed on back out there later. Watched it 15 minutes, and he looked like he was in control of his nerves and in control of everything else, and he was in the long run.
Yeah, he had such a great heat yesterday. I actually said to Justin before, I was like, look, I love both Reef and Xav. I feel like I'm stuck in the middle between the two because I want them both to get through, but if I had to choose one, it would be Xav, just because of his performance yesterday. I thought that there was just a little something extra.
You don't mean like a favourite in your heart. You mean a favourite by the odds sort of thing.
Yeah, or more, just like favourite in the sense that I was just... After the performances yesterday, it just felt like Xav had a little bit of...
Bit of an advantage, or a bit of a...
a little bit of something extra.
He's just been incredibly relaxed the whole time. I had not met him before this event.
He's great.
And he's just been friendly. He's almost like a big, lumpy Marama, but from Australia. He's super friendly. Every time you walk past, he's a big hello and wants to have a chat. And yeah, really good. I was out on the tower, and the Marama's family just moseyed on in there. There's about 30 of them out there at the moment.
Wow, I bet there is.
And the tower, I think we've seen a few shots of the tower. The people have been watching. It's pretty small, so there's a lot of Tokongs out there cheering the young fella on. And he's okay. He was trying to sucker old Eden into that one. I'm told Eden's from Port Macquarie. Don't know much about him, except that's the mid-north coast of New South Wales, probably almost halfway between Sydney and Brisbane. Spent a lot of time there. I know a good mate of mine lives there, Damien King, who was, g'day Kingy, if you're listening, he was the world bodyboard champion, I think a couple of years running, and he came out here for an event in 2002 and actually didn't win the event, but he discovered, or him and the boys discovered, a wave up the coast here that still is kind of secret today. I talked to him about it recently, actually.
So we'll talk about it off air?
We won't be talking about it. So.
At all? Jerry?
No. Look,
I didn't mean it when I said you were ancient.
Oh, well, it's gone to my heart, that one. Every year we lose a secret spot here. And what happens is they find it, and then they call it secret spot. There's about 15 of them. It's
Of
15
course there
secret
is.
spots up and down the coast.
Okay.
Drives me crazy.
So you could tell me one secret spot and it might not actually be the secret spot.
I could send you to a place that isn't overly crowded. That's what I could do.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Relative to the swell and the wind in the next couple of days. We've got tomorrow off. I don't know if the people listening, it's a public holiday here. It's called All Saints Day. Here's Eden taking off nice and deep, trying to slow himself down. The car's nice little cover up. What's he going to do now? Just a nice little cutback. Were you looking at all, fins free. That was good. Did you see
Oopsies.
Shaggy from the Gold Coast, Fanning's photographer? He had a cutback competition recently.
Yes.
It was amazing. Like, the footage was amazing.
Did you know that I actually got in the finals for that?
No, I didn't, to be honest. Sorry about that.
yeah.
That's not why I brought it up. Is he there? He's still there? He's still there? Oh, that was epic.
Wow.
Okay, that was really deep, and he really pushed through more than a chandelier, I reckon. I'm sure that'll go higher than his next score. And he's just going to be a little safe on the finish there because he fell off last time. So that was a really nice wave there by Marama. So we're waiting for a score from Eden and Marama, John Mark Takong. Here's Eden's.
Yeah, you can see he tucks in, disappears for a moment. You can just see that red rashi gets a solid carve. Eden's still a junior surfer and tags it. Eden actually went to the ISA World Junior titles this year with Team Australia where they got gold, but this guy right here, wow.
That was deep.
Wow.
He almost pushed through a phone ball. So that was really an amazing barrel, that one.
That was huge. You can see him just drop the wallet there and gets that to complete. That's going to be a good wave. But someone who got some excellent scores in that last heat was Xavier Huxtable. He's into the He's there with Justin.
Guys, I'm here with Xavier Huxtable, semi-finalist at a QS 5000. A pretty amazing result, mate. How you feeling?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I was in the round of 16 times, but never broke it. Today was such I was sitting down the back and got to hug Jack, and it felt amazing just to break through that, and then to get a heat like that with non-stop waves, and I was able to just keep rolling the dice underneath Pryor and find those ones that kind of just ran across the reef, and yeah, it feels amazing.
You caught a lot of waves out there. Was it like just a free surf, really?
Priority for about 3 minutes all up. When I did have priority, and wave came straight away. So, but I was just kind of like, I'd seen John Marama, when you're out there, he kind of sits in and under and looks for those ones that kind of shuffle wide and could nearly grow in size as they come across the reef. And I was just kind of kept rolling the ones that I thought looked like that, and got one. That first 8 kind of did that, and then the second one was similar where it kind of just ran. So I was really stoked. Yeah.
2 8-point plus rides. You must feel good about it. Who have you got in your corner? Who's supporting you here in this event?
Yeah, I got Jack and Tully staying with them, and then all the other Aussie boys, Axel, Deal, Reggie, all the Aussie. Yeah, we all kind of come together at these events, and it's sick. We all watch each other's heats and froth out for each other, especially when there's some Aussies going deeper. We all get around each other, and it's so good to watch. And yeah, it's great to be in this time and make some heat. So it's great. Yeah.
Mate, you're from Victoria. How nice does it feel to get barreled in board shorts and not worry about wearing a steamer and booties and all that other carry-on you have to usually do, probably still at this time of year back home?
Oh yeah, when I was at home not long ago, and I was still in booties. It doesn't start to warm up till now, so it feels amazing. Not only to be in board shorts, but in picture-perfect waves, just getting barreled. Here the Asian tour is the best tour. Can't believe how. Every event's amazing. Krui here, Nias, we're off to Taiwan. You get pumping waves in board shorts. It doesn't get any better.
Mate, speaking about Victoria, I'm sure you've got friends and family back at home you want to say g'day to. I'm sure they're all glued to the screen, and we'll be watching again when you hit the semi-finals.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone who's tuning in and watching. Thanks so much. Sponsors, family, friends, girlfriend, everyone who's watching, thanks so much. It means the world, and hopefully keep the ball rolling in the next one.
Well, there he is, Xavier Huxtable, through to the semi-finals at the QS 5000 here at Cloud 9. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Justin, and huge congratulations to Xavier. But while we were in that break, we just saw a 9-point ride lock in for John Mark Chakong or Marama, and that is huge. He has a 5 to back it up, and I feel like by the end of this heat, that one will go. But Eden Hassan has also been locking in excellent scores. He's having a look at this one. What's he got for us? Just locks in straight away. It's a big tube for Eden Hassan. He comes out, gets one. Wow, really rips through that carve, grabs a rail. And you can see that he's eyeing off an air section here, but doesn't quite get it. So just gets that nice connection, and he'll lock in another score. He needs an 8.28. I don't know if it'll be the 8 that he's looking for, Jerry. But
no, I doubt it. But it was a nice big round barrel. Just wasn't super long. Here goes Marama again. He's going to do a nice little check stall underneath that one. Came out high. He's not going to hang around. May rival his 5, do you think? Or maybe not. It's a pretty solid wave. But he wasn't in that for a real long time, and he got out of there quickly knowing he wanted priority. And here's the replay of Eden's wave. So yeah, he's in early and he's in deep, but he came out relatively quickly. It was relatively short. We've just missed the cuddy there, but apparently had nothing on the cuddy that you did in Shagger's competition, which we will talk about. So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just did a cuddy at home.
And someone randomly sent it into the competition. Is that the deal?
Yeah,
or you sent it in?
Well, Dad was actually filming it.
Dad, good on you, Dad.
I know. Huge thanks to Dad. He never misses a clip. He was like saying that Shagger has the cutback comp, and Dad was like, I don't really have anything. And then, I don't know, I was not having the best surf, and I was like, I'm just going to do a cuddy. And then that happened. So, yeah, Dad sent it in, which was pretty cool.
Epic. Here's Marama's 9.
Yeah. Wow.
And really, that's as backdoor as you get. Not just backdoor. It wasn't backdoor round and open. It was backdoor almost closed. And he just pushed straight through that. That was just unreal. And I like what he did here. He didn't go berserk. He's just adding a half a point here and a half point there, because the last thing you want to do is have a barrel like that and then have a fall off at the end. I think it just takes a little bit away rather than adding the little bit you need.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was really nice. And I found it really interesting what Xavier said, that he'd been watching Marama the way he paddles into them. He's been paddling almost to the left and then sort of stalling slowly into the right. So, they're learning Marama's tricks. And so, imagine if they ended up in the, will they be? Yeah, they will be against each other in the next heat. So can Xavier out Marama?
Yeah, seriously, that's the big question. But he still has to get through Eden. I mean, Eden's last wave locked in at a 6.5.
Yeah, I guess I'm really jumping the gun there. But, we
pump the brakes, Jerry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Us old blokes, we drive fast. All right, well, so now while there's a little break, I've got to do my shout-outs, of course. Fitzy's watching. He's in Indonesia now, getting good waves. Rochi, a Cronulla legend. Simon Daly, a Victorian legend, actually, who used to run all the music festivals down there. Some local boys, Rico Allen and Jerry Garcia. Snags up there listening. Mark Kark, I believe, is at home. And Wendell from Vans is also there. Wendell. We all love Wendell, the fastest driver in the history of the world, especially late at night. And don't forget, we have our official Halloween party at Bed and Brew tonight. This is the WSL Bed and Brew Halloween party. I assume you've got your costume ready?
Sure. Yeah, we'll say yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think I need to just find a couple of things later to just elevate it a little bit.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to go. I've got a reunion before that, so I guess I'm going to have a few drinks. So I might be going just as a simple drunk.
We'll see you there.
A drunken Jerry. They call me Barry when I'm drunk. Someone said to me recently, Dencho said to me, is Barry coming to the party afterwards? I said, well, I'm not sure. I hope not. P.S. My wife is watching, and my beautiful daughter had her last HSC exam today. She's now out of school, and she's had an early acceptance into university, and she can't wait to go to schoolies in Fiji.
Oh, congratulations,
And for those around
Lily.
the world that don't know what schoolies is, it's a very Australian thing, and the kids at the end of year 12, they all get together and they go somewhere for a week or 2 weeks together. I don't know if they do similar things in the States or in Europe or in Asia or wherever people are listening. But it's very much a rite of passage in Australia to go to schoolies. Cost me a couple of $1,000, by the way. Lily. Okay, here's Marama. He's deep.
Ooh.
No, he has priority. I don't think he really paddled for that, do you? He sort of turned, but Eden hasn't stuck his hands up and said, what the heaven's name's going on there? So I feel pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like he will lose priority. He kind of, I think they say 3 committed paddles, and he was kind of like having a little look, but didn't really do anything too major to deem that a loss of priority.
Okay.
But yeah, Marama growing up here, he just knows this place so well, and I think, you know, last year with a lot of the Japanese surfers, they would have been having a look into it and seeing what he does, but I think the Australians this year are more vocal about it. They're like, oh, we know, we're watching Marama. We're seeing what he's doing, and we're
they're
using
learning a lesson.
Filmar.
And they've seen Marama plenty in Australia and in the Challenger Series.
Yes.
But the Aussies, because this is the first time it's been co-sanctioned, it's kind of the first time most of them have been here to watch him live. And they've been watching him, and they're learning lessons. And if you're not learning lessons from the guy that's getting 9 after 9, then you're not doing your job, you know. So that's what they should be doing. That's what they are doing. And that's what Xavier admitted, you know. He said, we've been watching Marama, and as far as he's concerned, that helped him in the last heat, and he got the same scores Marama's getting now. So, you know, hopefully Eden's been watching him as well, and, you know, he's not very far behind him. Well, it doesn't say on our thing now, but he needed a 7.5 or something like that. I guess it might be on 7.51 to advance. So okay, neither of them like that little lump. I wonder if there's one behind. I'm happy that the wind hasn't gone too strong. That's the predictions are for a bit more east. So we face east, and we don't really want a southeast wind here. It's blowing pretty much directly south for those that are sort of aren't orientated to where we are. Marama's going to go.
Yeah, here we go. Marama locks in. He's in the barrel for quite a bit of time. Comes out. Oh,
okay. So that was you were a bit worried he was going to land on his fins there.
Yes.
Again, I kind of wish he hadn't done that. I wish he had just sort of finished it off with a nice little floater or hack. But nonetheless, it was a pretty nice barrel.
Yep.
Seemed pretty deep. Again, from the angle, it's really difficult to tell, isn't it? I guess we'll get a lovely replay from Sam and the boys in there, who are doing a wonderful job in the booth. But yeah, that's a pretty nice wave, and that is just bread and butter for Marama. Absolute bread and butter.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's just what you expect now from Marama. I feel like last year, that's how he was winning. He'd go barrel to air. Let's take a look at the replay though, Jerry.
Okay, so he was pretty deep. His board disappeared for quite some time. I think it was quite similar to Eden's last wave, Eden's last barrel, although Eden did finish it off. So I'm wondering if it'll go. Oh no, there you go. They've proved me wrong. It's a 7.17. So they scored it as a deeper, better barrel, and again, Eden hasn't managed to get behind that one. I wonder if Marama was on that wave, if somehow he'd be further back, but I think that probably won't go into Eden's. He just didn't get the depth of that barrel right there.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where they're going to be pretty crucial, especially when the conditions are like this. I mean, it's getting better and better, and I think, they're definitely being pretty critical on how deep you get, and then the scores are reflected from that. I mean, I love that Eden just like stalled to get in there, kind of faded at the start a little bit, and then that was a nice turn, a bit of a carve down to get this foam climb to finish. You can see that Eden, he's not giving up yet. He is well and truly capable of getting a 9.67. He's already got a 9.
Yep.
So in this event, so he knows how to do it, and his barrel riding skills is pretty incredible out there too. It's just that Marama has had the priority when the best waves have come through.
Exactly. Not just the priority, but the knowledge of this wave. I mean, the guy surfs it day in and day out. He knows it like the back of his hand. He didn't do very well in the Challenger Series when he left, and that's not because he hasn't surfed a lot of waves. He just made he just had a lot of inexperience. He made priority mistakes, and he just unfortunately didn't do great. So look, I'd love to see him get through and get back onto the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
So he goes. I've got a message there's a little bar down the road called the Cat and Gun, and apparently there's a bunch of people, Shane and Rob and all the boys from Cat and Gun are there watching, screaming and yelling through the town of Katungnam for this. So hello folks down there. Wish I could be having a beer with you later on tonight. I probably will.
Barry's coming out on the
Barry,
town.
go Barry. And so he did. He only got a 4.17. It's funny on that one, we saw this direct on camera first, and we could see that it wasn't that deep, and then they showed the drone angle, which actually made it look a lot better.
Yes. And Jerry, this is the biggest event that the Philippines has seen, biggest sanctioned event, a 5,000 QS here. What was it like? What were the stepping stones to actually get to this 5,000 event here?
There's been a lot of stepping stones, 28 of them, to be honest, and that's one every year. So, look, it started with Mayor Jaime Resilian, he's considered the godfather of Philippine surfing, and he started the first event in the Philippines. I guess the first international event, but it was just 10 guys that were hanging around town, and he said, let's have an event. Him and a guy named Pirate Pete. So, hi, Pirate, if you're listening. I know you used to live in the Philippines. Those two started the first event, and they just had a fun event in massive waves, actually. There's a lot of broken boards. And speaking of that, so we'd had a small one, and then each year it got a little bit bigger, and then we got some sponsorship, and each year it got a bit bigger, and then at one stage they thought, let's get some pro surfers in, so they got Andy King and Mark Matthews, and because I had known Andy from Cronulla, and so we got them in, and that gave us a lot more press. And I think Doug Arkfield, who is the father of Noah, will tell you that I think he said it was 2003. There were it was a big day, a big messy day. 19 boards were broken on one day in that event.
Wow.
Yeah. But back to the question, and it's just built up bigger. And Andrew Stark came through with actually Surfing Queensland, and then he went to Surfing Australia. So he kind of helped foster this thing, and then, of course, he became WSL, and we had Will and Ty, and all these guys have helped improve the event. And, of course, Congressman Matugas, and his mother, Mayor Soul, they're finding the money and putting the soul into it, if you like. So it's been a long progression to where we are. I hope we can progress a bit further, and I did say it yesterday, sometimes people will say to me, you've sold your soul to the devil, competitive surfing, bring it to a place like this. But it was what they wanted, and it was what the mayor wanted, and all I did was, help facilitate doing it in a classy way, if you like. I didn't want it to not work. I didn't want it to look messy. I didn't want it to be embarrassing. So I just always helped as much as I could during those years. And here we are. Yeah, it's not just the bigger. Here goes Marama again. Little back door there. He's hanging on. Second little section. What's he going to do here? He's definitely going to do something. Come on, buddy. A little float. Oh, what do you call that? Drop wallet, right?
Yeah.
You'll find that it is not only the biggest surfing event in the Philippines, the biggest surfing event the Philippines has ever had. It's one of the biggest sporting events, the international sporting events here, considering the prize money and the amount of competitors. We're all pretty proud that it's here. I can see old Babes Calixto with his head over behind me there. The peace sign is the other way. That's the not nice way, mate. Oh, actually, he's giving me the not nice sign. So Babes is instrumental in organising all this as well. So we appreciate your help. So look, it's a long road. Yeah, that's better. The heart symbol. It's a nice one, true. Yeah. So it's been a long road, but it's been a fun road. You know. It's been fun, and we're lucky we get good waves, and this is the time of year. We're actually a little bit late in the season. My concern has been the onshore winds. Now, starting tomorrow, and as I mentioned, we've got a lay day, we're starting to see a little bit more easterly winds, and each day that's what's going to happen, and that's what happens at this time of year. We get the easterly winds. It was always my concern to run it this late, but through WSL we couldn't run it early. Traditionally we ran it at the end of September, for 25 years. But we couldn't do that because now with the advent of the Challenger Series, firstly we can't clash with them, but secondly on the last Challenger Series event it gives them a chance that got knocked out to come here. So this is why it's quite late in the season, but I mean, hell, we've lucked out in the first 5-6 days, haven't we?
We really have. It's been amazing to watch the last couple of days be so good, and I think as well, after today we'll have 6 heats left.
Correct, and 3 days to run them. Now we'd like to finish them before the wind gets stronger, so my bet is Tuesday, the 2nd, but we'll see. We've got all that time, and again, I've been doing it for years and years and years, and just the fact that I said the 2nd now, everyone in town will be going, it's going to finich on the 2nd, finals day's on the 2nd. So let me just say, it's not necessarily on the 2nd.
Yes, it's all tentative, subject to change.
It's like telling my daughter maybe. That means definitely to her. You know? Can I go to this concert? Maybe. Okay, so she's buying tickets. So it's the same here. You say a date, and
keep
boom,
going
that's
with
all
that,
they
Lily.
hear.
That's the best way to live. Well, that is Sarah Wakita. Getting ready for the next heat, which is first quarterfinal for the women. She'll be taking on Holly Williams. And that last wave that we saw for Marama locked in at an 8.7. So Marama just getting better and better each wave. Eden Hassan is now chasing a 17.7 combination to progress through to the semi-finals. So we'll see what he can do in the next 9 minutes.
And that's a little. See those people? That's a little hole in the ground there in the water where they can have a little swim. And I told you before, myself and my lovely wife and my daughter and my dog Oscar, we spent decades in that little hole, just wallowing like hippopotamuses in the in the water there.
Having the best time. And
having the best time. So what's the feeling? You're a competitive surfer, True. What's the feeling when someone puts you in a combination position? I mean, I guess you could go either way.
Yeah. It's if you're Eden Hassan right now, it's not a good feeling. It's not the best one in the world. But, you know, you can either see the challenge and shy away from it, or you can rise up. And I feel like Eden, you know, he's competed a lot in his junior career. I feel like he understands what needs to be done to get or to break combination. So if Eden gets a 7.71, he'll break combination and need a high 9. And I feel like, you know, for him right now, it's just taking off on waves and giving himself opportunity. That could have been a mistake for Marama, using his priority on that one, but Eden is duck diving that wave on the inside.
Marama got smashed then, by the way. Did you see him go over?
Got smoked.
And there he is. He's up safely. One of his good mates, Archie's watching. Archie's a local, not necessarily from the island, but you know, he lives on the island. He does some beautiful stuff called pearls. Get online and have a look. Archie Gatoa. He's Goatina, sorry. He is a fantastic artist from around here. He's done some stuff around here. So if anyone wants to get online and have a look at his stuff, he sent me a little message now saying, "Go Marama, go." So yeah, Marama got smoked then. He dived forward, but he went over the falls.
Yeah, he got pumped, but
he's got all that hair to cushion his fall, so I think he's okay.
Fine. He's fine. He's pretty tough.
He's tough. He's a tough kid, and they were screaming. You know, during the interval with the interview with Xavier, I could hear them in the background when he caught a wave.
Yeah, he's definitely got a lot of support here. There would be so many people on the boardwalk watching him. I feel like this has been one of the first heats that I've seen him really. I know that he had a 9.4 yesterday and an 8, but I didn't get to see that heat. So this was the first one that I've seen him really open up on. The one that I saw yesterday, he got a pair of 5s.
He had a struggle, didn't he, in that one? And he was worried. I spoke to him afterwards. So here we go. This will be the 8.70.
Yeah, just locking in. He gets so much cover time. I mean, yeah, there's no reason to question why he's one of the best out here. And Marama, that was the 8.7 that he had, and with 6.5 minutes to go, he's in a great position with first priority and having Eden Hassan in a combination situation. I just feel like Marama, he's on the same road to what we saw last year. He's a defending champion. He wants to win back-to-back.
And there's an incredible amount of pressure on him. He might not look like he's feeling the pressure, but I know he is. Today, when he was walking out to the tower, he didn't walk out along the walkway. He walked quietly by himself through the water. That might have something to do with the fact that the floor on the walkway is boiling hot and he didn't have any shoes on. But I think it was just to give him some alone time, because he can't help himself. He just stops and talks to everyone. And I think he walked from the beach through the water just so that he didn't have to say hello, and he could compose his thoughts and think about his heat ahead.
Yeah, well, even he came in from the surf, I think it was this morning, and I was about to be like, hey, I haven't really actually had a chance to see Marama and have a proper chat with him. And he was like, hey, and then someone was like, can we get a photo? And I was like, I'll see you later. I'm not getting in the middle of this one.
Exactly, yeah.
But, he's looking good. So, yeah, I just feel like Marama he's looking solid at the moment. He's on his way to the semi-finals at this stage. Anything can happen in 5 minutes. I really don't want to write off Eden Hassan because he is such an amazing talent as well.
Look, I think you were talking before about one of the sports you like was basketball, right?
Yeah.
Surfing can be a bit like that in one sense. Everything can happen in the last 5 minutes. Basketball itself, I barely watch it unless it's the last 5 minutes, because the last 5 minutes firstly goes for 20 minutes, but a lot can happen in the last 5 minutes of basketball, and I find surfing can be a bit like that. Now, I'm not trying to talk it up because it really looks like Marama's got things under control.
Yeah.
As the message from Joseph Olin is saying, and Shagger, we see you, we hear you. But yeah, look, with 4.5 minutes to go, Marama has priority. The big money's on Marama at this stage, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. 4 minutes. He's really controlling this heat. Started off with a 5. Second wave was a 9. Had a couple throwaways. Gets a 7.17. Then straight after that, the 8.7. And he just... he has found 3 of the best waves in this heat. I feel like 3 of the best waves that we've seen, maybe in the last heat as well. You know, Zave was looking so on point, but Marama, he just has a little bit of an extra edge on this wave. But, you know, just watching him and how he approaches this wave, you can really take away some things and implement it into your own free surfing out there.
As everyone should be. I mean, you're not going to watch the best guy, without question, at a particular spot and not try to imitate them, you know.
Yeah.
The kids do, but the grown-ups do as well. And Xavier was the example of actually saying that on camera. And the kids, you know, they want to be him, so they're practicing being him. And I don't know if you've noticed, but there were, within the round of 32, there were a lot more Filipinos that had survived than had last year. I think at one stage, well, maybe it was round of 64, but we still had 11 guys in there. And it was big and nasty, and they knew what they were doing, and they know how to take on the wave. And partly it's because Marama and Peso and some of the older guys, they've been watching them, and they're absolutely learning from them. Not to mention Phil Murray and PJ, those guys as well, the backhanders. Can't forget the backhanders.
No. Well, Marama is the last Filipino left in the draw.
He is now, yeah. And, well, there's only a few left. But I was just surprised there were so many against such good competition with... you know, in the round of 64 and the round of 32. There's another guy here that used to surf really good here that taught them a lot, Ken David. I mean, he's a guy from Manila that comes down and absolutely rips and teaches them a fair bit of stuff. So good on you, Ken. I know he's watching online. But yeah, 2.5 minutes to go, less than 2.5 minutes to go. Marama does have priority, and it's going to be probably a hill too high now for Eden to climb. So, but got to be pretty proud of himself to make it to the quarterfinals.
Oh, absolutely. It's
representing Port Macquarie up there.
Yeah, it's pretty much a keeper result as well.
Yeah.
Quarterfinals, especially in these 5,000, it's a lot of points. We've got no takers on that wave there, but we have gone to those 35-minute heats as well for today, which is nice to see the extra 5 minutes.
We had the time. We've got the time, and I spoke with Ty Sarati, and we just decided that was the way to go, give them a bit more opportunity. Because yesterday there were a couple of times they'd had a first wave good score and then almost nothing all the way through. And when it's big and nasty like this, you can have some either sets that are all just big and nasty, or there can be a lull. So if you've got the time, give them the time, I say.
Absolutely.
Here's Eden's really quite deep. Let's see what he can do. Yeah, no, it was a bit of a Hail Mary, I believe, that one. Had no choice, had to go for it, didn't have priority. I'm 100% backing Marama now.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like Marama's 80% secured. Anything can happen. I don't want to ride off Eden just yet, but yeah, with a minute to go, it looks like Marama has booked himself a spot in the semi-finals. He could be taking on, I believe it would be Xavier Huxtable.
Yep.
Which will be actually a really exciting semi-final.
Yeah.
And we've got there's a full day of anticipation.
There is, because we're not surfing tomorrow, and we don't necessarily know if we're surfing on the 2nd. So I guess you just got to keep up with the WSL app, and you can text me personally. I'll let you know. But WSL app, stay tuned.
You're going to regret that, Jerry.
Oh, look, since I did it, you know me, I do 20 shout-outs every heat.
Yeah.
I've got another 20 shout-outs I've got to do next time I get on. My phone's just ringing off the hook. So. But I like it. Someone said to me the other day, how come you do so many shout-outs? You probably shouldn't do that. I said, I'm the event director. I can do anything I want.
Absolutely. That's why we love you.
Well, we love you too. So 10 seconds to go. It's pretty much all she wrote. Congratulations to Marama and commiserations to Eden. You know, you've really tried hard. You've made it a long way, and you know, you've done a wonderful job. He needs to be proud of himself.
Yeah, 100%. He's had such a great event, and it's sad to see him go, but Marama moving on through to the semi-finals with a 17.7 combination. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the women's quarterfinals out there right after this quick break.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Welcome back, everybody, into the booth. We have the quarterfinal number one out there for the women, Holly Williams, taking on Japan's Sarah Wakita. So big matchup, taking it through with me, Dai Wako. Dai, this is a pretty solid heat right now for the ladies in the water.
And we just witnessed a big fall off from Sarah Wakita just then. It was a massive wave she was charging.
Yes, Sarah's definitely not scared. We touched on this in her previous round. She spends a lot of time in Hawaii.
Right.
Basically grew up there, right?
Yes, I believe so. So she had, a lot of experiences in the bigger waves, and of course her brother is well-known surfer in Japan. He's charges a lot in Hawaii, so definitely she is capable of getting the bigger ones out here.
Yeah, I would say that having a sibling that charges probably gives you a little bit more of an edge to throw yourself over, because they're probably thinking, come on, you can do it. So I'm sure Sarah and her brother have had plenty of times where they've bounced off each other a lot. But yeah, she had a pretty solid over the falls just for her first wave. It's not a massive score, it's 0.37. Here's the replay of Holly's though. So this was right at the start. Went pretty square on that one. She looks like she's slowing, but it went kind of straight, and then here's this wipeout. Oh, wow.
Wow. That was a big fall from Sarah Wakita. She charged it.
Yeah, you could tell she kind of said, I'm going to get out of here from the very start. Maybe didn't paddle hard enough into it, knew she wasn't going to have enough speed to maintain a nice bow ride, or maybe she knew she was just probably going to have to pull square, so it was either jump out now or jump out 10 meters in. So probably smart on Sarah's behalf. She does have second priority though.
Definitely, it was a smart move for her. If she's just trying to keep up on her board would have been two pieces right now.
And Sarah from Chiba?
She lives in Chiba right now, so that's I would say Japanese Gold Coast.
Yes.
A lot of Japanese surfers from all over the places now try to move to Chiba for just practice surfing, because it's a central surfing area.
Would you say that Chiba is the central surfing area now because of all the big events that you had there, because of the CTs you had there for a while? That's kind of why it's become the hub?
Yeah, but it's been like that for years, like since first generation started surfing in Japan. And we have another surf town called Shonan, which is I am from. And there's another big surf town in Miyazaki area, that's the west side of Japan, which has a lot and lots of great beaches, great surf point, and great surfers. Probably you heard of Ryaru Ito?
Yes.
He's from Miyazaki.
Yeah, Ryaru is a name that comes up a lot actually with the
Right.
Japanese competitors. I feel like he's super strong, super solid on his feet. I don't think he's here actually.
He is in Japan, actually,
He's in
yes.
Japan.
I'm not sure he's coming to Taiwan or not, but according to his Instagram post, he's been training hard in Japan.
Well, we love to hear it. Cannot wait to see what Ryaru brings out of this training block. While we have a little bit of a quiet moment in this heat, True is with the Philippines' favourite, Marima. True, take it away.
Thank you so much, JJ, Marima. What a heat that was.
No, it's crazy. I mean, like, it's kind of like shifty, like it's moving a lot, and it's not really like barreling. Most of the wave is not really barrel, so I was like just waiting for the right waves and just the double up and nice and clean. So thankfully, I'm really know how to read the waves. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go for it and get another score. So my first wave was like the one to get 9 points. I was like, it was really nice because I was like, I thought I'm not gonna came out on that because I was just closing my eyes while I'm in the barrel, and I was like, when I open up and it's just like, whoa, it's open up clean, and then it just came out. So happy for that.
Yeah, you absolutely disappeared on that one. I actually wrote you off, so sorry about that. But you had that heat with Eden Hassan. Eden's been on fire all event as well. Was it special to share the lineup with him?
Oh yeah, like for me, this kid, like I don't know how old he is, like 16. Yeah, this kid surf really good, and then I've been watching him surfing also since like the free surf. And yeah, I was like, wow, this kid is gonna go all the way up. So I was like, okay, just make sure, just be smart, and just when it's coming competition, there's no friends in the water, but your friend after in the water. Yeah.
You're defending champion here as well. You've booked yourself a spot in the semi-finals. Are you just taking it heat by heat, wave by wave, or are you already thinking about the finals and what you're gonna do?
Like to be honest, everyone here, especially it's QS 5000, and everyone surf really good, especially like from Australia, Indonesia, Japan. So what I did like on my plan, I just like focus every heat. So I'm not like really expecting that I'm gonna go all the way to the final because everyone surf really good. So all I fight for is that me and the waves. That's all I focus on when I'm in the water. So yeah, so I'm so stoked to make it through. And yeah, so I think tomorrow it's the holiday, so no surfing. Yay, I can rest. And then the next day will be like when it's on again. Yeah.
Well, enjoy your rest day, Marima, and we'll see you in the semi-finals in the next couple of days. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to my cousin. He's like the best shipper here in the island or in the Philippines. Like yesterday, this board I broke it. And it was cracked here, and I just went straight to his house and hassled him like, bro, please fix it. This is my my board, my magic board, and can you please fix it? So and then he like working till like 10 or 11 p.m. Yeah, for just for me fixed by my board. So I'm so happy. Thanks, bro. I'll see you guys. I see you again later because my other board is cracked. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Marima, and back to you guys.
I absolutely love those two. They are such good energy. Marima is just so loved around here, and I think worldwide as well. He's really made a name for himself where he is really appreciated and valued. This is Sarah having to pull a little bit straight here. Gets a nice turn in there, potentially just kind of wiping away some water across the eyes halfway through. But she's looking for the finish here, and gets a nice solid turn at the end there, Di.
Yeah, it comes in 4.5, and this is live action from Holly Williams. Probably she gets finished as well. Yeah, that was, well served from Sarah Wakira, definitely. 4-5. Judges are rewarding all those turns from Sarah Wakira. Having 4.5 is feeling great right now. Let's have a look at Holly Williams' last wave. Really love the first turn. She gets two good combination on that wave.
Yeah, two really great turns for Holly on that one. So I spoke to her at the end of her last heat and I said to Holly, I said, I felt like that heat you were only starting to kind of hit your paces right at the end. And Holly said, there's more to come. There's more in the tank. And that wave comes in at a 5.83. I feel like Holly, she's sticking to that point. You know, she's kind of starting this heat exactly where she left it off. She's kicking to get back out. She's looking really revved up. Probably looking the most focused I've ever seen her, actually. And it's working for her right now. She does have the lead. Except there's no easy task to get through a surfer like Sarah Wakita. She's up and riding now.
脇田沙羅選手、3本目のライディングになります。これは大きな波にテイクオフしてきた。ストールをして中部を狙っていきます。さあ、少し中部に入ったかといったところですが、ここでプルアウト。現在第2位のポジションの脇田選手、逆転に必要なスコアが 2.34。さあ、これいい波になってきたんですが、少しタイミングが合わなかったか、インサイドで少しかぶった後すぐプルアウト。残り時間23分20秒。It was a great looking wave for Sarah Wakita, but unfortunately she couldn't quite pull into the barrel, set up the rail in the barrel. So really unfortunate for her, but still we have 23 minutes remaining in this heat, and now Holly Williams first priority.
Yeah, Holly out there with first. This is a pretty important heat right now for Sarah. So she's currently sitting 5th on the rankings. In the Asian women, they take top 3 plus a wild card. So it's a very minimal amount of women getting through. Sarah obviously made it to the Challenger Series, had a year on the Challenger Series this year. Didn't make that top 10 to requalify, so she's back here. She did, however, get 2 seconds over here in the Philippines earlier this year at La Union and Bel Air. And I believe she's just came off a second in Japan in the last event.
In the last of the QS 3000 in Miyazaki, she came second place. So she's having a great year so far on the QS series, actually. But here is Holly Williams up and riding again. Really love that big hack off the top. And gets another section. Little bit of tail slide there. But is she going to get the last section? Well, she didn't get a last section. But still, I really love the combination.
Yeah, she's looking... You can tell even by that drone angle shot, she's looking really determined. She's looking really switched on, really revved up and ready to go. So here's this front on replay. Wow. Big first snap in the pocket there for Holly. It's a hard section to turn in as well because there's so much water ripping up the face, that part of the wave. She then gets a tail slide carve, finishes this wave off with just a nice roundhouse there. Doesn't get much more on the inside. But that's going to back up that 5.83 die.
Definitely, it was a great wave, back-to-back wave. She's already locked in 5.83 for the previous wave, and probably the last wave for Holly comes in great score. Probably it's going to be a great backup score. So I got a feeling that after this, she's going to go for tube riding now.
Hells yeah. I would absolutely love to see Holly try and tuck into a couple. We saw her pull into a few this morning. Didn't make it out of a couple. Got a little bit of shade on 2 of her waves. And yeah, Holly, she got a 6.5 this morning for turns as well. So she knows it's working for her. She's looking really strong and really confident. Look at that beautiful shot of the reef though, Di. Here we go, Sarah.
脇田沙羅選手の4本目のライディングになります。さあ、大きなスラッシュターン。さあ、これはいい形になってきました。さあ、ここでも大きなターンを入れていきます。ここ、重要な一発、1発、2発、3発、4発と綺麗に決めてきました。これもいいライディングになってきています。さあ、脇田選手の4本目のライディング。Well, that was a great wave from Sarah Wakita.
Yeah, I especially love that first turn, but this second turn kicks the fins out the back. I thought she might have lost it, Di, but managed it to held on, pull it together for 2 final turns. So probably got a glimpse of what Holly was doing for her scores and thought, I can do that too.
Now she's looking for 6.56. So do you think it's going to be it or close to 656.
I feel like it'll sit around Holly's scores. I feel like they were pretty similar waves. I feel like it'll probably, I think, sit around Holly's scores. But, you know, the judges are really picky about what they're looking for,
Right.
what exactly they want to see on each of the waves. I feel like we might see that now we're in the quarterfinals. We might see them probably cap turns at a 6.5 for at best, even if it's an incredible wave, if it is just turns, because they want to see these ladies get barreled, especially when you have names like Mila Brown, names like Sierra Kerr in the draw, who are definitely going to try and go for that barrel. I know Sarah loves to get barreled. She got barreled in her first heat earlier on, so bring it on is what I say. So I don't know, Di, where do you see that one coming in as?
Probably, well, I'm with you, probably sit around about mid-5. But, you know, judges are now watching all those replays of Holly Williams' third wave and fourth wave, so they're just comparing all those waves now. So, to me, probably sit around mid-5.
Yes, I agree. Comes in though at a 4.63. So judges saying it's not as good as Holly Williams. Maybe the wave size, it might have been slightly smaller than some of Holly's. So now Holly, with 18 minutes to go, in a pretty good position, out there in first place, has first priority. She looks like she's going to paddle and have a go at this one. So Holly Williams up and riding, fades left to go right. You could see she was trying to stall for the barrel. Wow, huge turn. Oh, and goes over.
Almost goes down on surfboard, but that was a great, you know, technique. Really love how she faded and tried to go into the barrel, but just wave didn't offer. Here is the replay. Really love the faded turn, but look at this first turn. Just put it all in.
Yeah, you can tell she kind of threw that one away at that last minute. There was a lot of water running up the face of that one, and she probably thought, ooh, I'm going to get out of here before this gets a little bit tricky. So Holly is only looking to better a 5.23. She's, like we said, now that she's got those two scores on the board, you can tell she went left, faded left to try and tuck in right there, but that wave didn't throw exactly like we wanted to. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her paddling up the reef a little bit further, trying to sit a little bit deeper. We saw her do exactly that this morning. But I feel like, Di, what are your thoughts? It's a really different lineup out here when you only have one other person out.
Oh, that's so true. You know, it's when you have a crowd out there, actually, it's easy to know where to sit exactly. But when you're out there by yourself or by, you know, just one another guy out there, so hard to tell where exactly you should sit for the, you know, tubes. So yeah, it's gonna be hard to pick.
Yeah, I feel like as well, you could even get more picky at in a
true.
wave like this.
Right.
Like the waves are so good, and we've obviously seen the last 2 or 3 days how incredible this place can get. I feel like when you only have one other person out, you'd almost be a little bit worried to swing in case there was a better one behind it. But if in that case as well, I feel like if you only have one other person out, just swing on anything. It's such a cool opportunity to have no one out there. It's just you and one other enjoying such a beautiful lineup, such a beautiful part of the world. And that's what these ladies are getting to do right now. Coming up next, though, quarterfinal heat number 2.
We have red, Freya Pram in red, Charlie Haley in blue. Well, this is another great match. Quarterfinal heat number 2. So all the men's semi-finalists has been decided.
Yeah, men's semi-finalists have been determined. So I believe it's Xavier taking on Marima, and it'll be Tenchi taking on Oscar Berry. Tenchi Iwami.
Wow. 1 Japanese surfer, 2 Aussies, and 1 Philippine surfers left. Very international semi-finalist.
Very international, actually, and it very easily could have been an all-Australian affair too.
Right.
There was a lot more Australians than anyone else in those quarterfinals, but in the heats where the Aussies could have won over the internationals, the Japanese and the Filipinos got them. Marima was always going to be hard to beat.
Oh, definitely.
In that last heat. he is probably the hardest to beat at this wave. He's just so good. The connection he has here, it's absolutely insane to see how one person can have such a unique, connection and relationship with a place. And Marimar's with Cloud9 is absolutely beautiful. So if I was Xavier Huxtable, I would be a little bit nervous.
Oh, definitely. I'll probably change my plan, like how to surf against him. But I don't know, there's not much you can do about his relationship with this break. So probably trying to do my best.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Right now, though, we are 20 minutes gone by, 21 minutes actually, if you wanted to get specific with it. And Holly Williams with that 5.83 and the 5.23 has it out in the lead. She looks like she's paddling here. She's done exactly what I thought she'd do. She's gone and sat a little bit deeper to try and get barreled. Sarah Wakita did take a pretty big wipeout at the start of this heat, so went over the falls pretty bad. Since then, she's been quickly clawing her way back with a 4.63 and a 4.5. Holly, having a look there, decides not to go. So the ladies, this is what we were just talking about. Sometimes you can kind of start to get a bit picky in these free surfs, and in those 4-man heats I can guarantee there's someone on every single wave that comes through. But right now just Sarah staying really patient.
So Sarah is now looking for 6.43, so I was kind of curious what she's going to do on the next one. Is she going to go for a barrel, or she just stick to the turns? But definitely she was looking for a tubes hold this event, because I had a chance to talk to her the other day, and she said, well, really wanna, I'm so keen to get a barrel out there. So I'm curious what she's gonna do on the next one.
This lady on your screen right now, Charlie Haitley, on that magic purple board that's been giving her a pretty impressive run through this event. Behind her, that's Billy Keane, the man from Sawtell, who actually competed in this event and is extremely talented surfer. So Billy and Josh Kerr in Charlie's corner here. But I believe it is Charlie heading out with Billy, because Sierra will be coming up in quarterfinal number 3.
Wow.
So Josh probably staying with Sierra, giving her the support she needs. But what a cool experience for Charlie. Not many people can say they have Josh Kerr in their corner.
Definitely, there's going to be a lot of advices from, experienced surfers. It's just amazing experience as a young surfer.
Even a lot of the competitors here using some of the local surfers as coaches as well, which I think is really smart. If you can kind of tap into that knowledge and connection the Filipinos have with this place, like I was talking about with Marimar, if you can tap into that, it's a massive advantage. I know Anon Matsuoka is using Filma Alapayo as her coach this event, and I think that's been really paying off for her. She won it last year using Filma as her coach as well. So if it works, Dai, stick with it.
Right. Tenshi's having same coaches, yeah?
Yeah, Tenshi has Filma as his coach as well. And he had his quarterfinal against Kyan Falvey. Kyan has been one of the standout surfers for me. And Tenshi was just in the right spot. And I feel like using that knowledge from Filma has probably helped. Right now, though, Holly having a look, decides not to go. So coming down to 10 minutes on the clock here. And, really, really particular about what waves these ladies are taking right now.
Well, this heat goes so quickly. Already there's only 11 minutes, less than 11 minutes remaining. Sarah Wakita is holding on to the first priority, just waiting for the right ones. So on screen we have Freya Pram just ready for the next heat.
Yeah, Freya giving a little piece to the camera. She is a fierce competitor and she absolutely charges. She loves to throw herself over and spent a bit of time in Hawaii over her years as well. She's actually spent a little bit of time everywhere. So she's been competing on the QS, I'd say, for the last 10 years. Since about 2015, she's been on the Challenger Series a few times. She actually got the call up for a Challenger Series spot at Portugal this year, so she got to compete over there. Unfortunately, did get knocked out, I think, in the first or second round, but got really close to qualifying for the Challengers for the 2024 season. So she's trying to fight her way back there to make it in for the 2025 season. And so are all these ladies. Holly, she's pretty close as well. She's quite high up there on the rankings. She got a 5th at Krui and a 9th at Nia. So
wow,
already has 2 pretty solid results.
that is a solid result so far in QS 5000, 5th and 9th, and she's now on her way to semi-finals.
Yeah.
This heat hasn't done yet, but she is now in the lead with a good 2 scores.
So they take 4 women from Australia. She's currently 5th on the rankings, so has to try and get up 1 more spot and then stay there. Sarah, like I was saying, she, I believe, is also 5th on the rankings for the Japan or the Asian women, but they take top 3, so has to really keep climbing. The good thing that's working out for Sarah right now is she won Taiwan last year, and that's the next QS 5000 we're heading to just at the end of next week. So Sarah does kind of have that up her sleeve. She has a really well-versed connection with Taiwan. She spent a lot of time there. Obviously works for her because she's won. There's a bit of a wave going unridden here, but just another beautiful cloud 9 wave there, Dai.
Yeah, looks like, the condition has been improving a lot compared to what we had this morning.
Definitely. And something Jerry was saying, he was in the booth here with True in that last heat, something he was really worried about was having some onshore winds, so they come from the east. And we are late in the season to run the event, but we are really lucky to have had pretty much west winds the whole time. I would say this is ever so slightly onshore, but barely. There's barely any wind going on today, and Jerry was saying that tomorrow the easterly wind does start to pick up a little bit, but then happens to die down on the 2nd.
Wow, which can't be our last day.
Could definitely be our last day. We have until the 4th to run, but after today we only need 1 more day of competition. So 1 last day of event running here at Cloud9 for the 2024 year. So 28 years here, which is absolutely incredible. There's not many events I know that have ran for 28 years, Dai.
Right. Here is Holly Williams up and riding again. Try to look for the tube, but that was quick in and out. Well, it was a great looking wave, but you can really tell that she's just looking for the tube.
I love it though. I love that she's fierce and trying to find the barrel. This is what we want to see from these ladies. And she made a pretty steep takeoff there, maybe taking off a little bit too square. Potentially that's her issue, just dropping straight to the bottom. But I know Holly rewatches her heat, so she's probably going to come back, know exactly where she went wrong. Like I said, this morning she did get a little cover up in her round of 16 heats, and I was talking to her. She was revved up, fired up to keep making heats, keep surfing her way through the draw. I know she works really hard to be at these events too, fully funds them herself, and works 2 or 3 jobs to make sure she can get here. So Holly just putting in the time, you know. She's committed to getting back to the Challenger Series, and right now it's 1 step closer to the semi-finals. So 6 minutes to go, potentially Holly Williams moving on through. The only issue is Sarah Wakita is extremely good under pressure, and if she gets the opportunity, she 9 times out of 10 makes it happen for herself.
Right.
And a 6.43 for someone of Sarah's caliber, easy score for her.
Holly just trying to position herself really deep now. That tells us she's looking for the cousin. She gets a little cover up and gets a turn done.
I love the fact that she's going for it. So
right.
Had heaps of speed, but she's starting to sit a lot deeper, starting to tuck in to the barrels here. So we do have potentially our first quick little cover up of this quarterfinals. I feel like the judges though probably aren't going to put it above Sarah though.
脇田沙羅選手、このライディングが何点になるのか、際どいところに当てて、ここはしっかりとメイクしてきた。さあ、もう一ターン入れられるか。ここは大きなカービング、そしてこのセクションも大きくターンを入れてきます。さあ、これが最後のターンが入ってくると、 どうでしょう、しっかりとここはターンを決めていきたいところですが、ここでこけてしまいます。ですが、ファーストターン、セカンドターン、そしてサードターンといいターンが続きました。脇田沙羅選手、逆転に必要なスコア 6.43。Wow, that was a great wave from Sarah Wakita. Wow, that was a so hard section to do turns, but managed to put another turn after that. And the wave a little bit, dies out, but still managed to put a couple good turns in.
Yeah, I feel like Sarah has such a cool style with her surfing, and you could tell on that wave she was really trying to push pretty hard. She knows she needs a big score, so she was trying to make something happen. Didn't get the finish, but I don't think that matters too much. There was a lot of damage done before the time she got to the end there. But Sarah, is it the 6.43? I don't think so. I think it maybe will better her 4.5. The judges, though, like I said before, they're very particular about what they're rewarding. They would rather see maybe 2 really big committed turns than 4 kind of smaller ones pieced together. So Sarah, you can tell she's starting to push really hard, but I just think in comparison to Holly's pretty solid turns on those waves, it might just not get to where her scores are.
So we're still waiting for the last of Sarah Wakita. Judges are watching the replays over and over. Well, few scores locked in. It's a 5-6-7. So this is going to be her best score so far. 脇田沙羅選手、最後の波で 5.67 をマークし、逆転に必要なスコア 5.40 と縮めました。So now she needs 5.40 to go into the lead. And we have 3 minutes remaining now.
Yeah,
Wow.
3 minutes to go and a 5.40. This is what I just said. You can never, ever think Sarah Wakita can't pull it off in the last 5 minutes. She is so good under pressure. The amount of times I have seen her win a heat in the last 5 minutes.
Definitely, yes.
It's outrageous. She's so good at making it happen right at the very end. Holly is right next to her, though. Look at that die.
Definitely now, Holly is in the defense mode, just trying to get the wave of Sarah. But if the set comes, there's going to be a couple waves coming through into the lineup. And now she's looking for 5.40, which is like what she did on the last wave, and she does it again, then pretty much she gets it. So it's just, time is ticking, timing is enemy. Just under 2 minutes remaining in this heat. Wow, a lot of pressure is building up for both surfers.
Yeah, I'd love to say I didn't see that coming, but I really did. I feel like Sarah is just so reliable. Holly letting her go on this one, so needs a 5.4.
Well, quick in and out for Sarah Wakita. That was a great, smart move. It didn't offer too much for her, so now she gets back quickly. So 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining now.
Yeah, not long left. And looking like a couple waves on the horizon. So whether or not Holly decides to take him and try and better her score, or decides to wait out there and play defense and go and basically hold hands with Sarah Wakita for the next 60 seconds, is going to be the interesting one. So Sarah's last wave obviously is not going to beat the score. Needs a 5.4, which is next to nothing. She knows what a 5.67 feels like. Now she just has to basically do that again, and she'll be in the lead. And it'll be a story over for Holly Williams. But Holly, sitting in the best case scenario right now, has first place, has first priority. There is 30 seconds on the clock. She just has to stay close to Sarah and keep a really close eye on her.
Well, intense moment for Holly and Sarah. I kind of see the wave coming into the lineup, but it's just 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, here comes a little wedge rolling through. Holly's going to use first priority, so she's up and riding now. Tries to stall and tuck in for that one, but there is no barrel opportunity. Racing down the end. goes for a big finish, can't pull it off. So Sarah not getting a wave to try and find the score. There is your first semi-finalist, ladies and gentlemen. Holly Williams taking one for Team Oz. So we're going to go to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back for quarterfinal number 2 right after this.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next!
There's no stopping me. Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Welcome back, everyone. And there is a very smiley Holly Williams. High fives her caddy. Pretty sure that's Mike Clayton Brown. She is through the semi-finals here at a QS 5000. Big result for her. She did compete on the Challenger this year, and that was a pretty tight little heat. You know, Sarah Rukita came back late and had a red-hot crack at it. But in this heat, we've got 2 Australians. It's Freya Prum in the red, and on your screen is Charlie Haitley. It looks like we are going to see her swing and turn on this one, the goofy footer.
Up and riding. It was just quick in and out. Probably the wave didn't offer too much for her. Smart move from Charlie Haitley.
Freya open with a 1-1-3, so just a throwaway. Quarterfinal number 3 is going to feature Sierra Kerr and Tomomo Sato. Here goes Freya Prum, a bit of a veteran on the qualifying series. She's looking fit and strong, however. Throws that first turn up. Free falls down with the lip. And going to turns on the inside is Freya. So far, the best wave ridden. Di. First time here, but I'm sure the Philippines is your new favourite place to come.
Well, that's definitely it. But really love the float of this first section. And gets check down, couple check downs in, and quick in and out after that. I don't think that's gonna be a big score, but still, you know, it's great move from Freya to just keep her busy, trying to get in a rhythm with the ocean.
Yeah, well, the ladies surfed the first heats. We started at 6:30 this morning. As we see Charlie now, better looking wave, nice bowly section. That was a devastating turn. Backs it up again and showing her strength. The last turn might not be deemed complete, but she did the work on the first 2 manoeuvres. Here's the front on view. This wave just bowling out, and she smashes that first section, hammers the second, and I think if she'd completed this, she would have been on her way to a very healthy number.
Right, but still two combination could do pretty good score. To me, it was, the first time was big, throwing a lot of sprays and straight into the second. Really love the combination from Charlie Haitley.
Yeah, we're going to throw out to Jessie, who is with Holly Williams.
Yeah, guys, Holly, coming into this event, you were ranked 5th on the rankings for Australia. You know that they take top 4. You've now hit the semi-finals. This is a best result for this season. You got to be feeling you're inching closer to that Challenger Series dream.
Yeah, I'm inching closer and closer, but at the end of this day, I still have a job to do, and I want a final, and I want to take the trophy home, so that's my focus right now.
You spent a year on the Challenger Series just a few years ago. Ever since then, you've been trying to get back there. It felt like that year you spent on the Challenger Series, you kind of came back a new person. For someone who hasn't been on the Challenger Series, and a lot of people who haven't, talk us through what that experience was like for you.
It's a whole different ball game. You're spending 6 months of the year away from sometimes family and friends. I was fortunate every one of my family members got to come with me to an event, but it's cutthroat Challenger. It's fun. It's so enjoyable, but when you don't get back on it, you inch to have it more and more.
Coming back to this heat, you drew Sarah Rakita, who is such a big name in this event, and she's such a good competitor. Was there nerves going into that heat knowing that you had to get over Sarah?
Yeah, 100%. Everyone in this event is ripping, and Sarah's definitely one to watch out for in the Asian leg, and we come up against each other quite more frequently. So I knew I had to be on my best game, and at the end it was pretty close, and kind of just sat on her and hoped a little mind game and put a bit of pressure on her would help.
Now, tomorrow we're not running. We do have a public holiday here. Are you going to spend the next 24 to 36 hours thinking about the semi-final?
I really hope not. I got a good group of people with me, Elise and Bodie and Josh and Mikey and Dave, and they kind of all keep me in check and tell me, like, stress less, stop thinking, like, it's going to be what it's going to be, like, just go out there and do you. So I think they'll keep me in check on just to have fun the next 24 to 36 hours.
Well, your semi-finals bound, so congratulations. We'll let you get out of the sun. It's been a big day in the sun today. Congrats. We're excited to see you there. That's all from us, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessie, and congratulations, Holly. No competition tomorrow, but one lady that has stamped her authority on this heat is Charlie Haitley, a 7.47.
Wow.
I think if she'd ridden out of that last turn, she would have been on her way to an 8-point ride.
Definitely high 8 could be in the score line, but still 747 is the big number. It's gonna be a key part now. We still have 27 minutes remaining in this heat, so
yeah, the 35-minute heats seem like they go forever. I'm sure they do for our competitors in the water, but just 2 waves required. Here's the replay of the 747, and I reckon about 5 points came there, about 2.47 there, and I think if she'd ridden out of that, it would have been an excellent score. But Charlie, known for a devastating backhand and showing why she is so lethal in right-hand waves, a really good combination. Currently holding on to a 0.57, but I don't think she'll be holding on to it for much longer.
So now Freya Pram is having a look at this one. Up and riding. She goes to the big curve and goes to the bottom. Nice off the bottom turn. Nice top turn right there. And coming into the third, that was a much better section. But unfortunately, somehow she went down. But let's have a look at again replay of Freya Pram. Left the bottom turn and a big carve. Really love that turn right there, and she gets the finish right here, but somehow probably the white water just washes, pushes her surfboard away so that she couldn't, ride out of it. But what comes in 3.50, so probably the last time wasn't a completion. That was really unfortunate for her, but still comes in 3.50.
Yeah, she's got a really solid technique, a really strong core. You can see her really leaning into those bottom turns, which allows her to release hard off the top. Right now, she is chasing a 4.55 to move up the leaderboard. Charlie Hatley recently won a QS back in my home state of Western Australia, and I think it's given her great confidence in her ability. It was her first ever QS final, her first ever QS win. She's upgraded to a QS 5000, and she has been in really good form. So watch out for the surfer in blue. I'm sure the surfer in red can draw on her years of experience in these kind of events. Right now chasing a 4.50. Plenty of time on the clock. We've got 2 heats remaining today. Next quarterfinal will feature Sierra Kerr and Samomo Sato. That's going to be an exciting matchup, but the ladies really getting their first opportunity to surf in the afternoon when the tide is flowing in. They've made the most of the early morning clean conditions, but right now this afternoon they're out there looking loose, looking limber, and the incoming tide really makes this wave a little bit more kind, I would say, Di. You know, the low tide's pretty gnarly.
Definitely, it gives you more opportunities for, well, as well as tube, but, you know, a lot of turns in. So probably all the surfers trying to do turns first, get scores, and then trying to go into the barrel sections. So that's kind of a plan for everybody now.
We had an enjoyable little trip up the coast. Obviously, we went on hold for a few hours. I think you won the heat, mate.
Thanks. Yeah, that was a great, you know, we gotta say it's a surf break for us, actually.
Yeah.
We get to surf, you know, an hour or so. We take a boat to the outer reef. We get to surf with our, you know, Jess and True sisters. It was a good fun.
Yeah, it was the little commentators' heat, and we felt like we didn't sort of see each other for a while. Jessie was right down the end of the reef. You and I were hanging sort of up the top at that little sort of wedgy peak that was going on. But yeah, right now our focus is back on the heat at hand. 22.5 minutes. You can see Charlie hunting the lineup. She's found something she likes. Springs to her feet. The backhand surfing has been dynamic. That wave just doesn't offer her what she likes. So, you know, the backhand, it really needs that steep section to look dynamic. And unfortunately, that wave didn't really give her too much. So she kicks out, hands priority over to Freya Prum. And Charlie has upgraded ever so slightly. Turns a 0.57 into a 0.60. So extends her lead by a fraction of a score.
Well, here's some lines coming into the lineup now. Freya is having a look at this one. Decided to not go. It was a paddle, but you know, Charlie Hatley is not in the lineup yet, so still Freya Pram is holding on to the first priority. Now waiting for the good ones.
Yeah, that was a big set that just rolled through. No one in position. Freya had a look at the first set, decided, nah, that's not what I need. She needs a good wave to get a 4.50 on. And there is a lot of energy in the ocean still. You know, yesterday, all-time conditions here at Cloud9. Today, still really good. There is a lot of swell being generated from the typhoon a few thousand kilometres away up in Taiwan. We send all our friends and event organisers the very best. It looks like the eye of that typhoon has just passed over Taiwan, so I'm kind of glad we're in the Philippines and not in Taiwan right now.
Right. You know, I've seen a live cam at a contest area in Taiwan. It was massive at the moment. It's massive and windy. But by the time we get to Taiwan, probably, you know, it's going to be calm. And we might have still swell afterwards.
20 minutes on the clock. Right now, a 7.47, the best number in the scoreline. Di, you might have heard about the announcement that the World Junior Championships are coming to the Philippines.
Right. The next year in January.
That's correct.
Coming to Philippines. Well, that's a great news.
The Asian region still has a couple of pro juniors left before those spots are confirmed. For you, who are the standout pro juniors that are from Japan?
I gotta say, Tenshi Iwami. I believe he's still, 19 years old. So
Okay, still qualifies.
probably, but mainly he's focusing on QS 5000 at the moment. But yeah, there's another. Well, Ichi Watanabe is 17 years old and he's really great surfer. And Taki Kanazawa is brother of Roy Kanazawa. He was really great in this event. He charges. So many young generations now, they are really great surfers in Japan.
Yeah, we've seen that most of the pro junior athletes also dabble in the QS event. So, obviously it's a different pathway to the Challenger Series as we see Freya putting in the big strokes. She trains hard, she surfs hard as well. Sort of mistimes that first turn, but let's see what she can do through the inside. Wraps that one around. And behind her is Charlie. So both surfers riding at the same time.
Wow.
That was a nice turn out the back. Freya keeping busy through the inside. But Charlie really showing her strength. This backhand attack is lethal. She rode the same purple shooter over in Yellingup on her way to her maiden QS victory at the Cape Naturalist Pro. So she does have qualifying series experience. She does have a win under the belt. Freya there.
That was a great vertical off the top from Freya. Now wave a little bit died, but still managed to put a couple turns in, and she gets finished right there. That was a great turn from Freya, but out the back behind this was huge first turn from Charlie, and straight into the second, throwing a bucket of sprays and pretty much like destroying the wave on her backhand, and gets a completion there and try to kick out quickly so that she regains the first priority.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a really interesting comparison to her first wave. That one was definitely a bigger wave than her 747. She smashed the first section. Was able to sort of rattle off a couple of more turns after that. So it'll be an upgrade of her situation in first. A 4.33 is locked in for Freya, so that is her best number. Right now, her requirement a 3.73, but that is definitely going to grow once the last score for Charlie locks in. And
wow, few scores locked in, and it looks like really good score is now on the way to her scoreboard.
yeah, so far every judge on the screen has gone above their previous score. And there it is, an 8.17. So Charlie, an 8.17 and a 7.47. Going to turns, not even worrying about the tube ride. You really don't have to, because this wave at this size still offers big steep pockets. And Charlie, she put the board in all the right places and has been rewarded with an 8.17. She'll be stoked to hear that score. Freya now, however, has been put into a combination situation, meaning she needs 2 fresh scores totaling 15.64 or better to move up into the lead. So, yeah, there is probably quite a few years age difference. Charlie just 15. Freya's been competing in these events for quite some time, so it's that classic battle of youth versus experience. Charlie's got priority here. Looks like she's moving to the shoulder, and that's why, because that's a big wash through.
Wow, that is a big bomb coming into the lineup. But to me, Charlie's getting those really great shape-looking waves than Freya Pram because, Charlie managed to put couple turns in where the wall really stands up.
Yep.
But for the Freya's wave, it kind of dies out a little bit towards the end. So probably now it's time to rethink about what kind of wave she should get, and that will do. Because she got her skills here. She's in quarterfinals. She's been, she's an experienced surfer. So once she's on the great shape wave, then she can do, she can score those excellence. So probably the wave selection is the key for Freya.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Di. Charlie's just had impeccable wave choice, and even the waves that she has taken off on, if they don't offer that steep first section, she's kicked straight out of them. Right. So she really knows what she's looking for. She's got Sierra Kerr in her corner. I'm pretty sure she's travelling with Sierra, and with priority, she's going to let Freya go this one. Freya has a good look at it, but unable to swing quickly enough to take off on that. But yeah, she must absolutely love the fact that she's got someone like Sierra in her corner. Sierra's coming up in the next heat, so in just under 14 minutes, we'll see probably the best female surfer in the event so far take to the water. She's going up against Sumomo Sato.
Our Japanese surfer. She's from a little bit of west side to Tokyo area. It's called Shizunami, and she competes. She's still, junior division, and she's very young, but she's been competing quite a long time. She's surfed in World Junior as well, I guess, and this is on screen, Sumomo Sato.
Tell us. She's got the sticker, the Japanese sticker on her board. We'll come back to that question in a moment as we see Charlie pumping through to the inside. Again, doesn't like what she sees, so she's straight out of there. Looking like she's going to go here into the tube.
Wow. She comes out so clean, and she gets another section. She gets a carve. Well, she really loves it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love the body language there from Freya. She is a tall human. For a lady, she's definitely one of the taller ones, and she was standing absolutely straight in that barrel.
Right.
We're going to get a really good replay of this. So right now, it's going to be the comparison of critical turns versus deep tube rides. Look at the takeoff.
She gets covered. She traveled quite a long time, and she gets this big carve right there. Well, she's in the combo situation, but I gotta say she's gonna break that combination now.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely.
She is going to get a really good score. That was a sick takeoff.
Yes.
It's a challenging takeoff here at Cloud9, and she just knifed straight under the lip. And she's paddling out, and if she can find another wave like that, there we go, a 9.5. She's just heard the score, and the reaction is immediate. Kicks the water, and she must be so psyched. No one likes to be in a combo situation. She's broken the combo with a 9.50, and I think that is the highest individual score of the event. There it is on our screen. Better's Sierra Kerr's two scores there being an 8.83 and a 9.2. Freya Prum has to be stoked with her efforts on that wave, We haven't seen too many ladies getting tubed, but that is the best ridden wave of the women's side of the draw here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup.
Breaking this combination by 9.50 is almost like a perfect way to, break down. Because she only now needs 6.14 to go into the lead. Well, Precious coming into Charlie Haley now. She's having 8.17, 7.47, but still she's not in the safety zone yet because Freya just got a 9.50.
Here's the replay. Such a critical takeoff. And you can see her eyes on the lip as it's coming down. Stands tall. Charlie would have been looking straight into that tube, paddling out, going, oh my gosh. Had her in combo, but for how long? Not much longer. A 9.5. An amazing score, an amazing effort from Freya. 10 minutes on the clock.
Wow. We still have plenty of times now on screen. We have Sierra Carr getting ready for her next heat.
And I wonder, just hearing that you've just been knocked off the top scoring wave, if that's going to, you know, make her hungry for a tube just like that. Sierra trying to warm up, trying to put a couple of steps in. Just, it's a pretty tight little boardwalk. There's a lot of people out there.
Right.
You could see her maybe just going through a little bit of preheat preparation, but it's absolutely chock-a-block out there. There is a lot of people down here enjoying the beautiful afternoon. Once the tide fills in, people come down to the beach for a swim. It really allows them to enjoy, you know, the lineup from this little lagoon directly behind us, Di. I spent my heat off just hanging in the lagoon watching Marimar and Eden Hassan's heat.
Oh, right.
And it's pretty cool. You can swim far enough out to hear the beach announcer. You're looking directly in front of the wave. And, you know, the cool part about it was that Marimar was going like below sea level. You know, he was disappearing out of view, popping out. And there was so many Filipinos and local Siargao community members and surfers down here cheering him on. It was just a cool little part, you know. Sometimes we sit here all day, we talk about the surfing, but it was a good opportunity just to immerse myself as a surf fan in this unique part of the Philippines.
Yeah, there's so many, you know, local communities supporting the local surfers here. Just hanging out at the towers, on the bridge. Even people don't really surf, come here and just cheering for Marama. So that's very unique, you know, community here. I mean, that's a great community.
He's got a big family.
Yep.
I was standing here with Jerry after I came in, and Jerry was going, that's Marimar's dad, that's his mum, that's his auntie, his uncle, 10 of his cousins. Yeah, he is a big-time rock star here in Siargao and certainly across the Philippines. So, yep, they all came down to support their guy. He's through to the semi-finals.
Wow, now he's in the final days. Probably we're going to have day off tomorrow, so possibly coming back on 2nd of November if this condition stays the same. But now we're back in this heat. We have 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Freya just got a 9.50, now needing 6.14. Charlie Haitley now holding on to first priority. Well, there's still plenty of times. Definitely we're gonna see some more sets, you know, rolling through to the lineup.
Yeah, I think Freya is really confident in the fact that she now just needs a 6.14. She's got a 4.33 for turns. The last 9.5 she locked in was a big throaty barrel. She might even be able to find a smaller barrel to find, you know, the 6.14.
Yeah,
so
true.
I think Charlie would be not nervous, but, you know, she'd be slightly concerned. She'd be keeping a close eye. And I think, you know, right now she can use priority and control the tempo of the heat for the next 6.5 minutes. I'm sure her mum and dad are tuning in. They were big-time supporters of her in Western Australia. They had the sort of the Winnebago, the camper van, and, you know, I tried and get down to the beach pretty early, but they were beating me every day. So it just goes to show the commitment from mum and dad to get their daughter not only to the events but well prepared for heats. And yeah, coming off her maiden QS victory, she's come here to the Philippines looking to bank a career best result. A quarterfinal finish would be nice. She'd be hoping to make her way through to the semi-finals. However, 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes remaining. And that's the little area I was sort of checking out Marimar's heat from. Just the colours and, you know, the contrast of that sort of turquoise blue water. There's some sort of seagrass there that's the dark green. And then you've just got these crystal white beaches that are just really beautiful. You know, there's not much rubbish on the beach. They seem to have a really good sort of 3-bin
Right.
system here. So, you know, the things that you can't recycle. I've got a recycling bin and then an organics bin. There's a couple of dogs having a bit of a play around as well.
Such a beautiful shot from Jerome.
There's Shaka. There's our morning cafe spot. We really love hanging down there.
Pretty much, Siargao is a place to go for everyone, not only the surfers, but tourists and all the levels of surfers. You have Cloud9 here for the expert. There's so many places you can go for learners, intermediate surfers. So I was shocked by, there's so many places you can visit, and I gotta come back for holidays to search all the waves in Siargao. It's that good, everyone.
Well, you let me know when you come and I
Right.
might come and join you. But yeah, this is like, a really exciting event, not only for this community, but also for the Philippines. It's the first time a QS 5000 has been held here. And, I think it's just snowballing into more and more events. We've just had the announcement today that the WSL World Juniors will be held in the Philippines next year in
Wow.
January on the Big Island, close to the capital, Manila, in La Union. And Charlie Hatley, she's only 15 years of age, so her focus is, she competed in a pro junior back in WA recently, but I can see that she has the talent and the ability to really, be knocking on the door of the Challenger Series in the not too distant
Right.
future. So 3.5 minutes. Freya Prum has the best individual score of the entire women's event. It was a 9.50. I'd love to see it again. I'm sure.
Definitely.
I'm sure our viewers would as well. But
Being quiet, lasts almost 7 minutes or so.
yeah, pretty much since Freya caught the 9.5,
Right.
the ocean has just gone. I need a breather too. That was near perfect.
Well, it's just time is ticking, but let's have a look at it again. That was such a great takeoff, and traveling in the tubes quite a long time. Really love how she managed to put turns in after getting out of, tubes so clean, and you can tell she really loved that ride, and we really loved it too.
Yep, the judges loved it. We loved it. And I'm sure the surf fans online loved it as well.
Definitely, yes.
A 9.5. Even if she doesn't make it out of this heat, I think she would still come in smiling, given the fact that she has scored a perfect barrel pretty much here at Cloud9. So Freya, a wealth of experience, a really well-rounded competitor, was chipping away with turns, and then you could see her focus. She's been doing the early, she's been doing the lates, she's been putting in the work here in the lineup, and she's been rewarded with a 9.5.
Yeah, it would have been a great feeling, even, especially when you're in a combo situation and you have to break down this combination situation. Breaking down with 9.5 is such a great feeling.
Yeah, you can see now Charlie is not going to leave her side. A 6.14 is quite an achievable number, but Charlie is going to wear Freya like a glove for the next 90 seconds. She does not want to give her an opportunity.
Right.
Both of these ladies would be deserving of a semi-final position. Right now it's been the lethal backhand attack of Charlie Hatley that has put her in the position to lead. Freya Prum chasing a 6.14. Time is ticking down really quick. We haven't seen a wave ridden since the 9.5.
We are just almost approaching a 1 minute mark. Here is some wave coming into the lineup, but no takers on this one. Is there another wave behind it? Probably not. Well, 50 seconds remaining. A tense moment for both of the surfers. Freya only needing 6.14.
Yeah, I'm not going to write her off yet. There is still 30 seconds. She's in second priority, so she might have to fool Charlie into a wave maybe.
Right.
Charlie's going to play full defense. She's going to be like a a goalkeeper here. She doesn't want anything to go past her. Freya looks at that one, but it's not going to be a 6.14. 10 seconds on the clock. Nervous moments. No matter who you're supporting, these are nervous moments. One last opportunity, and Charlie uses her priority well, keeps Freya off it. Smashes the turn, and there you go. The Queenslander, just 15 years of age, is a semi-finalist here at a QS 5000. A really well-rounded performance. She'll breathe a sigh of relief. Once again, the 9.5 from Freya, the best wave ridden. And look at that afternoon sun just lighting her exit. Stands tall, shuffles back on her board just a touch to wrap a nice turn to finish. But I'll tip my hat to her. Really solid performance. There she is on screen. I think she'd still be happy with the fact that she got that wave during that quarterfinal. We're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be right back at the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup right after this.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here?
Cut! Next!
There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Welcome back, everyone. The second last heat of the day, and those are the ladies doing battle for a semi-final position. Sierra Kerr is in the red, Sumomo Sato in the blue, an Aussie versus a Japanese surfer. My name's Justin Majex. I'm here with True Starling. True, you said what happened in that last heat? You missed the 9.5.
I did. I missed the 9.5, but oh, Sierra. Oh, wow. She made the drop. Just disappeared in huge first turn for Sierra Kerr. This is a replay of her first wave. She's just looking so in tune out there, driving through another one, snaps it, and gets a fourth to finish. And then this is the 4.67 for Sumomo Sato. Nice opening carve to start. Momo gets another one in there, and she's eyeing off a finish. She's patient here. She lines up. Oh, gets a solid finish there for Sumomo, who learnt to surf at a wave pool.
No way.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, dead set. Little fun fact about Sumomo.
Well, a fun fact is that Sierra Kerr, the repertoire of forehand turns, has been rewarded with a 7.17. This lady is highly touted. She's got a deep bag of tricks, and she really lent into that turn. I thought, just like you, I thought that was going to be a wipeout replay, but somehow gripped the landing on that airdrop takeoff and just went to town. Just a series of really fast, Really critical manoeuvres for a 7.17. Samomo, a 4.67. A good opener. You know, the ladies haven't surfed any afternoons thus far, so they'll have to sort of readjust. I'm sure they've had enough free surfs probably once the event's finished to understand what the wave does on the fuller tide.
Yeah, they've been able to kind of make the most of every opportunity out here on all tides, which has been really cool to see, and it's nice to have the women out here this afternoon. This is the second last heat of the day, and then we'll be done and dusted, and we'll have semi-finalists locked in.
Can you believe it? That, you know,
It's crazy. It feels like yesterday we just started doing the round of 128.
Yeah, this is day 6. You know, a week ago we were saying, oh my gosh, how are we ever going to get through this event? There was a round of 136 for the men, a round of 48 for the women, and we've powered through some marathon days, some big old heat days, but it's put us in a really good position to be able to, you know, put our surfers out in hopefully some really good conditions. I'm a bit worried that they're going to give us like 40-minute finals or something. We're freaking out about 35 minutes.
I know. It's a hard no from me from the 40-minute fight. Just kidding. The more time, the better. Make him an hour. No.
Imagine that. That'd almost turn into a bit of an expression session, wouldn't it?
Surely, I reckon there should be like an hour at some point for us all to go out there. The surfers can commentate us.
Wow, okay. It did happen in Taiwan a few years ago. There was an expression session, and then the officials got an opportunity to go out, and the surfers commentated and judged, and yeah, it was a cool experience.
I think let's bring it back. First petition.
All right.
To bring it back for Cloud 9.
I'm with you.
All right, let's do it.
All right, we're going to throw it to the tower. Di is with Charlie Haitley, the winner of quarterfinal number 2. Sorry.
All right, you're now into semi-finals. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. It was such a good heat with Freya. She had like that crazy 9, so I'm just happy that my turns got me through again.
But when you're in the heat, when I'm watching your actions, you kind of like know which way you want it to go, because as soon as you're on the wave that doesn't offer you much, you just kick that so quickly. So did you know exactly what kind of wave you want to catch out there?
Yeah, definitely. Just like some of the sets were like just kind of going into nothing, and some of the inside ones are like the deep ones are just like too fast, and I wasn't really trying to get barreled, so I was just looking for those medium ones that kind of looked like they had a wall, so I could actually do some turns.
Yeah, that was a great surfing. But after you seeing Freya's 9.5, what was going through your mind?
I saw it from the side and I was kind of frothing. It looked so sick, but I was like, all right, she's still going to need a score, so I was like going to have to start to play like tactics in the heat.
But you did actually really well to defend yourselves, and now you're into semifinals. So we're going to have day off tomorrow. Possibly we can come back on 2nd of November, but what are your plans for tomorrow?
Just find some waves, surf. Hopefully maybe find a left. Want to go forehand, so.
Definitely, I'm good with footer, so I know how you're feeling. But well, you wanna say something to your family, friends, and maybe supporters back your country?
Yeah, I'm super grateful to all my friends, family, sponsors, everyone who's helped me out, who's watched me. I'm very grateful.
All right, I can't wait to see you in the semifinals, and good luck. And thank you guys. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Di, and congratulations to Charlie. I was lucky enough to see Charlie surf on her forehand and her backhand in Western Australia. So we had 2 different events, a Pro Junior in Mandurah, and there's this really cool sort of left-hand point break, and Charlie's forehand is as dynamic as her backhand is. She is, I don't know, I feel like she's a female version of Oki almost. She's got a lethal backhand, but her forehand just as sharp. So she made the quarters at the Peel Pro Junior. She took the win in Yelling Up, and looking to book her spot into the semi-final is this Japanese surfer. High speed takeoff, or just gets a little bit stuck in the lip. This wave just got a weird sort of line on it, and she knows it, so she's going to kick out. She needed a 2.50, but really she's got to look at a score around a 7 if she wants to become a semi-finalist. Here she goes.
Yeah, just unfortunately gets, like you said, Justin, a bit caught up. And then this second one, I think you could tell, or she could tell, that's not going to offer much. So kicked out, and I agree, she is really looking for in the 7s to get herself, ahead in this heat. I just feel like Sierra has been so on point this whole event. And we've not even seen her get barreled yet in this heat. And I think that's definitely oncoming at some point soon. This is Sierra on that last wave. Locks in. Gets a spit as well. Tags it. Unfortunately comes unstuck though.
Well, I really would like to see the front-on angle of that. She liked it. And, we've only seen a handful of ladies master the tube here at Cloud 9. Sierra's done it a couple of times and almost right on cue. You called for it and she delivered.
Thanks, Sierra. Well, that last wave of Samoa was 3, but I agree. I want to see that front on angle of that last wave of Sierra to see how deep she got in it, because that drone angle, as beautiful as it is, you can't quite tell. It's a bigger wave. Doesn't disappear for as long as she'd like, but looks like she's just having fun out there.
Well, she knifed the takeoff. That was a really critical takeoff. But the judges have got that 9.5 from Freya fresh in their mind. So I think they're going to compare any tube ride this afternoon to that. Great takeoff. It was definitely a shorter tube than what we saw of Freya's. But, hey, getting tubed in a heat feels pretty darn good.
Oh, yeah. It's great fun. Getting tubed in a heat, just in general as well, but being able to do it out at pumping Cloud 9 with one other person out is pretty special. And I feel like both Sierra and Sumomo will really be just feeling pretty grateful to be out there and in the quarterfinals. They've surfed so many heats in this event, and a quarterfinal finish is a great result, but both Sumomo and Sierra will be looking for a semi-final berth, that's for sure.
Yes, the first of a little run of events in this Asian region. Co-sanctioned events, meaning that, competitors from many different countries have come here to compete. And Sierra, I'm pretty stoked that she's flying the Australian flag.
Mm-hmm.
Her mum's American, dad obviously a pretty famous Australian. And probably spends a bit of time in both countries, but has chosen to represent Australia, and we're pretty stoked for that because we feel like there is great potential in that surfer in the red jersey, Sierra Kerr.
And all these women here are looking for a Challenger Series kind of qualification. For Australia, it's top 4 plus a wild card, so for the women, the top 4 seeds, and then a wild card will qualify for the Challenger Series. And then for Asia, it's top 3 and a wild card for the women. For the men, it's a little bit different. Australia is top 7 and a wild card, and Asia is top 5 plus a wild card as well.
Wow.
That's
a good little chart. That's a very informative chart.
I made it myself. I'm kidding.
Okay, an 8.17 for Sierra. So within 13 minutes, she's locked in an excellent score. Backed it up with a very good score. And right now, Sumomo Sato is in a combination situation, meaning she needs 2 fresh scores. She's got a 4.67 and a 3.0. And Sierra just continuing her dominance of this Cloud 9 lineup.
Yeah, she really is. 8.17 for that last wave was a good one. Did she get another wave after that? No,
she hasn't. So just 2 waves ridden.
Wow. 8.17 and a 7.17. She's just, I feel like each heat she just picks up where she left off. Really, it's like she's never really went in. Honestly, she's just so dialed in out there. It's great to see that from Sierra.
Well, interesting fact, her little buddy, travelling mate, Charlie Haitley, a 15.64 right now. Sierra 15.34. So I wonder if the girls have got a little friendly rivalry going. Someone has to, buy buy the smoothie in the morning, whoever gets the highest two-wave total. I don't
Probably.
know. Do you and your sister have anything quirky, or, do you have a little rivalry? You're obviously best mates, but
Yeah.
do you ever get competitive when it comes to certain things?
We definitely get competitive for sure. We'll come back to that though. Sierra up and into this one. Once again, she's deep, but too deep, just can't make it out. We are definitely very competitive with each other, but I think it's more just like I'll win and then it's whoever wins.
Okay.
But if one of us was to like win an event, we'd get an Oreo McFlurry.
Oh, is that like the
It's like
celebration ritual?
Yeah, celebration little ritual, yeah. So whoever would win would get Oreo McFlurry, or like if you get to finals day or something, someone would have to buy the other a coffee or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking, that maybe Sierra and Charlie have got something like that going on, and
I think it's cool because they're both on opposite sides of the draw, so they won't meet up in the semi-final.
Aha.
So they're still like haven't surfed against each other. Oh, Samomo goes down. And I feel like they want to like, honestly, I think that they just keep pushing each other because they want to surf a heat together.
That would be pretty cool. Maybe that's their little thing. It's like, nah, we're not too worried about who's got the higher total. Let's just try and progress through the same amount of heats together.
You get through, I get through, you get through, I get through. We'll see
win-
you in the final.
You win one, I win one.
Yes.
Wow, Samomo. Hope she's all good there. Yep, she was. Taking a little breather. She's going to paddle back out the back.
Wow, you can see she has to adjust the leggy. She must have got so pumped on that wave.
She's okay.
She's
so
saying, I'm good.
The commentators on the tower had the same little moment of concern that I did right then. I was like, oh, she's slow to get on the board. Maybe just knock the wind out of her, but she's smiling. You can see very happy competitor. The Japanese surfers are always smiling. I feel like they're just, bubbling full of good energy. And even when you wipe out and get the wind knocked out of you, there's something to smile about.
Oh, absolutely. They're always charging and, like you said, always smiling. Samomo is such good fun. She is, oh my God, she's one of the best people to just be around. She's always laughing, always smiling, and she spent a little bit of time with Jessie and I in Oz. Oh my gosh, I think it was this year at some point. And she's just so fun. We love having her around. And every now and then she just says these little things and you just go, okay, that was different and we love it. So here we go. Current heat leader, Sierra Kerr, kicks out of that one. Wasn't the wave she was looking for. But, yeah, a lot of the Japanese surfers, they're so fun to be around. We saw Amuro Suzuki and Nanaho Suzuki last night, and they were just having a chat and a laugh. We're all just laughing with each other. So it's, pretty lighthearted, which is great.
Can you tell us anything about Samomo that, viewers wouldn't know about her? Does she, is she a tea drinker rather than coffee? Obviously.
Yeah, well, she doesn't drink yes.
Okay.
Samomo doesn't drink coffee, and in my household, we're all pretty big coffee drinkers.
Oh, gosh. How did that go down?
Yeah, not well. We
Oh.
tried to convert her. We were like, Samomo doing a coffee every morning. And my dad was like, would you like a coffee this morning, Samomo? She goes, no, thank you. I'll have a tea or whatever she had.
Yeah.
It was so funny. And we were like, by the end, you'll be a coffee drinker. And she's like, no. And we were like, okay, at least you stand your ground. It was great. But, us Aussies like to heckle each other. And I think that was just the morning heckle that we all had. It was good fun.
Well, there we go. An uncaffeinated Samomo Sato.
I know, hats off to her. I don't know how she does it.
She needs a combination of scores right now. Looks like Sierra was maybe just checking the elbow, might have just come in contact with the Cloud9 reef. We've sort of said it a few times. It's not super sharp. It's not, one of those ones that's going to rip you apart. It'll maybe slam you flat on your back, but maybe just a little elbow to the reef there for Sierra. She's out the back with just under 16 minutes on the clock, an 8.17 and a 7.17. A really impressive two-wave total. She's shown us a little bit of everything in this heat. And one thing that she hasn't done in the event yet, she's hucked out a really big air attempt, but she hasn't landed one yet. So I would like to see one.
Yeah, bring it on. She's got 15 and a half minutes to do it. And I feel like there's some good sections out there for that. And Sierra's not afraid, so... She's surfing pretty free right now as well. She doesn't need to kind of do too much. She's put Samomo in that combination spot. Yeah, we all know how good Sierra is in the air. I wonder if she has like a specific song that she like gets hyped up to before a heat.
Well, I might ask her after that.
Yeah, ask her.
Does she have a hype up song? Do you have one? You do. You told me this.
Yeah.
You've got 2 songs and you play the second one twice.
Yes. Yeah.
I remember.
I know. They're not really hype up, but they just kind of like...
Get you in a zone?
Yeah, you know when songs are easy to breathe to?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, it's an easy to breathe to song.
Nice.
But then it also like ignites a bit of energy.
Cool. I won't ask you what it is, 'cause that's your little secret formula. On screen there is Miller Brown. She is another pretty phenomenal young talent. Not afraid of the tube. Has a pretty impressive air game. She's going up against the defending champion. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second last heat of the day. The next one is going to be worth hanging around for, as the Japanese surfer here takes off, doesn't like what she sees down the line, just one little turn before kicking out. Right now she's pretty much hunting something in the 7 and 8 range if she's going to become a semi-finalist, because Sierra Kerr has opened with a bang.
Yeah, Sierra's just untouchable at this point in time. You know, I have every faith in Samomo to get those big scores, but Sierra's just looking smooth and fluid out there. Like, she just can't put a foot wrong. And even on those first 2 waves, it was just like she was glued to her board. But Samomo, she just needs to put herself on the bigger waves and just really put herself in the tube, honestly, because that's what's going to help her get out of that combination situation. Freya did that with the 9.5 in her last heat, which was cool to see, but just couldn't get another one at the end.
Yeah, it was, you know, I was a little bit like nervous for Charlie, excited for Freya, because the heat really sparked to life. It was like, whoa, she's broken the combo, now only needs a 6. Unfortunately, she just didn't get an opportunity to fire another shot, and Charlie has made it through to the semi-finals. She'll be taking on Holly Williams in an all-Queensland matchup. Gold Coast versus Sunny Coast.
Maybe a bit of rivalry there too.
I don't know.
Who knows?
Is there a rivalry between those two parts of the coast?
I don't know. I'm a New South Wales girl at heart, so I actually don't know. Maybe not. I feel like when it comes to ABBs, definitely.
Yeah, 100%.
For sure.
But they've all got maroon on the inside of them, so they're all probably...
Yeah.
It's probably going to be an exciting
Silently
matchup.
cheering for each other.
Yeah, why not? And there she is, Miller Brown. Shout out to her dad. I'm sure her dad's tuning in. And this is live action. Japanese surfer setting it up.
Ooh, goes over, unfortunately, for Samomo. That wave just didn't look like it was going to open up anymore, but she knew that she needed to hunt for the barrel to really put her in a better position in this heat. And she still has another 10 minutes to give herself more of an opportunity, or 11 minutes, sorry. But that one won't go into the top 2, unfortunately, for Samomo.
Well, I like that she's changed tack, you know. She's been sort of looking at turns, and I think she listened to you. She might have an earpiece in. Not really, but obviously knows that, hey, right now it's got to be more than turns. I got to do the tube thing.
Yeah. Especially out here at Club 9, like you can see that that's what's getting scores, but This lady on screen right now, Anon Matsuoka, defending champion here at Siargao Cloud 9. And she looks fired up. She looks ready to go and surf her quarterfinal. Coach Vilma Alapeo out behind. I'm sure he'll be giving her some words of wisdom before she heads out into the lineup. Some secret little bits of information.
Well, look how crowded the boardwalk is right now. It is absolute peak hour traffic, and there we go. The Filipinos so supportive of all these travelling surfers. Such a great opportunity to play host to the country's biggest ever surfing event. And they're just smiley, happy people. So
yeah,
I like the energy that they channel. We've got 10 minutes on the clock in this one, our second last heat of the day. We've said it a few times, but tomorrow we cannot compete due to the fact it is a religious holiday. So we've got a few social activities, extracurricular activities planned.
Very excited.
I am. We got a chance to enjoy our little sort of low tide break, I'm calling it. Not a lunch break, the low tide break.
Yep.
And I think we'll be doing a bit more of that activity again tomorrow. So I'm sure this is going to be still a pretty busy lineup. I'm sure, you know, the semi-finalists will all be out here at some point competing. The forecast looks like we're still going to have swell on the horizon. And the good thing about where we're at in the event is that the tide is pushing later and later in the day, which means the cleaner conditions in the morning will still have enough water on it that we'll be able to really pick the eyes out of it. So, yeah. High tide tonight is around the 5:30 mark. It's still coming in. And I'll check on a couple of days' time what it's going to do. On the 2nd, low tide's going to be around the 2 a.m. mark.
Ooh.
So it's going to be an incoming tide for the 2nd, which will be cool.
That could be really good. That could work pretty well because I know Jerry was a little bit worried about these easterly winds that are coming in, which isn't necessarily great for here, I think. So I think he was a bit worried about the winds because they do start to pick up more and more this time of year. But the first few days we've really lucked out with some pumping waves. So hopefully for finals day, I mean, after today we'll have 6 heats left.
Ooh.
So it's going to go quickly for sure. But yeah, I feel like we'll be able to find some really good waves in the next 3 days that we have for the waiting period.
Well,
hopefully we get some good ones tomorrow.
Yes, I would like that a lot. Going past on the boat, checking out, more the general lunar part of the coast. I had a look back and I saw the pavilion where we will be hosting the closing ceremony. I saw the big banner up there, and I feel like the whole town gets down there and gets amongst it. So we had an indoor opening ceremony. We're going to have an outdoor closing ceremony.
Very excited.
It's pretty cool.
The opening ceremony was really good this year with the dancers. I'm excited for the closing one. We'll get some good dancers as well. They had a lot last year. Did you go to the closing ceremony?
Yeah, I was there. Sure.
It was so fun. I really liked it. I lean into the dancing. I think it's great.
I heard you and True were working on a
Jessie?
little... Sorry. You and Jessie were working on a little interpretive sort of presentation, maybe? Interpretive dance.
That was a secret. Justin, you're not supposed to tell anyone. No, only fellow commentators and WSL officials get to see that. No one else.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds
it's
good.
On the DL.
All right. I won't. I will not mention it again. And I promise I will not mix you and your sister up again.
You're fine. It's all good.
The Starling girls. I'm just going to call you that. Yeah, sorry.
Don't be sorry. You'd be surprised. We get mixed up a lot.
I feel bad now.
You should.
6 minutes on the clock. 6 minutes. Sierra Kerr. She hasn't caught a wave in a while, and she doesn't really have to because an 8.17 and a 7.17 have put her comfortably in the lead. leaving our Japanese surfer in the blue chasing a combination of scores. You can see the little pump boats out the back heading in a northerly direction. We do have a little bit of a southerly waft on the lineup, and this is the view looking back. This is the surfer's perspective, you know. We've got eyes, you know, looking out to them. This is what they would see if looking back to the mainland.
The drone was coming straight to Kessa then.
It was. We should have turned around and waved.
Yeah.
I think it's coming in for a battery change or a card change. Ryan Williams is a master drone operator.
Yes.
And I think it just gives everyone just a really unique perspective. You know, you got to think maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, drones weren't even really a thing, and now they're just innovating the way that surfing and surf photographers are, you know, viewing our sport. Samomo is ripping on this wave.
Wow. That is huge surfing from Samomo. I think she breaks combination on that.
Yeah, that's her best wave. I can guarantee you that's going to be her best wave. Just flowed through every one of those maneuvers with ease. Just looked on point. So she's just been waiting for the opportunity. Talk us through the replay.
Yeah, I love this first turn. Drives hard through it, really looking down where she wants to end up. Gets a solid second one. She throws so much spray. Samomo gets a third and then a great end section finish. Yeah, I think she breaks combination with this wave. I don't think it's going to be anything special, but huge turn there from Sierra Kerr. Lines up this section here. What she got for us. Unfortunately coming unstuck. But Sierra, I think she saw a bit of spray from Samomo and she's going, maybe I need to try and get her back into that combination situation.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested where it lands. It was, just well timed. As we see Sierra here, nice little carve right in the pocket. Put a lot of back foot into it. Thought she was maybe going to get tubed there, but just got to that section a bit late. Looked like she was in two minds. Was looking to bust the fins, but just got to the section a bit late. There is 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in quarter final number 3. One more heat to go for day 6 of competition. And again, it hasn't failed to deliver. Big scores, big turns, some amazing performances. So men's semi-finals are locked and loaded. We've got 2 spots remaining on the women's side. Who will be our final 2 women remaining to move through to the semi-finals? We'll know in pretty much 38 minutes. Right now, that lady on screen is in a pretty strong position. However, you called it, breaking the combination with a 6.43. Samomo Sato, the best wave she's ridden in this quarterfinal 3. It was a good one.
Yeah, now she needs an 8.91, which if she gets a good set, she'll be able to do it. But Sierra Kerr has got back out there with priority. So now she can really control the back 2 minutes of this heat and keep Samomo off any wave that she thinks will give her that opportunity to get the 8.91. It has to be the best wave of the heat. So you think back to Sierra's 8.17. It was a set. She got barreled. She came out with a spit. It was clean. So Samomo has to do that plus a little bit more.
That is the task at hand with 1:40 on the clock. I feel like she would feel more confident, in maybe having a go at that score, given she's found a nice flowing 6.43 on her last attempt. An 8.91 would be the 3rd highest score of the event, but certainly not out of reach right now.
No, definitely not. She's got the ability to do that. She just needs the wave to help her get there. And with just over 1 minute, Sierra looks like she's just going to sit pretty close to Samomo, limit the opportunity that she has, and try to dictate the rest of the heat with pretty much 50 seconds to go.
Yeah, well, Samomo's got to go for something here. Pulls into this one. Knows that's not an 8.91, so gets straight out of there. Sierra now. This could be a victory lap for her. Pumping off the bottom.
Oh.
That was a steep section. And it just swatted her. It just
Wow.
absolutely tipped her over.
She's really going for it. Samomo with 20 seconds, having a look at this one out the back. She goes straight up for that first section. She needs an 8.91 with the size of the wave. She won't get it. And unfortunately comes unstuck with 10 seconds to go. It looks like Sierra Kerr has booked herself a ticket in the semi-finals. Wow.
Yeah, it was a great heat from Sierra. A really good comeback in the end from Samomo. We're going to go to a short commercial break and be back for the final heat of day number 6 here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
When there's still so much I can be,
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Beautiful views here at Cloud9 Siargao, and this is Miller Brown having a little look, chooses not to go that one. She'll be taking on Anon Matsuoka, the defending champion here for the last heat of the day, quarterfinal number 4. The winner of this quarterfinal will go on to meet Sierra Kerr in the semi-finals. It's been a slow start to this heat. Miller Brown opened up with a 3.67. First of Anon was a .93. To call the action with me is my favourite sister in the world, Jessie Starling. Jessie, welcome back.
Thank you. Taking a look at this replay of Miller, a 3.67. So just for that one pretty big hit there for Miller, 35-minute heats, last heat of the day. And then tomorrow, like you probably heard, we are not running. So we have, I'm pretty sure it's called All Saints. So it's a Filipino holiday over here where they visit the past, the people who have passed on in their lives, and basically it's just this big reunion, and they honour the people. A lot of places around the world almost celebrate anniversaries, but here they have All Saints Day, November 1st, where they go and spend a lot of time with the people who are no longer here, have picnics, and it ends up being a big family reunion. John Carby was telling me about it before, and it actually sounds really beautiful, like a really beautiful holiday. It's almost as if they get to spend time with the people who are no longer with us. So that is why we're running tomorrow. The Filipinos take it very seriously. So we're having no event on November 1st, and then potentially coming back November 2nd with a finals day, but who knows? Could be November 2nd, November 3rd, November 4th. Couldn't be November 5th because we'll be done.
Yeah, we'll be out of here. But I'm thinking, it's hard to walk away from waves. If we have good waves on the 2nd of November, we could run.
Yeah.
After this heat, we have 6 heats left. I keep saying that.
I know, absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Pretty much 6 heats. I reckon that's 3 and a bit, 4 hours of surfing.
Yeah, if they run 30-minute heats, that's 3 hours of surfing.
I'm thinking they'll do 35. We're speculating, honestly. We're just chatting, figuring it all out as we go, but not much has gone on in this heat. Miller Brown holds first priority, and Anon looking to defend her title here. We just saw Sumomo Sato unfortunately bow out in that last quarterfinal against Sierra Kerr, but Sierra got a 7.17 and an 8.17 on her first 2 waves. Not much more happened after that. But with 28.5 minutes to go, we'll see what happens in this heat. Last heat of the day, Jessie. Feels like it hasn't really been much of a day because we did have that break in the middle. We went for a surf, so we got to kind of reset and re-energize.
I know, it almost feels like it's been 2 days in one. The last few days when we've had the break, they've been really rushed, so I feel like we've been only getting 30, 40-minute surfs in, but we've got a good hour today, and that sun is so strong. It does take it out of you as well.
Yeah, it definitely does, but someone who had a really strong heat was Sierra Kerr, 15.34 combination. She's down there with Justin.
Thanks, ladies. I'm here with Sierra into the semi-finals. Turn tubes. You got to feel pretty stoked with that performance.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. There was a bit of a bumpy ocean, but there's still heaps of waves, and it feels like a lot of ocean when you're out there with only one other person compared to 50 in the free surf, so it's pretty sick.
Did you see Freya's tube before your quarterfinal? Did it fire you up to find a wave like that?
For sure, yeah. I saw it. Everyone was screaming, so it was pretty sick. And I was kind of seeing barrels, but they looked pretty hard. And then I was like, oh, maybe there's a bit more of a chance that I saw that one, so it was sick.
You've been a semi-finalist in a QS 5000 before. Obviously, waves of consequence are your strength. How stoked are you to make it back to the semis?
Yeah, for sure. I'm super stoked. Hopefully we can keep it going to the finals, and yeah, I'm excited.
Tell us, you're hanging with Charlie, both through to the semis. Do you guys have a little private sort of wager running to see, is there any thoughts of making the final together, or you just take it heat by heat?
Yeah, for sure. We've been talking about it, and we have a thing that whoever gets the highest heat total gets to choose dinner. And I came in, the first thing she said was she's choosing dinner, and I was like, oh, I know. So I was out there I want to get another one so I can choose dinner, but hopefully tomorrow.
I'm sure she'll make the right choice. Excellent performance through to the semis. Anyone you want to say hi to or do a shout out to?
Yeah, say hi to Mom and my brother back at home. Love you guys, and yeah, super excited to keep it going.
One question I do have for you. You've obviously heard the announcement that the World Juniors are coming here to the Philippines. You're the former champion. How exciting is it to come back to the Philippines and compete in an event that you're the defending champion in?
Yeah, I'm so excited. I've loved the Philippines so far. It's so sick. So I'm excited to go explore another place, and yeah, excited for World Juniors. It's such a cool event, so I'm super excited.
Well, there you have it. The World Junior Champion excited to do battle in the not-too-distant future. She's got a semi-final to worry about first, so we'll see her in a couple of days' time. Back to you, ladies.
Thank you so much, Justin and Sierra. Justin and I were actually talking about that in the last heat. We were thinking, is there something whoever gets the highest heat total, do they get to the person that's supposed to smoothie in the morning or whatever? So it's cool that it's they get to choose dinner. I like that.
Yeah, I think having a personal memento, or memento is probably the wrong word to use. Having
battle challenge.
No, just like a personal goal for both of them. It's like a cool little rivalry between them. I remember talking to Chelsea Hedges. I was writing an article a couple years ago, and Chelsea said the thing that amped up her competitive game was a healthy rivalry between her and Sofia Milanovic. And she said that she thinks to be a world champion, you do have to have those little rivalries. And although it sounds pretty friendly, the rivalry between Charlie and Sierra, just those little things, those little things do matter. And it's what you heard Sierra then just saying that she wanted to get one more wave just so she could choose dinner tonight. So I think that's pretty cool little insight into their relationship. And the fact that they have that going says really good signs for me, just picking the mind of Chelsea Hedges, who is a world champion, so I think that's really cool. It's a really cool just insight into what goes on behind the scenes. And I know these ladies, probably the first time they've ever come up against each other. Miller obviously dabbling the QS events this year whenever they're at Cruy. Now she's here. This is the best result she's had in a QS 5000, and she's got her eyes set on those semi-finals. So Miller Brown, she's been extremely impressive all event, but massive task to get over Anon Matsuoka, who is also working with Filma Alapayo, which could be probably the best coach to have in your corner at a wave like this.
Oh, 100%. And you can already tell that it works. Anon, she's defending champion. She's back here again. She has the same team with her. Everything is working really well. She's in the quarterfinals at the moment. Now she just needs to rely on her surfing and her ability out there in Siargao. We haven't really seen her get too many barrels, but she's doing some really strong turns. I mean, Charlie Haitley's in the semi-final, relying on her turns as well. So I'm excited to see Anon. She holds that first priority. There's 23 minutes to go. So we've had a fair bit of time slip by, and not much has happened. The 367 is still the best wave of this heat, courtesy of Miller Brown. But not much more on offer just yet. The women out there just being patient and waiting for something to come through.
Also to note as well, Anon, the last standing Asian competitor in the draw. So Samomo getting knocked in the quarterfinal heat number 3 does mean that we have 3 Australian semi-finalists locked in. Here we go, a bit of action here. Miller Brown up and riding, big turn under the pocket. This wave has a nice bowl to it. Rips that carve back around, gets in another one, and that is going to be all she wrote. She's kind of golden hour right now, actually. There was a really nice light from that drone angle shot, but other than the golden hour comment, that was a really well surf wave.
Yeah, Miller just looks super comfortable out there. Once again, she's just able to really focus in. I know that she was a bit bummed to not have a heat yesterday, so I think she's excited to be out there right now, and you can see nice connection there for Miller. Drives through this second turn. She's looking really smooth. Her forehand is definitely a strength of Miller Brown's. We know that she can get really tubed as well. So I think she'll definitely be starting to hunt for that now.
I was talking to Holly Williams after she qualified through her quarterfinals for the next round, which is the semis. She was saying it's actually really hard out there. She said with only one other person, you get really lost really easily. She said trying to find her position was really tricky and quite difficult. The glare's really strong, so even seeing priority, she said, was a little bit hard. She knew what was going on. Obviously, these guys have surfed enough heats to know who has priority and who doesn't, but she said actually surfing with one other person out, I thought it would be a dream, but it was almost harder because I was really confused. But obviously she got the job done, taking out Sarah Wakita, moving on through to those semi-finals.
But yeah, 4.67 for the last of Miller. But I just thought that was a really interesting call. You know, she said it was a location and positioning was actually harder with one other person.
Yeah, I could imagine that for sure. I feel like, especially being so used to surfing 4-man heats, you kind of get used to like being around more people, using where people sit as markers or whatever that may be, and then going from surfing the free surf with 100 people out to one other person in a heat would be quite daunting. But someone who is up for the challenge, Anon Matsuoka, drives up through that first carve, gets a second one in. She needs to really line up. That's a little bit of a better snap there for Anon, and she kicks out. That wave spat pretty hard out behind her. But she's relying on her turns right now to get a couple of scores in with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's obviously with that 0.93 is going to be her best wave of the heat. All I could think about though is that same call you just made, True. That wave completely spat its guts out behind her. So I definitely can still see barrels out here. Here's this front angle shot. You could see that spit just absolutely flying. Then here, 2 carves for Anon. I like this third turn, definitely pushed a little bit harder through that one. It was only a 2.87 though, so judges are wanting to see a little bit more risk versus reward. Here comes Miller. Ooh, just takes a bit of a tumble there, so maybe getting something done before that one. She's going to try and kick to get back out. Looks like Anon will probably establish first priority. But yeah, I feel like, back on Anon's wave, she got a 2.87. Feel like the judges probably wanting to see a little bit more risk in her maneuvers.
Yeah, I agree. This is that last wave of Miller Brown. She gets a quick cover up, and then you can see she just has a bit of a stumble there. That wave, a few ridges, so she just couldn't quite hold on to that carve. But with 19 minutes to go, Anon goes out there, regains first priority, needs a 5.47. We've seen her drop some pretty huge scores already, so I feel like we'll see that happen once again. This score locking in for Miller Brown won't go into the top 2. So Anon holds priority, needs a 5.47, and I agree, Jessie. I think the judges want to see a little bit more risk from the Japanese surfer. That last wave, even though it was bigger, it was a bunch of kind of the same turns, a lot of carves. There wasn't really anything vertical or critical that we saw from Anon.
Yeah.
Which is where she was getting those bigger scores in the earlier rounds.
Yeah, there was definitely a couple of solid sections there right at the start where if she had to probably capitalize on those rather than the wider ones, that 2.87 probably would have gone a lot higher than what it was. But in saying that, 35-minute heats, we're down to 18 minutes to go. It's just a matter of Anon finding her feet, finding her flow. We know she has a dig. We know she loves to throw herself over. There's looking like a little bit of interest in that one, but no one goes. So Miller Brown establishing that second priority. But yeah, Anon, she's won out here before. She knows what it takes. Very different conditions to last year for Anon, where she won in. It was a lot smaller. It was super different, hitting the reef at a different angle. Now this year she's kind of got to prove that she can do it in all conditions here in Cloud9, because I feel like if you can master the beauty that is this wave, you've definitely got a really big asset up your sleeve. So Anon has 17 minutes to try and find that 5.47, and it'd be pretty cool if she went back to back here.
Yeah, I agree. I'd love to see Anon go back to back. She's such a great human, and she's such a great surfer as well. I think she's also hungry to get back to back victory. So we'll see what happens. She has the likes of Miller Brown to compete against, and then the winner of this heat will meet Sierra Kerr in the semi-final. Regardless, we will have at least one finalist that's an Australian for the women, because that first semi-final we have Holly Williams taking on Charlie Haitley, which will be a really good semi-final in my opinion. Charlie has that backside attack, and Holly, she's just such a smooth surfer, really charging. So I think it's going to be a really good semi-final. But right now, 16 and a half minutes to go. Miller's had the 4.67 and a 3.67. Anon holds priority. She needs a 5. Jessie, what do you think is a 5 out there today?
Based on what I've seen some of the other women do, I think looking even at a competitor like Holly Williams in that first heat, she was doing 2 turns, but 2 bigger turns and getting 5s pretty easily, getting high 5s at that too. So I feel like that typical saying of less is more sometimes is really going to come into play if the women are going to stick to turns out here. If not, a good barrel could change this entire heat. If Anon, she's obviously on her backhand, so if she pulls in, gets a nice deep barrel and comes out, we could see an excellent score go down in this heat. I know Miller is hunting for one, so here she is deep now.
Yeah, Miller pulls in but just gets exploded. You could kind of see her go over on that wave, so she needs to restart. And I love Jessie, like you said. She's going for it. She's hunting for the tube. She got kind of pumped there, but she came up. She's all good. Here we go. Anon up and straight into that first turn. That's a better looking connection. Driving hard through the second one. Straight into the third. Wow. Anon looking really solid on her backside right now. Really lighting it up. Gets another connection to finish. That was huge surfing, Jessie.
That first turn really was exactly what I was talking about just before. It's critical sections like this, putting it up there in the pocket. Had to kind of free fall out of it as well. So then she just got this bonus run through the inside just to be able to open up, show us that she's a really powerful goofy footer. There's a reason why she wins so many events. There's a reason why she's on the Challenger Series. It's for surfing like that. So Anon capitalizing on that first section, that's exactly what we wanted to see. I feel like she had a little earpiece in, maybe was listening to what I was just saying. But yeah, I feel like that could potentially go to that 5-4-7 just because the fact I love that first turn.
Yeah, I agree. I thought, she realized she needed to go bigger and go harder. And that's exactly what she did. She needed to do it and she performed. And I feel like Anon is the kind of competitive surfer who performs really well under pressure. She has a really strong backhand. I feel like the first time I ever really saw Anon was in Avoca 2 years ago. And I had a heat with her and I was like, whoa. She was absolutely ripping and making heats like it was the easiest thing she's ever done. So waiting for this score to lock in. 2 judges say yes, she needs a 5.47. Waiting for a few more. It looks like it's going to be the score at this point. It's a 5.5. Anon Matsuoka goes into the lead. Miller Brown down in second now. Miller with 13 minutes to go. She needs a 3.71. So it's not a big score. She holds priority at this stage. But I do feel like Anon is finding her groove right now. So Miller, if she can come out the gates in a big tube, I think that's going to really change this heat.
Definitely. She's definitely one of the best barrel riders in the women's division. And that is the pinnacle of what we want to be seeing here. It's exactly what this wave is. It's what everyone comes here for. And I love the fact that Miller is going for it. So I think the fact that she's really just pushing the limits for her surfing in this heat, it's definitely helping. And I really hope that she does get the score and gets it with a barrel too.
Yeah, me too. Well, stay tuned. We'll be right back after this quick break to see if Miller Brown gets an opportunity to find that 3.71.
Someday, you will get older, slower, grayer, but also wiser, calmer, and freer than ever. At Kaiser, we help you prepare for those years ahead, so you can keep doing what you love with the people that matter the most. Prepare for your future today.
When there's still so much I can be,
Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo, anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We go more.
Well, with 11 and a half minutes remaining, the Australian Miller Brown holding priority, looking for a 3.71. This is quarterfinal number 4. Anon Matsuoka holds a lead with a 5.5 and a 2.87. Jessie, it's been a great day of surfing. What's been your favourite of the day so far? Ooh, we still have 11 minutes to go, so it could change.
Good question. Love seeing Zave make it to the semis. He is such a awesome human being. Love seeing Tenchi make it to the semis as well, Tenchi Awami. Just purely based on his selfless gesture to the Philippine community last year, sending over 25 surfboards. That is just such a beautiful gesture off Tenchi's behalf, and I hope he gets some good karma for it, because there's so many young groms around here who now have the opportunity to surf a really good surfboard, a professionally shaped surfboard, just because of Tenchi. So I think seeing him progress to the semis one round further than last year as well, that was probably my highlight. And it was more of a sentimental highlight, I would say.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
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 My highlight's better than yours. All right, here we go. Miller Brown. Up and riding, using priority, needs a 371. Hard carve there for Miller. Gets a second turn, releases the fins a little bit more. Drives through another turn. It starts to get foamy, but she's able to just connect more and more on this wave. She needs a 3.71. What are your thoughts, Jessie?
Really love her read on that wave, actually, especially at the start. Feel like she faded to try and find the barrel, but that wave, it had a weird slopiness to it, so it didn't really do it. So you can see she almost brought some speed back so that she could push harder in these turns and not kick out and lose the board away from her. So I feel like Miller surfed this wave really well. 371, I really liked this wave, actually. I think that first turn had a lot of grunt behind it. So, yeah, I feel like it lives in the same area as Anon's. I really loved that first turn. Again, just the way she faded back, wiped off speed to ensure that when she did get to the top of that wave, the board wasn't flying out from under her. She wasn't losing the fins. And the judges liking it too. It's a 6-point ride.
Yeah, so Miller Brown goes back into first place, 6 and a 4.67. Anon now holds first priority, has a 5.5. She needs a 5.18 to go to first place. She's been in this position before. She got the job done then. Can she get the job done now with 8.5 minutes to go? I mean, Filma Alapayo, who is sitting in the channel, is probably biting his fingernails now, just being like, okay, like, Ocean, just give her a wave. There'll be another opportunity. She just really needs to make sure that she converts and completes.
Yeah, I'd love to know if they have any signals going on. Filmer from the sidelines, kind of pointing in different directions, waving, maybe a couple hand gestures suggesting that there could be a good one coming. Maybe she needs to move up the reef. So I'd love to get a little bit of insight just there between what actually Coach Filmer does from the sidelines. I'm sure there's a lot of pre-talk, pre-psych up. He's such a good mentor, not only to the athletes, but to the entire community as well. So Anon smartly selecting who she's working with over here. 7 minutes 40 to go, though. She is on the back foot, needs a 5.18. Knows what that feels like. So she got that 5.5, basically just has to replicate that. And if she could push a bit harder to make Miller's life a little bit harder, right now Miller's job, replace that 4.67. Let's get that out of here. Let's bump that 5.1 up for Anon Matsuoka and see exactly who is going to play the smartest next 7 minutes.
Yeah, and I feel like, on paper right now, Anon needs a 5.18. But I feel like she should really be chasing a 6.5 at least to get herself in a better spot. She's going to take this wave. Air drops down straight up. Oh, huge first turn there for Anon. Wow, that was a meaty section. She's patient here, driving through another one. Gets a third turn. Wow. Can she finish this one off? She does. I immediately love this wave from Anon Matsuoka.
You know when you're surfing a wave and it feels really good at the start and then you're coming towards the end section and the only thing you can think is your head is finish it. Just got to finish it. That is all I was thinking this entire wave, just because this first turn was so good. This is going to be a great score. Huge, meaty section. There's so much water came off the back of that turn as well. Races through this section, regains speed, such a low center of gravity, then just starts ripping through another. At this point, I'm going finish it in my head, and she does. Hence why there was that kind of laugh of, oh, wow, that's going to be a pretty good one. Wow, Miller Brown in the barrel. You see Macklin's hands go up in the air and is going to turn. So this heat is far from over. There's girls, the ladies, I should say, starting to ramp up with 6 minutes to go.
Wow, I'm speechless right now. I want to see how deep Miller got in that barrel. I mean, I loved that last wave of Anon. Let's take a look at this one for Miller. She gets under it for a moment there for Miller Brown, but then she goes to turns, which look really solid. And that second one just pushes the tail a little bit more. So with 5.5 minutes, let's see who got the better of that exchange.
I think Anon goes to first. I think Anon locks in the best wave of the heat. I do think the judges are going to be a little bit critical of that one of Miller because she didn't get super covered for a long period of time. It was a very meaty wave though, so she was going for it. Last wave of Anon, a 6.83, so goes into the lead. Miller needs a 6.34 on that last one.
Yeah. What do you think, Jessie?
I feel like if she had got slightly deeper in that barrel, 6.34 every day of the week. I just think the judges, I don't know, maybe they saw it from a different angle to what we saw it on. They obviously have a massive TV in the judges' tower. They're probably watching it a lot right now, really analysing how deep she got. Let's take a look at it from this front angle. So stalls here, only gets slightly in it. I don't think so. It comes in, it's a 5.2, so it's not enough. She needs a 6.34.
Yeah, so just not enough for Miller Brown on that last wave. The judges liked it, although they didn't deem it half a point underneath Anon's last wave. Maybe if she was able to get a little bit deeper. I mean, we're being pretty critical right now because those last two turns were huge. But that's what the judges are doing. And this is what they're expecting. They're expecting those deeper barrels. They're expecting bigger turns, which is potentially why it didn't come in as a score. But 4 minutes to go. She could have another opportunity. Anon does hold first priority. She's a very smart competitor. But Miller is tenacious. She will not give up. We saw that in one of her earlier heats where she was kind of just like, thought she got the score, it didn't come in, she got a better wave and was just asked a question. It's like, is that what you want now? So, you know, she won't give up. This is Anon.
Goes down. I do think just based on that 5.2, I really wanted it to be the score. Not purely because she's an Australian or my friend, purely because she was going for it with the barrel. And that is what this wave is all about. So I really wanted it to be the score because I think she's matching what this wave is asking for in the fact that it wants to have heavy pits. It wants people to take advantage of its raw beauty here. But yeah, I just think if she had got slightly deeper, maybe wiped off a little bit more speed, it would have been a completely different story. So like I said, I really wanted it to go there, but I just think Anon's, that one turn of Anon, that was huge.
All right, here we go. Miller straight into this one, comes out, has a bit of speed, carves down. She needs a 6.34 to go to first. As we mentioned a few times, wow. Quick movements to get back out the back with 2.5 minutes to go. Miller is scratching. She will not give up just yet. That last wave, potentially a mistake from Anon. Unfortunately falling on the takeoff. Let's take a look at it, Jessie.
Definitely gets covered up in this one. Definitely gets under it and actually right in front of Anon there. So Miller gets out, starts kicking to try and get out the back, and 6.34, that she got a good amount of cover up time there. Was a bit of a smaller wave, but really clean open barrel. Definitely got a lot more coverage time than she did on her 5.2. The only thing I see the judges maybe nitpicking about is because it was a smaller wave, it wasn't one of those sets, but that barrel was so sick. She read it really beautifully, and yeah, 6.34.
It's the only barrel that we've seen in this heat. That's actually not true. She did get barreled on that 5.2, but the only one that's been real of consequence. So let's see. We're waiting for scores from these judges for Miller Brown. She's still trying to get out the back with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. The judges really analysing this last wave for the Australian junior surfer because she's still a junior.
Yeah.
And also, so is Anon as well. So just over 1 minute to go. This is a pretty important score and a pretty important situation for both Anon and Miller. Does Miller still need a score to get to first? Couple of judges giving it to her, one saying no. There it is. It's a 6.4. Situation changes. Miller Brown goes to first. Anon needs a 5.57. There's 45 seconds to go. Wow. She doesn't go this one. Will she get another opportunity? The defending champion on the ropes right now with 30 seconds remaining. Miller also has first priority. Miller's going to go this one.
Well deserved, that score. She really found a wave, slotted in, and she's just trying to better it now, trying to get higher than a 6 to make Anon's life harder. So Anon out the back with 15 seconds on the clock, needs a 5.57 at this point in time, drops to the bottom. Beautiful carve to start this one off. It steepens up here, gets vertical on that second section, kind of needs a finish right now, and tags it for a finish and claims it. Wow. Tense times at the end of this heat, so we have 2 scores to lock in.
Wow, the last 5 minutes was probably the most exciting 5 minutes of the whole heat. You can see Anon, she liked the feeling of that last one. I thought those last 2 turns were really solid. She's having a moment here. She needs a 5.57. I think it'll come really close, but does Miller better the 6 on her last wave? Because if she does, it'll make it harder. Wow, there is so many scenarios right now. Both Miller and Anon are waiting for scores. You can see Macklin Flynn right now. Okay, so Miller's last wave is a 5.77. It does not better. Does Anon get the 5.57 that she needs to go to first? Wow. Let's have a... We're going to stick with this. This is an important situation because this is the defending champion right now, needing a score. Jessie, what do you think?
I have no idea. I don't even want to throw a number at it because it could go either way. This is such an evenly matched heat between these 2 surfers. I feel like they both have very evenly matched competitive drive, very evenly matched desire to win. So this was actually a really cool heat to watch these 2. Let's take a look at the replay. So Miller, we're going to watch it in reverse because it's funner to watch it that way, guys. Let's watch it back to front. No, so I'm just kidding. Anon is up. This is a solid looking wave, so it has the wave size factor. Carves the first turn. So maybe the first turn lacking a bit of mongrel. Gets vertical on the second one. This last turn needed to make it count. And that was a tricky section to ride it. She thinks it's the score. Needs a 5.57. The judge is probably comparing it to that 5.5 she got earlier. I can guarantee they've been watching this on replay time and time again right now. Wow, what a way to end the day. I really have no idea. It could go either way right now.
Yeah, my heart is racing so hard right now. You can see Anon on screen there. She's waiting for the score. She desperately wants to get it. We've had no indications yet of whether it's a 5.57 that she needs. Miller Brown is probably still in the ocean just waiting to hear if she's made a semi-final appearance, which will probably be her first one in a QS 5000 ever.
You know what, though? Good on Anon. She gave herself every single opportunity. She's done everything right at this point in time to get the 5.57. Judges really taking their time analysing it. Both of these ladies surfed a really incredible heat. Anon sticking to turns. Miller finding a really nice cover-up, getting rewarded with it for a 6.4. And then Miller even gave herself to get an even higher number on that last one with the 5.77. She gave herself the opportunity to try and get higher than the 6-point ride to make Anon's life harder. It's right there, True. Like, it is really right there. It's kind of just a decision right now between the judges of is it enough for the semi-finals or do we want to see Miller Brown progressing through? Oh,
wow.
I have no... This is why I absolutely love doing this.
One judge says no. Another one says no. She's looking for a 5.57. Oh, it's a 5.23. It's not enough for Anon Matsuoka, unfortunately. So Miller Brown moves through to the semi-finals. Unfortunately, Anon Matsuoka bowing out. You can see a very happy Miller Brown right there. Jessie, it's been a great day of surfing today.
Oh, it has. I think that was a really fitting end as well. Bit of tense times right there between Anon and Miller, but very impressive heat between these two girls. I doubt that it's the last heat we're going to see those two competing against each other. We are, however, we're out for the day. We're wrapping it up.
Yeah, we do have highlights from day 5 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. Sorry, we're day 6. Wow. Day 6 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup, QS 5000. We will be back on Saturday, the 2nd of November, with a 6:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time call. Don't go anywhere because we will be having finals day and it's going to be a great one. See you guys soon.
Bye.
your future today. Someday, you will get.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here? Do I stop here? Do I stop here?
Cut! Next! There's no stopping me.
Gomo, anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime.
We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect, be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life, it makes life. Katulad na lamang diba? Let's figure Manila Bank na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your love that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, sa Manila Banker's Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take